me. If his phone rang, I was going to kill somebody. My eyes slipped shut in pure enjoyment, and I worked by feel to undo the buttons of his shirt. Jazz played, and the sound of a boat echoed over the flat water. I couldn't get the last of the buttons. Kiston kept nipping at my skin to send jolts that didn't have the chance to ebb before he added to them. Giving up, I gripped his shirt and pulled until the buttons snapped. Kiston ummed in annoyance. He shifted his weight, pinning me. Eyes flashing open, I reached for his belt. "Give me what I want," I whispered, feeling my new teeth. "And I won't have to get rough, vamp boy." "That's my line," he said, his voice carrying a new edge to it. The words were laced with blood hunger, and fear lanced through me, quickly stifled. Kiston's hands hesitated for an instant to regain control, and then he continued. His restraint far stronger than mine. He took my shoulders, holding me unmoving as he found the base of my neck, wanting my blood but not taking it as he worked my old scar. "Oh, God," I breathed. Unable to stop, I hoisted myself up, wrapping my legs around his waist and tightening my grip on his neck. He shifted again, adjusting for my weight. I could feel him heavy through his slacks, and my pulse quickened. Sensing it, his touch became aggressive, and silver threads of anticipation tightened to a hard ball in the pit of my being. This wasn't good. It was too much. I wasn't thinking anymore. It was too damn good. I clutched at him, wanting the rush of feeling his teeth sink into me. If he knew how badly, he might ask, and I wouldn't be able to say no. Ivy will kill him. As if sensing my confusion, his lips became gentle, tracing a cool, warm sensation from the base of my neck to rise slowly to behind my ear, where he stayed, pulling with a gentle pressure, hinting at more. "Can you stay through the morning?" he asked. I managed, making sure my willingness was obvious by sending my nails to trace the back of his neck. "Good." Carrying me, he headed down the hall to the night-darkened bedroom. The lights from Cincinnati were a soft glow reflecting off the water, and I spared a thought that I wasn't going to have a chance to wear that teddy, at least not tonight. His bed was under the bank of windows, but he set me atop the dresser, my legs still wrapped around him. I was at an excellent height that lent itself to all sorts of possibilities, and feeling surged when his hand sketched a heavy path to my breast, his thumb teasingly caressing. Kiston's lips left me, and with a deliberate slowness, he pulled back. The motions of his fingers against me stopped. Almost panting, I met his eyes. They were black with a familiar, collected bloodlust, glinting in the reflected light. Adrenaline zinged through me to mix anticipation and fear. Something was changing. I'd become more with my sharp teeth. They weren't just bits of bone. They were a source of power, giving me control over him through the sensations I could invoke, and Kiston knew it. That had been his intention in giving them to me. With his teeth capped and mine sharp, he had elevated me above him. The thought was a definite turn-on for both of us. Eyes never leaving mine, he took the hand that I had slipped between his open shirt and his back. He breathed deeply of my wrist, lids closing as he scented my blood. "You smell like my two favorite people all mixed up." His words sent a tremor rippling through me. Ivy's scent coated me, a soft memory of what they once had. The two of them had banded together in their vulnerable youth to survive, and I knew he missed their past closeness. He ached with his need to find it again. His pain pulled on me, making me want to give him what he needed, soothing both his body and mind. I wasn't coming in second behind Ivy, but first. I could give him something she couldn't, everything he had found with Ivy, but ignorant of what Piscari had put them both through. I knew that was why Ivy had left him. She couldn't live with the reminder. The draw to submit and give him everything strengthened, and when he felt me lean into him, his grip tightened. Body meeting his suggestively, I pulled his set deep into me. It swirled through my body, the pheromones flipping switches until I ached with need. My hands slipped to his back, feeling the tension there and wanting so badly to get lost in him. I exhaled, my breath shaking. "Come here," I whispered. Tilting his head, Kiston held my shoulders and kissed my lower neck. gently, hesitantly, as if he had never touched me before. I lost my breath at the rush of feeling, the burning tracings of desire settling deep and low. I exhaled into it, calling it to me. The pause to gather our breath was over. Oh, God, I have to do something. Fingers fumbling, I reached for his slacks. The top button was undone, and I unzipped them, pushing them down enough to give him freedom. His hands were at my lower back, and I clasped my arms around his neck, lowering myself off the dresser so he could pull my jeans down. My feet touched the floor long enough to shake off first one pant leg, then the other. Impatient, I tightened my grip around his neck, lifting myself back up against him until I was on the dresser again. His hands ran over my curves to my waist, then higher. A groan of anticipation slipped from me when he bowed his head. Massaging my breast with one hand and sending his lips over the other, he tugged and teased, the hint of teeth telling me what he could do if I let him, almost promising. If he hadn't had his caps, he would have bitten me. Adrenaline flashed deep, and I sent my hands down to find his taut, smooth skin. His motion against me grew rougher, and I responded. With a sharp tug, he leaned to find the base of my neck with his lips, his repressed need making him savage. Feeling poured from my scar. I would have collapsed if he hadn't held me. My heart pounded as he eased up, and I could breathe again. Beneath my moving fingers he was smooth and warm, a shocking contrast to his rough touch on my neck. His breathing deepened, and his teeth teased the skin about my scar, leaving me aching for him to find me fully. I squeezed my eyes shut, sensing the hint of coming ecstasy. I gasped, startled when he gave up his teasing and bit me without breaking the skin, hard and strong. Only his capped teeth stopped him. Tension spiked through me, and I moaned. It hit Kiston like fear. His fingers gripping my shoulders tightened. With a vamp quickness he jerked me closer. I gasped again. Then, with my arms again about his neck, I shifted my body to make it easier for him, leaving the dresser entirely. He slid into me with an exquisite slowness that replaced reason with desperate need. I took a faltering breath. Lips parting, I brought the scent of him deep into me as he filled my mind and body both. With him supporting my weight, we moved together. My arms were about his neck to keep myself to him, and I realized that apart from the obvious, I couldn't touch him with anything but my lips. The self-imposed restraint hit me, and with a frustrated desperation I went for his neck, tracing old scars and feeling a want grow headier with each shift of weight. Kiston's breathing was fast, and he held me to him with a fervent need, moving toward climax. His mouth was on me, pulling. The thought of Ivy sinking her teeth flashed through me. Fear of the unknown dove to my groin, and Kiston moaned, sensing it. I wanted Ivy to bite me. I wanted that feeling of utter bliss mixing with knowing the act was an affirmation of her being worth sacrificing for, all layered with the heady emotion of risk I craved. Even so, I trusted her not to bind me to her. But Kiston, deep in my heart, he was still an unknown, the lure of the thrill of adrenaline driving me to risk everything. Ivy's protection was a crutch that allowed me to make myself vulnerable without risking his binding me to him. He couldn't bite me, but maybe I could bite him. Adrenaline flared at the thought, and my hands upon him clenched even as I forced his lips to find mine. Oh, God, I want to bite him, I realized. I didn't want to bleed him or taste his blood, but I could fill him with that mind-shocking wave of ecstasy that waited just below his skin. The feeling of power over him was a rush almost as strong as fear, and I wasn't used to telling myself no. "Kiston," I panted as I pulled away. "She promised not to bite me if I bite you." His hands supporting me were shaking. "I promise," he whispered. "You've asked and I've said yes. Oh, God, Rachel, you might pick up an echo of my hunger, but it's not yours. Don't be afraid." A surge of sensation struck through both of us. I felt the strength and satisfaction of power. Fear for tomorrow flashed through me and was gone. My hands went around the back of his neck, and I moved against him, feeling a new stirring of domination and desire. My pulse thrummed. The scent of leather and wine drew on memories, pulling me to him. His lips parted, and with his drive singing in me to bring every cell awake, I silenced the part of me that rebelled against tasting another's blood and met his lips with my own. Kiston exhaled in pained exhilaration. I eased into the kiss, tentatively tracing my tongue against his teeth as we moved together, doubly joined. My heart pounded, and I didn't care what might happen anymore. I couldn't move my hands to touch him or I'd fall, and I wanted to stay where I was, gripping him with my legs, feeling him inside me. Wild with need, our mouths moved together, and in an instant of abandonment, I found his lip. It didn't take much. Blood flowed. My body shook in a spasm. Oh, God. It was everything. Scintillating and alive, I tasted vampire blood. It struck through me, and I clutched at Kiston, unable to breathe, unable to pull away in sheer ecstasy. In a flash, hunger poured into me, and I knew what Ivy and Kiston fought to contain every day, and how good it felt to sate it. It was Kiston's hunger echoing in me, without fear. This is not wrong, I thought, as Kiston's hands clutched at me. The hunger demanded more, and I deepened the kiss we shared. There was only this. This was all. It was the spark of existence, pulled and collected, distilled to a feeling, and with Kiston's hunger echoing through me, I pulled his blood from him, taking it as my own. Vampire blood wouldn't make me stronger or faster or live forever, but it was a rush, a high like no other, and I could feel his aura mixing with mine, sharing the same space as I took him into me. A surge of white-hot need ached, spinning from his blood. He moaned, and as I drew his blood into me again, I tightened my grip on him and wouldn't let go. I could feel us reaching for climax. It was there, dancing just out of reach. His arms shook. I breathed heavily, struggling for air. A savage sound came from him, and he clutched me close. His blood was liquid thought, racing to set me alight. I could feel him inside me, and I pressed into him, desperate. And then we found it. Eyes clamped shut, I flung my head back. I could do nothing as a wash of sensation spilled into me, into us. Every cell sang with the release, leaving a high so deep there was no thought but for its continued existence. Kiston's grip shook, and he staggered. Unaware of anything, we hung, poised in the rapture that suffused us. "My God!" he groaned, both satisfied and desperate as he reached out for the feeling. And with his words, it slipped away. It was gone. I took a gasping breath, slumping. My muscles wouldn't hold me, and I started to fall. "Oh, God," he said again, this time in worry as he caught me and brought me to the bed. I felt myself ease down, and he peered close. "Rachel," he said, his hands holding my head. "I'm okay," I panted, trembling as I felt for the bed, and put out an arm to keep myself upright. I shuddered, cold as my body tried to recover, and Kiston pulled me to him. Vampire blood and sex. Holy crap, they weren't kidding. It was good enough to kill a person. Shifting himself back to the headboard, we found an almost upright stance with his arms warm around me. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Fine." I couldn't stand, but I was fine. I was better than fine. I had been afraid of this. My hand was on his chest where his shirt hung open. Pulse slowing, I shifted my fingers across his skin, feeling the smoothness. I looked for my pants, finding them puddled before the dresser. Kiston was still in his, mostly. Contentment rose high in me, and I smiled, worn out and exhausted. I could hear his heartbeat, and I listened to it as it slowed. "Kiston?" The sound rumbled up through his chest and into me. I could hear the peace in it, and I snuggled closer. Fingers fumbling, Kiston pulled the lightweight coverlet over us. "That was incredible," I said, shivering at the comforter's smooth silk backing. How do you go to work and live a normal life knowing that's there to find?" Kiston's arms about me tightened. His one hand rose to find mine, stilling my motion against his skin. "You just do," he said softly. "And you're a good bite, innocent and eager." "Stop," I moaned. "You make me sound like I didn't know what to call myself, and slut sounded so nasty." "Blood slut?" "Shut up," I exclaimed, and he grunted as my elbow jabbed him when I moved. "Be still," he said, wrapping his arms around me, keeping me where I was against him. "You're not." Forgiving him, I slumped back into his warmth. His hand moved against my hair, gentling me, and I watched the lights from the city reflected on the low ceiling as a deep lassitude drifted into me. I ran my tongue across the insides of my caps to find the taste of him all the way to the back of my throat, and I couldn't concentrate well enough to decide if I liked finding it there or not. My pulse was slowing, taking my thoughts with it. I knew I should be worried about Ivy, but all I could manage was a sleepy, "Ivy?" "Shh," he whispered, his hand ever moving, soothing me. "It's okay. I'll make sure she understands." "I'm not leaving you, Kiston," I said, but it sounded like I was trying to convince myself. "I know." And in his silence that followed, I heard the echoes of the women before me who had said the same thing. "It wasn't a mistake," I whispered, eyes closing. I knew I was blood-sugared, his pheromones probably hitting me especially hard from my having taken his blood. "I didn't make a mistake." His hand moving atop my head never slowed, never sped up. "Not a mistake," he agreed. Reassured, I lay against him and inhaled his scent to find comfort. I wasn't going to abandon that feeling, no matter what. "So what do we do now?" I breathed as I started to fall into sleep. "Whatever the hell we want," he answered. "Shh, go to sleep." The last of my tension eased, and I wondered if I should take my caps off. "Anything?" I whispered, surprised at how natural they felt. I'd forgotten I had them on. "Yeah, anything," he said. "Go to sleep. You haven't had a good sleep in days." Safe in Kiston's arms, I closed my eyes, feeling more secure than I had since my dad had died. Only now did I feel the gentle movement of the boat, rocking me into oblivion. I was sated in mind and body and soul. Kiston's arm was over me. It was like the warmest comforter on the coldest morning. I exhaled, finding a peace I hadn't known I'd been missing. And as I hovered in a curious mix of waking and sleep, I heard Kiston sigh, his fingers still gentling the hair about my forehead. "Don't leave us, Rachel," he whispered, clearly not aware I was still awake. "I don't think Ivy or I could survive it."
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
For a Few Demons More, narrated by Marguerite Gavin. Copyright 2007 by Kim Harrison. 20. Standing at the church's door in the early afternoon sun, I shifted the shiny paper sack of $3 pastries and wedged the foam container of brewed gourmet coffee into the crook of my elbow. One hand free, I managed the latch and pushed on the heavy door. The strap to my shoulder bag slipped to my elbow to throw me off balance, but my held breath eased out when it opened. Thank God it wasn't bolted. Ivy would hear me for sure if I had to come in the back. Listening, I pushed the door wider. My stomach was upset. I'd like to say it was from lack of sleep, but I knew it was from how the next hour was going to play out. Kiston hadn't broken my skin, but Ivy was going to be pissed, especially after being so clear yesterday. One way or another, my life was going to change in the next 60 minutes. Letting Kiston face the fallout wasn't going to happen either. Ivy was my roommate. It had been my decision. And after I had quelled my minor panic attack in Kiston's bathroom this morning, I'd convinced him to let me tell her. She wanted a relationship with me, and if I came in unrepentant and matter-of-fact, she'd hide her feelings until she could deal with them. If he came to her meek and guilty, she'd get mad and do who knew what. Besides, Ivy had shown me what she could offer, then walked out the door. What did she expect me to do? Be celibate with Kiston while I figured it all out? Kiston had been my boyfriend first. But she was my friend, and her feelings mattered. The sack of Godiva chocolate and the thimble-sized jar of dogwood blossom honey that had set me back $10 swung from a pinky as I eased the door shut and, in the darkness of the foyer, kicked off my shoes. So I wasn't above bribery, so sue me. A thick silence gave me pause. It was eerie, and I padded in my sock feet through the sanctuary. Ivy had moved her stereo out, though the furniture was still clustered in the corner. I wondered if she was waiting for me to finish the living room together. The church felt different, the blasphemy seeming to grate heavily on my aura. Head down, I hustled past her closed bedroom door, not wanting the scent of coffee to wake her until I was ready. I wasn't a fool to believe that coffee, pastries, chocolate, and honey would be enough to soothe Ivy's hurt emotions and Jenks's worry, but it might buy me time to explain before the shit hit the fan. Kiston wanted me to tell her I'd bitten him to understand her hunger better, but it would be a lie. I'd bitten him because I had known he'd enjoy it. That it had felt good to me had been an unexpected surprise, which I was embarrassed about now. Safe in the kitchen, I set the pastries by the sink, wincing at the 9x13 pan of unfrosted chocolate cake and the tub of white frosting. She made me a cake while I was sleeping with Kiston? Great. "A nice plate," I said, quashing my guilt and rummaging for the plate Ivy had bought at a garage sale this spring, after I'd said I liked the violets on the open-weave rim. Not finding it, I slid the top everyday black plate out, glancing at the empty hallway when the ceramic clinked. The sack crackled as I took out and arranged the pastries. The coffee was next, and my frown deepened when Ivy's Vampiric Charms mug wasn't in the cupboard. It wasn't like her to put it in the dishwasher, but the door creaked, so I poured the brew into a set of smaller cups. "Now for Jenks," I muttered, getting a matching dessert plate and setting the single square of fudge on it, strategically placing the honey beside it. This was going to work. I'd talked to them both together, and it was going to be all right. It wasn't as if I'd let him bite me. Ready, I spun to the table. My face went cold. Ivy's computer was gone. My thoughts flew to the sanctuary and her missing stereo. "Please let us have been robbed," I whispered. Scared out of my mind, I hustled into the hallway. Had she found out and left? Damn it, I wanted to be the one to tell her. Pulse pounding, I stopped before Ivy's door. I felt hot, then cold. Hesitating, I tapped the thick wood. "Ivy?" No answer. I took a deep breath, knocked again, and turned the handle. "Ivy, are you awake?" Heart in my throat, I looked in. Her bed was made and her room looked normal, but then I saw that her book was gone from her nightstand, and the closet was empty. "Oh, crap," I breathed. My eyes darted to the wall with her informal collage of pictures. They were all there from what I could tell, but then I wondered. The picture of Jenks and me standing before the Mackinac Bridge. Had there been an empty spot on the fridge? Feeling unreal, I paced to the kitchen, my stomach caving as I entered. It was gone. "Oh, shit," I swore, and a tiny harumph pulled my attention to the sink. "Shit?" Jenks said, standing on the windowsill between his sea monkeys and Mr. Fish. "Shit?" he shrilled, coming to hover before me. His face was tight in anger, and black pixie dust spilled from him. "Is that all you have to say? What did you do, Rachel?" Mouth open, I took a stumbling step back. "Jenks, she's gone," he said, hands clenching. "Packed up and left. What did you do?" "Jenks, She leaves and you come home with bribes? Where were you?" "I was with Kiston," I shouted, then fell back 2 steps when he flew at me. "I can smell him in you, Rachel," the pixie shouted. "He bit you. You let him bite you when you knew Ivy couldn't. What the hell is wrong with you?" "Jenks, it's not like that. You stupid witch. If it's not one of you, it's the other. You women are all damned fools. She makes a pass at you and you screw everything up by letting Kirsten bite you so you can feel secure in your own sexual drives? He darted at me, and I put the center island counter between us, but seeing as he could fly over it, that was kind of useless. And then you try to buy me off with fudge and honey? You can stick my dragonfly's turds on a stick and roast them because I can't take you two women screwing my life up anymore. Hey! I shouted, hands on my hips and leaning to put my nose inches from him. He didn't bite me. She never said I couldn't bite him. She only said he couldn't bite me. Jenks pointed a finger at me. He took a breath, then hesitated. He didn't bite you? No! I shouted, burning off some adrenaline. You think I'm stupid? He raised a hand, and I added, Don't answer that. He landed on the counter, arms crossed over his chest and his wings a blur of agitation. That doesn't make it right, he said, sounding sullen. You knew it would bother her. Pissed, I slammed my hand on the counter to make him jump into the air. I can't live my life by what bothers Ivy. Kist is my boyfriend. Ivy making a pass at me didn't change that, and I'll have sex with who I want and how I want, damn it. His feet touched the counter and his wings went still. Guilt hit me hard as I looked at him standing there. I wished he were bigger so I could give him a hug and tell him it was going to be all right. Anything to get that terrible look of betrayal and anger off him. But he just stared. Sighing, I swung a chair around. I sat on it backward and put my folded arms on the counter, slumping to get my eyes on the same level as his. He wouldn't look at me. Jenks, I said softly, and he sneered, wings coming alive. It's going to be okay. I'll find her and explain. I reached out, letting my hand fall to curve protectively around him. She'll understand, I said, gazing at the cake and hearing the guilt in my voice. She has to. He looked at me, his arms uncrossing. But she left, he said plaintively. My hand beside him moved in a motion of exasperation. You know how she can be. She just needs to cool off. Maybe she went to spend the weekend at Skimmer's. She took her computer. Glancing at the empty space, I winced. She couldn't have found out that fast. What time did she leave? Right before midnight. He stopped pacing and looked at me sideways. It was really weird, like that movie where the guy gets a call and it triggers a set of actions programmed into him years ago. What's the name of that movie? I don't know, I muttered, glad he wasn't yelling at me anymore. She couldn't have left because of this. Kirsten and I hadn't even had dinner yet by midnight. She wouldn't answer me, he said. He resumed pacing, and I watched, wondering how much of his outburst had been worry for Ivy, finding an easy outlet in anger at me. She just packed her clothes and her computer and her music and left. My eyes went to the fridge and the empty tomato magnet. She took our picture. Yeah? I pulled myself up. Something had happened, but it was unlikely she knew about Kirsten and me, and there was no way for her to find out until she got back. Jenks was the only one who knew. I had taken the bus home, so even Steve wouldn't smell Kirsten's blood in me. Who called? Skimmer? I asked, wondering if it had been simply an emergency run. An emergency run she hadn't taken Jenks on, or even told him what it was? I don't know, Jenks said. I came in when I heard the whine of her computer shut off. Lips pressed together, I thought about that. Why, Rachel? Jenks asked, his voice tired. I didn't move anything but my eyes. My biting Kirsten is not why she left. His angular face pinched in distress. Maybe someone found out and called her. The thought of what Ivy was capable of in a fit of rage passed through me, and I reached for my shoulder bag. The timing was wrong, but still, maybe I should call Kirsten. He nodded in worry, coming closer as I punched the right buttons. I held the phone from my ear, and we both listened to it ring until it shunted me into voicemail. Hey, Kirsten, I said, eyes on Jenks. Give me a call when you get this. Ivy wasn't here when I got home. She took her computer and music. I don't think she knows, but I'm worried. I wanted to say more, but there wasn't more to say. Bye, I whispered, and hit the end button. Bye? God, I sounded like a little lost girl. Jenks peered up at me, the color returning to his wings. Call Ivy, he demanded, but I was already ahead of him. This time I was dumped right into voicemail, and I left a guilty-sounding message that I had to talk to her and not to do anything until I talked to her. I wanted to say I was sorry, but I closed the phone and looked at it sitting alone on the counter. Suddenly, the pastries arranged on their plate looked trite. I was an ass. Jenks? The coaxing in my voice turned his worry into a cold anger. I don't want to hear about it. He screwed everything up for one moment of blood passion, even if that's not why she left. She will when she finds out. What's wrong with you? Can't you leave things alone? No, I can't, I exclaimed. And it wasn't just a moment of blood passion. It was an affirmation of what I feel for Kiston, so you can shove it, you little twit. I know what I'm doing, I said. He opened his mouth to protest, and I threw my hands up in the air. Okay, maybe I don't, but I'm trying to figure this out. It's all mixed up. The blood, the passion, it's all mixed up, and I don't know what to do. He was clearly taken aback, and I surged ahead, almost panicked. I want Ivy to bite me, I said. It feels too damn good, and it would do both of us good. But the only way to do it safely is to sleep with her, and I'm not going to sleep with her just for the blood passion until I know what's going on in my head. I never thought I'd like a girl. I mean, I'm straight, right? Is it the vamp scar that's turning me on, or her? Do I love Ivy or just the way she can make me feel? There's a difference, Jenks, and I'm not going to cheapen it if it's only about the blood. I knew my face was red, but he deserved to hear it all. Ivy made a pass at me because she knows I make decisions by doing stuff and then thinking about it, not the other way around. Well, I'm doing different stuff, and look how messed up everything got. Isn't this nice? I said sarcastically, gesturing behind me at Ivy's empty place. Jenks's wings went still, and he sat down on the edge of the fudge plate. Maybe you should try it, he said, and a spike of adrenaline shot through me and was gone. Just once, he coaxed. Sometimes the quickest way to find out who you are is to be that person for a while. I'd thought of that already, and it scared me. Slowly I brought my eyes to his. Then why are you upset that I bit Kiston? I said. That's me trying to be someone new. You think I would have done that a year ago? Why is it wrong when I try things with Kiston and not with Ivy? His gaze went to her empty spot at the table. Because Ivy loves you. My gut tightened. So does Kiston? Jenks brought his knees to his chin and clasped his hands around his shins. Ivy would die for you, Rachel. Kiston won't. Put your emotions where they'll keep you alive. It was a hard truth. Ugly. I didn't want to choose who I loved by who could keep me alive. I wanted to make decisions on who I loved by who completed me, made me feel good about myself, who I could love freely and help make a better person by just being there. God, I was confused. Tired, I pillowed my head on my folded arms and stared at the table, inches from my nose. I heard the soft sound of wings, and the draft from Jenks stirred my hair. It's all right, Rachel, he said, close and concerned. She knows you love her. My throat closed, and I sighed. Maybe I should try it Ivy's way, at least as far as I could without becoming uncomfortable or freaked out. Just once. A moment of embarrassment would be better than all this confusion and awkwardness and misery. The small dinner bell at the front door rang, and I jumped. Jenks's face was full of hope when I brought my head up, then fear. If something had happened to Ivy, I wouldn't get a phone call, but a stone-faced IS agent on my doorstep telling me my roommate was in the city morgue. I got it, I said, the chair scraping as I rose. I hustled into the sanctuary, hoping it was Ivy with her stuff and needing someone to open the door for her. I'm right behind you, Jenks said, sounding grim as he joined me in the hall. 21. My stomach was in knots when I pushed open the heavy oak doors to find Siri. Forcing a smile, I felt both relief and disappointment when I saw her beaming in the sun, her long fair hair floating and a squishy-wrapped present in her hands. She was wearing a summery ankle-length linen dress and was barefoot, as usual. I wasn't surprised to see Rex, Jenks's cat, at her feet. The orange kitten was purring, rubbing her ankles. "Happy birthday," the young-seeming woman said cheerfully. Jenks dropped 3 feet. "Crap, is that today?" he stammered, then zipped off. My distress that it wasn't Ivy faded. "Hi, Siri," I said, flattered she had remembered. "You didn't have to get me anything." She came inside and handed me the package. "It's from Keesley and me," she said in explanation, eager and flustered. "I've never gotten anyone a birthday present. Are you going to have a party?" Her face went solemn. "I wanted to have a party for Keesley, but he won't tell me when his birthday is, and I don't know what day I was born." My smile went bemused. "You forgot?" "My kin never celebrated a person's years, so the day I was born never meant anything. It was in the winter, though." I found myself nodding as I followed her in. She was from the Dark Ages. They didn't celebrate birthdays then. I seemed to remember that from a class. "Ivy made a cake," I said, feeling depressed, "but it's not frosted yet. You want some coffee and pastries instead?" "May as well. Ivy isn't going to eat them with me." Stopping in the middle of the sanctuary, she turned, anticipation brightening her expression. "So you're going to have a party later?" she asked. "Probably not," I said, and when her shoulders slumped, I laughed. "Not everyone has a party, Siri, unless they have stock in a card company." Her lips pursed. "Now you're making fun of me. Go on. Open your present." I could tell she wasn't really upset, so I opened the squishy package, tossing the paper into the trash basket under my desk. "Oh, thank you!" I exclaimed as I found a soft, casual shirt made from brushed cotton. It was a vibrant red, almost glowing, and I could tell without trying it on that it would fit me perfectly. "Jenks said you needed a new shirt," she said shyly. "Do you like it? Is it suitable?" "It's beautiful, thank you," I said, feeling the richness of the fabric. It was a simple style, but the cloth was scrumptious, and the neckline would flatter my small chest. She must have spent a fortune. "I love it," I said, as I gave her a quick hug, then rocked into motion. "I should hang it up. Do you want some coffee?" "I'll make tea," she said, her gaze going to the empty spot where Ivy's stereo had been, her steps soft behind mine. She hesitated at the door to my room upon catching sight of Trent's bridesmaid dresses and my newest party dress hanging from the back of the closet. "Oh!" she exclaimed. "When did you get that?" I beamed, finding an empty hanger and wrangling her shirt onto it. "Yesterday. I needed something for a run, and since it's a party, I bought something appropriate." Jenks's laugh rang out even before he was in sight. "Rach," he said as he landed on Siri's shoulder, "you have some odd ideas of dress codes." "What?" I fingered the stiff black lace at the hem of the skirt. "It's a nice dress." "For a wedding rehearsal? It's in a church, right?" He screwed his face up in a pious look. "Spank me, Father, for I've sinned," he said in a falsetto. My eyes narrowed, and I hung up Siri's gift. It was in the basilica, actually, the Hallows Cathedral. "It's the party afterward I want to look nice for." Jenks snickered and Siri frowned. Her eyes were crinkled at the corners, but she didn't move, since Rex was twining about her feet, meowing for Jenks. "That's a nice dress," she said, and worry filled me at her forced tone. "It looks as if it will keep you cool and comfortable even if you are outside, and it's probably easy to run in." "Jinx and knickers, I hope it doesn't rain," Jenks said sarcastically. "Everything you got will be on display." "Hush," Siri admonished. "It's not going to rain." Crap, I should have waited until Kiston could shop with me. Suddenly worried, I unzipped the 2 silk garment bags. "These are the bridesmaids' dresses," I offered, wanting to get Jenks's attention off my new outfit before he saw the cherries painted on the jacket's snaps. "Elsbeth hasn't picked which one yet," I said, touching the split skirt of the black lace dress. "I hope it's this one. The other is just ugly." "And you know it's ugly when you see's ugly, don't you, sweet thing?" I glared at Jenks. "Shut up. What are you wearing tonight, Pixie?" Jenks's wings shifted into motion, and he rose from Siri's shoulder. "My usual. Holy crap, tell me those aren't cherries." I snatched up the hanger and shoved it into my closet. Why was I worried about what I was going to wear? I should be worried about the focus and who was killing wares to find it. I wasn't ready to believe that Mr. Ray and Mrs. Sarong weren't responsible, and realistically, it was only a matter of time before they called my bluff and came after me. Siri was frowning at Jenks when I turned. Seeing my attention on her, she changed her severe, wordless admonishment to him to a worried smile for me. "I think it suits you," she said. "You will look unique, and you are a unique person." "She's going to look like a $40 hooker." "Jinx!" Siri exclaimed, and he darted out of her reach to sit atop my dresser mirror. Depressed, I looked at my closet. "You know what? I'm going to wear the shirt you just gave me, with some jeans, and if I'm underdressed, I'll just add some jewelry to it." "Really? You want to wear the shirt I chose?" Siri said, so brightly that I wondered if Jenks had coached her on what to buy to fit this situation. He looked far too smug, and Siri's ears were as red as the shirt. My eyes narrowed in suspicion, and the slight woman turned her attention to the black lace bridesmaid gown, touching the fine fabric. "This is beautiful," she said. "Do you get to keep it after the wedding?" "Probably." I trailed my hands down the lace sleeves. They draped dramatically over my fingertips, and the built-in bodice would show off my waist. I'd never go to another function where I could wear anything so elegant, but just having it would be nice. It was slit up the side, but cut so that it wouldn't give anything except brief glimpses. "The bitch hasn't decided which dress yet," I said sourly. "If she picks the other, I'm going to double my fee. Call it hazard pay. Look at it." I gestured disparagingly at the lace-hemmed collar that dipped so low it would make my small chest look non-existent. "There are no curves at all, just a straight tube all the way from my shoulders to the floor. I won't be able to run if I need to, much less dance unless I hike the thing up past my knees. And the lace?" I touched the outer covering, trying to hide the ugly color of pea soup as if in shame, feeling the rough edges of the second lace catch on my fingers. "It's going to catch on everything. I'll look like a freaking sea cucumber." That didn't get the expected smile, and when I met Jenks's eyes, he glanced at Siri's softly creased brow and shrugged. Rex sat at her feet as though she might get some attention if she stared hard enough. "He's marrying a werewoman," Siri said, her voice unusually soft. No, I was being rude. I shoved the green dress away, not wanting to talk about it. Jenks moved to the closet's shelf. "I've never met Elsbeth, but she sounds more prickly than a porcupine's scab." Though icky, it was a pretty good description. "Nice visual, Jenks," I muttered. Siri's thin fingers were tracing the tiny stitches on the black sleeve. I don't think she had even heard me, so enamored of the dress was she. "This one would be a pleasure to dance in. If she chooses the other, she is either an idiot or a sadist." "Sadist," Jenks said, his feet swinging. "I wish they made cameras I could carry. I know the Hallows Observer would pay good money for a shot of Rachel and Trent dancing." "Ha!" I barked, gently taking the pretty dress and putting it in my closet, newly organized thanks to Newt. "That will be the day." "You have to," Jenks said, the sparkles sifting from him turning silver. "It's the rules." I sighed. Yes, I was probably going to have to dance with him if I was in the wedding party. Siri had a wicked smile on her face. "Well, I'm not going to enjoy it," I said, trying not to think about his tight ass and how he showed off a tux. My height looked good against his class, and it would be fun to get Elsbeth's knickers in a knot. I shut my closet door, smiling. "Do you know how hard it is to slow dance with a gun strapped to your thigh?" "No." Jenks followed me out to the kitchen, Siri and the cat trailing behind. "Where's Ivy's computer?" Siri asked when we entered, and I cringed. I don't know. My stomach tightened as I looked at her empty corner. I spent the night at Kiston's, and she wasn't here when I came home. Face still and empty, the elf looked up from the sink where she was filling the copper kettle. Her gaze went from the pastries arranged on the plate, to the store-bought coffee, to the square of fudge. But it wasn't until she saw the honey that she figured it out. "She's gone," Siri said, turning off the tap with excessive force. "What happened?" "Nothing," I said, feeling guilty and defensive. "Well, sort of nothing," I amended. "God, Siri, this isn't any of your business," I added, crossing my arms over my chest. "She bit Kiston this morning," Jenks said helpfully, "while bumping uglies." "Hey," I said, embarrassed. "That is not why she left. We hadn't even finished dinner before she walked out." Taking a breath, I faced Siri, surprised to find her jaw set in disapproval. "He's my boyfriend," I exclaimed, "and he didn't bite me. And why in hell does everyone think I should live my life by what Ivy wants?" "Because she loves you," Siri said, standing beside the lit stove. "And you love her? As a friend, if nothing else. She's afraid, and you're not. You're the stronger person in this situation and need to exert some restraint. You can't live your life by her wishes," she added, holding up a hand to forestall my protest. "But you know this is something she is aching to share with you." Miserable, I glanced at Ivy's empty spot and then back to Siri. "She can't separate blood passion from sex, and I don't think I can either," I whispered, wondering how my personal life had become everyone's favorite topic, and why I was being so open about it, apart from my being completely lost and trying to find anyone to help me. "Then you have a problem," Siri said, turning her back on me to open a cupboard. I couldn't read her mood at all. "I never said I was good at this," I muttered. Getting up, I pulled a mug from the cupboard, but when I dropped a tea bag into it, her eyes narrowed. "Go and sit and drink your foul coffee," she said, her voice harsh. "I'll make my own tea." Jenks snickered, and after I moved the plate with the honey and fudge to the table, I sat with my cold gourmet coffee. It had lost much of its appeal. Siri's silent disapproval was obvious. But what was I supposed to do? I didn't like the idea that Ivy had left to move in with Skimmer without telling me, but it was the best explanation I had right now. Siri brought the ceramic teapot out from under the counter. Throwing my tea bag away, she measured out 2 spoonfuls of loose tea. Jenks flitted to his honey and wrestled with the top until I opened it for him. Some birthday this was turning out to be. "Jenks?" I warned, my eyes going to Rex. The orange cat was sitting in the threshold of the kitchen, watching me with those creepy kitten eyes. I'd seen Jenks on honey. It got him drunker faster than a frat boy avoiding finals. And Rex liked little winged things too much for my comfort. "What?" he said belligerently. "You bought it for me." "Yes, but I was hoping you'd be sober this afternoon for our run." Snorting, Jenks settled himself before the jar brimming with the sticky amber. "Like I've ever been drunk for longer than 5 minutes?" Clearly eager, he pulled what looked like a set of chopsticks from his back pocket. Manipulating them expertly, he spindled a wad of honey into his mouth. His wings drooped and stilled when he swallowed, and a giggle slipped from him. "Rat, this is good stuff," he said around a gooey mouthful. 5 minutes, that was about right, but I was worried about Rex. Siri stood at the sink and warmed the teapot with hot tap water. I thought it a useless step that only served to make more dirty dishes, but Siri was the expert when it came to tea. Her gaze went to Jenks, now holding the sticks high over his up-tilted head and letting the honey dribble into him. It was going exactly where he wanted, even if he was starting to cant to one side. "Can you take that into the overhead rack?" I said, worried. Stiffening, Jenks gave me a wide-eyed, unfocused look. "I can fly, woman. I can fly better honey drunk than you can fly stone sober." To prove his point, he lifted into the air. Making a whoop of exclamation, he lost altitude. Siri's hand was under him in a flash, and he started giggling. "Listen, listen," he coaxed while he slumped on her hand, then belched the first 2 lines to "You Are My Sunshine." "Jenks," I protested. "Get off, Siri, that's disgusting." Sorry, he slurred, almost falling. "Damn, it's good honey. Gotta take some of this to Madalena. Madalena would like it. Maybe help her sleep a little." Clearly concentrating, he had sparkles sifting from him thick and furious as he wobbled down to the table. I sighed apologetically, and Siri smiled, snagging Rex as the cat padded past her, headed for Jenks. The cat settled herself in Siri's arms, "Kitty, Jenks slurred as he landed next to me and his honey. "Kitty, want some honey? This is good honey." Yeah, my life was weird, but it had its moments. Siri leaned against the counter while she waited for her water to warm. "How have you been sleeping lately?" she asked, as if she were my doctor. "Any more sneezing?" I smiled, flattered she cared. "No, I didn't sleep much this morning, but that wasn't Manias's fault." Her eyebrows rose, and I added, "Do you think Newt will show up again?" She shook her head solemnly. "No, he will watch her carefully for a time." Fingers gripping my cold coffee, I thought that if Newt did show up, There wasn't much I could do about it, seeing as she had taken control of Siri's triple circle with the ease of opening a letter. Remembering me taking Tom's circle, I went to ask her about it, then didn't. It had to be because I'd walked into its construction. That's all. I was sure I'd read somewhere that this was possible, and I didn't want to risk hearing her say it was unusual. Singing the Rolling Stones' Satisfaction, Jenks sat cross-legged before his 1-ounce jar, ladling honey into himself. "I will protect you, Rach," he said, cutting his music short. "I'll give that demon a labiotomy, boobotomy, labobotomy if he shows up again." I made a wry face, watching him fall over, laughing merrily at himself, then sitting up with a loud, "Ow!" Depressed, I pulled a ribbon of dough from the pastry. It was dry, but I ate it anyway. Siri's water started to steam. Managing to fill her teapot with Rex still in her arms, she brought her brew to sit on the table. Jenks staggered to the teapot, wings a blur for balance as he put his back to it, and slid down with a heavy sigh. "May I ask you something?" Siri asked, her eyes on her empty cup. I didn't have anything to do until about 6, when I would start getting ready for my run, so after putting the top back on Jenks's honey, I pulled a foot up onto my chair and clasped an arm around a knee. "Sure. What?" A faint hint of pink on her cheeks, she asked, "Did it hurt when Ivy bit you?" I stiffened, and Jenks, his eyes closed, started mumbling, No, damn vampire made it feel good. Oh, crap, I'm tired." Swallowing, I met her eyes. "No. Why?" Her lower lip turned in, and biting it to look charming, Siri grew solemn. "You should never be ashamed of loving someone." My blood pressure spiked. "I'm not," I said defensively. I was belligerent because I was afraid, but instead of responding with an equal amount of ire, she unexpectedly dropped her eyes. "I'm not finding fault with you," she said softly. "I envy you, and you need to know that." My fingers laced about my knee tightened. "Me? She envies my screwed-up life?" "You say you don't trust people," Siri rushed to explain, her vivid green eyes pleading for understanding. "But you do trust. You trust too much. You give everything even when you're afraid. And I envy that. I don't think I could ever love anyone without fear. Now." Jenks hiccuped. "Aw, Siri, it's okay. I love you." "Thank you, Jenks," Siri said, sitting primly in her chair. "But it would never work. Your body is not as big as your heart, and much as I'd like to think I am a soul and a mind, I have a body that needs to be satisfied as well." "Well, I'm not big enough," he protested, lurching up. Only one wing was working, and it almost knocked him over. "You just ask Madalena." The pixie went pale. "Never mind." Siri poured out some tea, the amber liquid gurgling with the sound of contentment to stand at contrast with my unease. I slowly pulled my second knee up to my first. "Jenks, sit down," I murmured when his staggering path toward the honey went off track, and he angled for the table's edge. Glad for the distraction, my thoughts drifted to Trent and Elsbeth's marriage. I was reaching for Jenks when he collapsed into the napkins and pulled one over his head. Why hadn't I told Trent about Siri, or Siri about Trent? I was a lousy judge of character, but even I could tell that the two seemed made for each other. Trent wasn't that bad, though he had kept me caged as a mink, and put me in the fights, and tricked me into trying to take Biscari down by myself, though some of that stupidity was my fault. I pulled another ribbon of pastry from a roll. Trent had treated me with respect the night I'd been his paid bodyguard, and kept me alive during the aftermath. He'd trusted me to take care of Lee on my own instead of killing him like he wanted to, though if I had let Trent kill his friend, I wouldn't be playing bodyguard at his wedding, probably. This is a mess, I thought, washing the pastry down with a swallow of cold coffee. Siri could decide what she wanted to do, and if Trent used her, I'd freaking kill him. And because I was gaining his trust, I could probably get close enough to do it, which was a terrifying thought. My heart beat faster, and I wiped my fingers on a napkin. "Siri?" I said, and she looked up expectantly. Rex was still on her lap, and her fingers were gentling the animal. Taking a steadying breath, I said, "I've got someone I want you to meet." Her green eyes met mine, and a smile grew. "Who?" I looked at Jenks, but he was out of it, sleeping under the napkins. Trent?" My chest clenched, and I prayed I was doing the right thing. "See, he's an elf." Beaming, Siri pushed Rex to the floor so she could lean across the table. The cat stalked out of the room, and the scent of wine and cinnamon filled me when Siri gave me a quick hug. "I know," she said as she leaned back and smiled at me. "Thank you, Rachel." "You knew?" I said, warm from embarrassment. God, she must think me an insensitive boob. But she settled herself in her chair and smiled as if I had just given her a pony, and a puppy, and then the freaking moon. "Calamac, right?" I stammered. "We're talking about the same Trent. Why didn't you say anything?" "You gave me back my soul," she said, her hair drifting, "and with it the chance to redeem my sins. I look to you for guidance. Until you approved of him, it would have caused problems. You made no attempt to hide that you don't like him." She smiled shyly, and I stared. "You knew he was an elf?" I asked, still not believing it. "How? He doesn't know about you? At least I don't think he does." Embarrassed, she pulled her feet up under her to sit cross-legged, looked wise and innocent. "I saw him in a magazine last winter, but you didn't like him." Her eyes flicked to mine and then back down. "I knew he had hurt you. Keesley told me he controls the brimstone trade, and like anything in excess, it's damaging. But, Rachel, how can you condemn all the good for a little bad?" she said, not a hint of pleading in her voice. "It's been illegal for 32 years out of 5,000, and is a blatant way for humans to try to control Inderland." When you put it like that, Tren almost sounded respectable. Bothered, I leaned back. "Did Keesley tell you he blackmails people using illegal genetic research? That his Make-A-Wish camps are underground genetic labs where he helps children in order to blackmail their parents?" "Yes. He also told me that Trent's father cured your blood disease because your father was his friend. Don't you think you owe him a debt of gratitude?" Whoa. My breath caught, and I felt cold. Not about the debt of gratitude thing, but that Keesley knew something I hadn't until last solstice. "Keesley told you that?" Siri watched me over her teacup. Her head went up and down, nodding sharply. My worried gaze went to the blue-curtained window above the sink and the sunlit garden beyond. I was going to have a talk with Keesley. "Trent's father saved my life," I admitted, bringing my attention back to her. "My dad and his were friends and work partners, and they both died because of it, so I think that rubs out any gratitude I might have. Stupid-ass elf thinks the world owes him everything." But Siri only sipped at her tea. "Maybe Trent put you in the rat fights because he blames your father for his father's death." I took a breath to protest, then slowly let it out. Crap. Is Trent as insecure as the rest of us? Smug, Siri topped off her cup. "Didn't you blame him for the loss of your father?" she asked, unnecessarily, I might add. "Yes," I said, realizing that her putting it in past tense worked. I didn't blame him any more. Piscari had killed him, in a roundabout way. Somehow. Maybe. And if I was a good little witch and kept Trent's little elf ass above the green grass during his wedding, he just might tell me the details. Giving myself a mental shake, I filed that away to think about later. "Do you want to meet him?" I asked tiredly, sounding oh so thrilled at the prospect. Her remaining ire vanished, and she smiled from across the table. "Yes, please." Yes, please, as if she needed my okay. "You don't need my permission." My tone was almost sullen, but she dropped her eyes demurely. "I want it." She set her cup on the saucer with a clink. "I was raised with the expectation that someone would guide me in matters of the heart, a guardian and confidant. My mother and father are deceased. My kin has been diluted by time. You rescued my body, freed my soul. You are my Sahan." I straightened in my chair as if ice had washed over me. Whoa, wait up, Siri. I'm not your guardian. You don't need one. You're your own person. Is she nuts? Siri set her feet on the floor and leaned forward, her eyes asking for understanding. Please, Rachel, she begged. I need this. Being Al's familiar tore everything from me. Give this piece of my life back to me. I need to resume ties to my old life before I can cut them and move into this one. I felt panicky. I'm the last person you should seek advice from, I stammered. Look at me. I'm a mess. Smiling softly, Siri dropped her eyes. You are the most caring person I know, consistently risking your life for those who can't fight on their own. I see this in the people you love. Ivy, who is afraid she can't fight her battle alone anymore. Kirsten, who struggles to stand in a system where he knows he's too weak. Jenks, who has the courage but not the strength to make a difference in a world that doesn't even see him. Aw, thanks, Siri, the pixie mumbled from under his napkin. You often see the worst in people, she said, but you always see the best. Eventually. I gaped at her. Noting my unease, she hesitated. Do you trust Trent? No, I blurted, then paused. But here I was broaching the subject of introducing Siri to him. Maybe in some things, I amended. I trust your judgment, though. Apparently it was the right thing to say, since Siri smiled and put a cool hand upon mine. You believe in him more than you realize, and though I may not know him, I trust your judgment, slow as it is in coming. Her smile turned wicked, and I'm not a silly girl to be blinded by a tidy posterior and expansive land holdings. Tidy posterior and expansive land holdings? Was that the Dark Ages equivalent of a tight ass and a lot of money? I chuckled, and her hand slipped away. He's devious, I warned. I don't want you to be taken advantage of. I know he's going to want a sample for his labs. Siri sipped her tea, her eyes focused on the sunlit garden. He can have it. I want my species to recover as much as he does. I only wish I'd predated the curse so the damage could be fixed completely, instead of the bandage he has been slapping on our children. My fingers curled around the cool porcelain, but I didn't bring the cup to my lips. Trent owed me big time. Siri was giving him one hell of a better bandage. He's manipulative, I added, and she raised one eyebrow. And I'm not. Do you think I couldn't wind this man about my finger if I wanted? I looked away, worried. Yeah, she could. Siri laughed. I don't want a husband, she said, green eyes twinkling. I have to reinvent myself before I can share my life with anyone. Besides, he's getting married. I couldn't help my snort. Really nasty woman, I muttered, starting to relax. I did not want Trent marrying Siri. Even if Trent weren't such a dirtbag, I'd probably never see her again after she found his garden. I do believe, Siri said wryly, you think this wedding is just punishment for past sins. Nodding, I glanced into the garden following a flash of motion. I stood up and went to the window to see that it was just Jenks's kids driving a hummingbird out of the yard. You haven't met her, I said, marveling at their teamwork. Siri came to stand beside me, the rich scent of cinnamon drifting off her to tickle my nose. She's a terrible woman, I added softly. Siri's gaze followed mine into the garden. So am I, she said, more softly still. 22. Slumped in the back of the cab, I watched the passing buildings and imagined Elsbeth's disdain for the clearly lower-class shops. Though the Hallows Cathedral was world-renowned, it was in a somewhat depressed area of town. Unease trickled through me, and I straightened, pulling my bag with its charms and splat gun onto my lap. I should have worn something else. I was going to look like a slob in jeans. Jenks was on my shoulder, wrapping my hoop earring in time with the calypso beat on the cabbie's radio. It was way past annoying, and though I knew it would likely only encourage him, I murmured, "Stop it." My neck went cold as he lifted off to land on my knee. "Relax, Rach," he said, standing with his legs spread wide for balance and his wings a blur. This is a cakewalk. How many people? 5, counting our parents? And Gwen will be there, so it's not like you're alone. It's the wedding you're going to have to worry about. I took a deep breath, cracking the window to set my hair drifting. Looking down, I picked at the engineered hole in my knee. Maybe I should have worn a dress suit. It's a wedding rehearsal for Tink's panties, Jenks burst out. Don't you watch the soaps? The richer you are, the more you dress down. Trent will probably be in a swimsuit. My eyebrows rose, picturing his trim physique wrapped in spandex. Wings stilling, Jenks adopted a bored expression. You look great. Now if you'd worn that little thing you picked out. I shifted my knee, and he took to the air. We were only a block away, and early. Excuse me, I said, leaning forward and into the cabbie's enthusiastic rendition of Madonna's Material Girl. I'd never heard it done calypso before. Could you circle the block? He met my gaze through the rearview mirror, and though clearly thinking I was crazy, lurched into the left turn lane and waited for the light. I rolled the window down all the way, and Jenks landed on the sill. Why don't you check it out? I said softly. Already ahead of you, babe, he said, reaching to see that his red bandana was in place. By the time you get around the block, I'll have met the locals and gotten the sitch. Babe, I said tartly, but he had darted out and was among the gargoyles. I rolled up the window before the street breeze could make a mess of the intricate French braid his kids had put my hair in. I didn't let them go at my hair very often. Their work was fantastic, but they chatted like 15-year-olds at a concert, all at once and 100 decibels louder than necessary. The light changed, and the driver made the turn carefully, probably thinking I was a tourist getting an eyeful. The sharp-cornered, tidally mortared stones rose up as high as perhaps an 8-story building, to look massive and permanent compared to the low shops that surrounded it. The cathedral sat tight to the curb on 2 sides, shading the street. There were shade-loving plants tucked into the moist shelter of the flying buttresses. Expansive stained-glass windows were everywhere, shadowed and dull from the outside. I squinted as I took it all in, surprised at the lack of welcome that I found in my church. It was like visiting your great-aunt, who disapproved of dogs, loud music, and cookies before dinner. She was still family, but you had to be on your best behavior, and you never felt at ease. After a quick scan of the side of the cathedral, I dug in my bag for my cell phone and tried to call Ivy again. Still no answer. Kiston wasn't answering either, and there had been no response when I called Piscari's earlier today. I'd be worried, but it wasn't unusual. They didn't open until 5, and no one manned the phone when they were closed. The back of the cathedral was a narrow walled garden and cracked parking lot. At the corner I set my phone to vibrate and tucked it into my front jeans pocket, where I would know if it rang. More parking was on the 3rd side, empty but for a dusty late-model black Saturn in the shade and a basketball court. The hoop bolted onto a light pole at NBA regulation height. Across the way was another, much taller one. Mixing species on the court wasn't a good idea. I braced myself when the cabbie pulled up, running his left wheel over the low curb of the one-way street. Shoving the car into park, he started messing with a clipboard. "You want me to wait?" he asked, glancing at the dingy storefront across the street. I dug a 20 out of my purse and handed it to him. "No, there's going to be a dinner afterward, and I'll bum a ride from someone. Can I have a receipt?" At that, he looked at me over his paperwork, his deeply tanned face showing surprise. "You know someone who's getting married here?" Jenks was hovering impatiently outside, but I hesitated, beaming. "Yes, I'm in the Calamac wedding." "You kidding me?" His brown eyes widened to show that the whites were almost yellow. The faint scent of musk tickled my nose. He was aware. Most cabbies were. I had no idea why. "Hey!" He fumbled for a card, handing it to me along with my blank receipt. "I have my limo license. If they need anyone, I'm available." I took it, admiring his moxie. "You bet. Thanks for the ride." "Any time," he said as I got out. He leaned out after me through the window. "I've got access to a car and everything. This is only my day job until I finish getting my pilot's license." Smiling, I nodded and turned to the multiple doors. Pilot's license? That's a new one. The cab merged into the light traffic, and Jenks dropped down from wherever he had been. "I'll leave you alone for 5 minutes," he complained, "and you get hit on." "He just wanted a job," I said, admiring the 4 strands of sculptured vines arching over the twin set of wooden doors. Absolutely gorgeous. "That's what I'm saying," he grumbled. "Why are we here this early anyway? Because it's a demon?" I eyed the gargoyles and wished I could talk to them, but trying to wake a gargoyle before the sun was down was like trying to talk to a pet rock. There were a lot of them, though, so the cathedral was probably secure. I winced at the potted flowers on the sidewalk, wondering if I could get them moved. It would be too easy for fairy assassins to hide in them. Bringing my attention to Jenks, I added, "As much as I'd like to see Trent taken down by a past jealous lover or a disgruntled demon, I want my 40,000 for babysitting." He bobbed his head before landing on my shoulder. "Speak of the devil." I followed his attention to the street. Crap, they were early too, and now, doubly glad for having gotten here when I had, I tucked in my new shirt and waited as two shiny cars approached, looking out of place among the flatbed trucks and salt-rusted Fords. I had to jerk myself up and onto the shallow steps when the first one pulled out of traffic and up entirely onto the wide sidewalk. A gray Jaguar was behind it, also parking on the walk. "You gotta be crapping in my daisies," Jenks said from my earring, and I took my sunglasses off to get a better look. Elsbeth was in the first car in the front seat, and while she collected herself, the uniformed driver opened the door for a pair of older people in the back. Mr. and Mrs. Withen, I assumed, since they were tall and elegant, darkly tanned and having the trendy look of the West Coast. They were in their 60s, I'd guessed, but well-preserved 60s. Hell, they were elves. They could be 300 for all I knew. Although they were dressed in casual slacks and tops, one could still tell that their shoes cost more than most people's car payments. They stood and smiled in the sun, as if looking into the past and seeing the land without the buildings, cars, or urban apathy. Elsbeth stoically waited for the driver to open her door. Swooping out, she tugged the short jacket covering her white shirt straight and draped a matching purse over her shoulder. Sandals clicking, she rounded the back of the car, her ankles bare below trim capri pants. She was in hues of peach and cream, her yellow hair back in a braid similar to mine with green ribbons woven in. With red lips and shades firmly in place, she never looked at the church, clearly not pleased to be here. Seeing her class, I was embarrassingly thankful that Jenks and Siri had stepped in and bought me a clue. Putting on my happy face, I came down the steps. "Isn't this such a sweet little church, Mother?" the tall woman said, twining her arm in her mom's and gesturing at the basilica. "Trenton was right. This is the perfect place for an understated wedding." "Understated?" Jenks muttered from my earring. "It's a friggin' cathedral." "Hush," I said, liking her parents for some reason. They looked content together, and I found myself wanting to keep them that way. So when I woke at night alone, I'd know that somewhere there was someone who had found love and made it last. No wonder Elsbeth was ticked at being asked to marry someone she didn't love when she had grown up seeing her parents' contentment. I'd be mad, too. The hair on my arms prickled, and I turned to see Quen already out of the gleaming Jaguar. He was dressed in his usual black pants and shirt, a pair of soft shoes on his feet. A leather belt with a silver buckle was his only decoration. I wondered if it was charmed. The pock-scarred man raised his eyebrows at me in greeting, and I decided it probably was. Quen was headed for Trent's door, but before he could get there, Trent had opened it himself. Blinking in the strong afternoon sun, he gazed at the sky, his eyes moving as he traced the lines of the front tower outlined against it. His jeans fit him nicely, properly faded and hitting his boots just right. A silk shirt of a deep green that matched Elsbeth's ribbons gave him some flash, going well with his tan and fair hair. He looked good, but not happy. Seeing the 5 elves together, I wondered at the differences. Elsbeth's mother had Trent's same wispy hair, but her father's was closer to Elsbeth's, rougher, almost looking like a poor attempt to match it. Beside them, Quen's dark features and ebony hair looked like the other side of the coin, but no less elven. Elsbeth brought her gaze from the scrollwork above the big doors when Trent and Quen approached. Her gaze lit upon me, and her expression froze. I smiled as she realized we had our hair up in the same way. Her face under her perfect makeup went stiff. "Hello, Elsbeth," I said, having been introduced to her by her first name the night she'd walked in on me soaking in her tub. Long story, but innocent enough. "Miss Morgan," she said, extending a pale hand. "How are you?" "Fine, thank you." I took her hand in mine, surprised that it was warm. "I'm honored to be in the wedding party. Have you decided which dress yet?" The woman's expression went even stiffer behind her shades. "Father," she said, not answering me. "This is the woman Trent arranged to work additional security. As if they can't tell I'm not one of her friends," I thought, taking their hands as they were offered. "Pleasure to meet you," I said to each of them in turn. "This is Jenks, my partner. He'll be working the perimeter and communication." Jenks's wings clattered to life, but before he could charm them with his sparkling personality, Elsbeth's mother gasped. "He's real," she stammered. "I thought he was a decoration on your earring." Elsbeth's father tensed. "A pixie," he said, taking a wary step back. "Trent?" A burst of dust spilled from Jenks to light on my shoulder, and I all but snapped. "This is my team. I may be bringing on a vamp if I think it necessary. If you have a complaint, take it up with Trent. My backup can keep his mouth shut about your precious secret identities. But if you show up for the wedding dressed like extras for some ridiculous movie, it won't be my fault if someone figures it out." Elsbeth's mother was staring at Jenks in fascination, and the pixie had noticed. Red-faced, he zipped from one side of me to the other in agitation, finally landing on a shoulder. Clearly, the pixie paranoia went from coast to coast, and she hadn't seen one in a while. "I can't keep your butts above the grass without him," I continued, darting increasingly nervous glances at Elsbeth's mom, whose green eyes were bright and captivated. "And this overdone media circus is likely going to bring the weirdos out of the woodwork." I stopped, seeing as no one was listening. Mrs. Withen had blushed to look 10 years younger, one hand on her husband's shoulder as she failed to hide her desire to talk to Jenks. "Ah, the hell with it," I muttered under my breath. Then louder, "Jenks, why don't you escort the ladies into the church where it's safer?" "Rach," he whined. Mr. Withen pulled himself straighter. "Ellie," he warned, and I reddened. Trent cleared his throat. Stepping forward, he took my elbow in restraint, disguising it as a companionable motion. "Miss Morgan's commitment to her job is as obvious and upfront as her opinions," he said dryly. "I've used her in the past, and I trust her and her partners implicitly in sensitive matters." "Used me, that's about right." "I can keep a secret," Jenks muttered, his fitfully moving wings shifting my hair. Mrs. Elf beamed at him, and again I wondered at the possible species relationship elves and pixies might have had. Broken when the elves went underground. Jenks's kids loved Ciri. Of course they loved Glenn, too, and I knew he was a human. Elsbeth caught her father's wary look, her red lips compressing at her mother's charmed smile. "Trenton, dear," the nasty woman said, looping her arm back into her mother's, "I'm going to show my parents the interior of the cathedral while you instruct the help on their duties. It's such a quaint little church. I honestly didn't know they made cathedrals this size." I bit back my ire, proud of the Hallows Basilica, and I wasn't the help. I was the person who was going to keep the rabble from taking potshots at them as they paraded their rich elf asses down Main Street. "That sounds equitable, love," Trent said from behind me. "I'll meet you inside." Elsbeth leaned to give him a peck on the cheek, and though he trailed a hand along her cheek as she moved away, he didn't kiss her back. Heels clacking on the sidewalk, she led her parents to the side door, since the front was clearly locked. "Send Caroline in when she arrives," she said over her shoulder, effectively telling us to stay outside until the maid of honor got here. It was fine with me. "I'll do that," Trent called after them, and the 3 elves turned the corner, Elsbeth loudly telling her mother about the lovely little baptism pool. Her father was bent in conversation with her mother, clearly berating her for her interest in Jenks. She wasn't listening, almost walking sideways in her attempt to get a last look at Jenks. Jenks was silent, clearly embarrassed. I thought it odd, since he charmed humans all the time. Why was it different when an elf liked him? "Hey, Rachel," he said, the hum of his wings loud as he lifted to hover before my eyes. "I'm going to take a look around. Back in 5. "Thanks, Jenks." But he was already gone, his tiny body a speck darting over the spires. I brought my eyes back to find Quen waiting for me. "You expect me to believe a pixie is effective backup?" he asked, eyebrows high. "Why do you have him out here? Are you trying to make the situation difficult?" Somehow Quen's attitude didn't surprise me. Stifling my pique, I headed to the side parking lot. He'll have the lowdown on the entire block in 30 seconds. I told you you're doing yourself a disservice by keeping pixies out of your garden. You should be begging for a clan to move in, not lacing sticky web in your canopy. They're better sentries than geese." The older elf's wrinkles slid into each other as he frowned. He had come up on my left, and with Trent on my right, I felt surrounded. "And you trust Jenks?" Quen asked. I think it was the first time Quen had called Jenks by his name, and I glanced at him as we rounded the corner and the traffic noise dulled. Implicitly. No one said anything, and embarrassed, I blurted, "I can't protect you if you aren't together, or is this just a way to have someone pretty on your arm when you walk into a room?" "No, Ms. Morgan," Trent said softly, his bangs drifting in the slight breeze. "But seeing as the sun is up, how much danger can we be in from a demon? I don't expect Lee to show up, and if he does, it won't be until after dark." He hesitated, with a demon pulling his strings. We couldn't very well go in after Elsbeth had told us to stay out, and I wasn't eager to spend more time than I had to with her. It seemed Trent wasn't either, so we settled to a stop by the side stairs and the less imposing secondary entrance off the parking lot. My sandals scuffed against the white lines of the painted-on basketball court, but Quen was silent in his soft shoes. I wanted a pair, despite that they would leave me that much shorter. "You, trust me in sensitive matters?" I said to Trent. "What does that mean?" Trent tracked a flock of pigeons, blinking as they crossed the sun. "It means I trust you to keep your mouth shut, but not to keep your fingers out of my desk." Quen shifted to stand almost out of my sight. I turned to keep him in it. "That bothered you, didn't it, that I could sneak into your office?" I asked. Ears reddening, Trent glanced at me. "Yes." Pleased, I shifted my shoulders. Casual looked good on him, and I wondered what he'd look like in a burger joint with his elbows on the table and his hands wrapped around a half-pound of beef. He wasn't much older than me, forced to grow up fast when his parents died. I wanted to ask him if his kids would have pointed ears when they were born, but I didn't. "I won't do it again," I said suddenly, not knowing why. At that, Trent turned to face me. "Break into my home? Is that a promise?" "No, but I won't." Quen cleared his throat to cover a chuckle. Green eyes fixed on mine. Trent nodded. He didn't look happy, and I was feeling sorry for him. "That," he said, "I'll believe." Quen stiffened, but his attention was on the sky, not me. I put my hand up when I recognized Jenks's wings. "Rach," he panted, landing on my hand and grasping my thumb when he nearly fell off. "We got a problem, coming down the road in a '67 Chevy. Better than a tripwire," I said dryly to Quen, wondering if I should move my new cuffs from my shoulder bag to my hip. Then I asked Jenks, "Who is it, Denon?" The car in question came around the corner, a powder-blue convertible with the top open. Engine racing, it pulled into the far end of the lot. Quen shifted from casual to protective. Pulse pounding, I tapped a line. The rush of power took me by surprise, and I staggered. "I'm fine," I said, pushing Trent's arm off me. "Stay behind me." "It's Lee," Trent said, his face alight. "My God, Lee!" My mouth dropped open. The car lurched to a halt, parked 10 feet away, and cantwise to the lines. Trent stepped forward, and I yanked him back. Lee escaped Al? The man turned off the car and pulled his head up, smiling at the three of us and squinting from the sun. Leaving the keys in the ignition, he opened the door and got out. "Lee?" I stammered, not believing it. A rush of guilt swept me. Though I had tried to prevent it, I had been there when Al took Lee as his familiar instead of me. That he had escaped was impossible, but here he was, angling his trim surfer boy body out of the car with an unconscious grace. His small nose and thin lips gave him casual good looks, and his Asian heritage was obvious in the straight, severely black hair cut short above his ears. Looking confident and cocky in a faintly frumpy black suit, he strode forward with hands outstretched. "It's not Lee," Jenks said, having moved himself to my shoulder. "He doesn't smell right, and that's not a witch's aura. Rach, that isn't Lee." Shock became mistrust. "Stay back," I said, jerking Trent behind me when he moved. He stumbled, then caught his balance. Scowling, he tugged his shirt straight. "The sun is up, Morgan. I know a few rules about demons, and that one you can't break. Lee escaped. What did you expect? He's an expert at ley line magic. Deal with the jealousy." Jealous? I barked, not believing this. You want to bet your life on it? Lee was still coming forward, and putting out a hand, I shouted, "Stop right there! I'm telling you to stop!" Lee obediently halted 10 feet away, his black hair gleaming in the light. He drew a pair of round sunglasses from a pocket and perched them on his small nose, hiding his brown eyes. Hands spread wide in innocence wronged, he almost bowed. "Good afternoon, Rachel Mariana Morgan. You look eminently ravishable with the sun in your hair, love." The blood drained from my face, and I took a faltering step backward. It wasn't Lee. It was Al. The voice had been Lee's, but the cadence and pronunciation were Al-Jalea-rept's. The voice had been Lee's, but the cadence and pronunciation were Al-Jalea-rept's. How? "Holy crap, it's Al!" Jenks squeaked, and his grip on my ear tightened. "Get him in the church," I hissed at Quen. Feeling betrayed, I almost panicked. The sun was up. This wasn't fair. There was scuffling behind me, and Trent's indignant complaint. "Damn it," I thought. "This isn't a committee decision. Get him out of here!" I yelled. Al's smile widened. He stepped toward us. There wasn't time. I lunged forward, my forearms hitting the pavement, my fingers brushing the white marking of the basketball court, and my toes taking the rest of my body weight. "Rhombus!" I shouted. Tears sprang up at the gravel, cutting the soft part of my arms. But with a welcoming drop of power through me, the amber wash of ever after flowed up from the earth, arching to a close over our heads. Hurt, I let my knees touch the pavement, and I slowly got up, brushing my arms and palms free of grit. Damn it! I had ruined Ciri's present. I glanced first at Al, who looked mildly insulted, then Trent and Quen, safe inside my circle with me. The older elf was stiff, clearly not liking being in my bubble, large as it was. Face tight, he eyed the black smears of demon smut crawling over my amber-tinted enclosure. It looked particularly ugly in the sun, and since Quen was skilled in leyline magic, he knew that the black was a reflection of what I had done to my soul, and the only way I could have gotten it that fast was by playing with demon magic. Angry, I backed up, still rubbing my arms. "I got it twisting a demon curse to save my boyfriend's life," I said in explanation. "I didn't kill anything, I didn't hurt anyone." Quen's face was empty of emotion. "You hurt yourself," he said. "Yeah, I guess I did." Trent scuffed his feet. "That's not Lee," he whispered, his face ashen. Jenks landed on my shoulder, having flown off when I hit the ground. "Good God, the man is dumber than Tink's dildo. Didn't I say it wasn't him? Did my lips not move and say it wasn't him? I'm small, not blind." Recovering his earlier aplomb, Al smiled. Trent retreated into Quen's protection, away from me and Al both. Al had mauled Trent the same night the demon had first attacked me. Trent had a right to be afraid. But the sun was up. This could not be happening. We all jumped when Al poked a finger at my bubble, and the black seemed to pool in the ripple he made. "No, not Lee," the demon said. "Yet it is him, 100%. "How?" I stammered. Had we been spelled into thinking it was daylight when it was really after sunset? "The sun?" Al looked up, taking off his glasses and basking in it. "It is splendidly pretty without the red sheen. I quite like it." His gaze fell to me, and I shivered. Think about it. 100% Lee, but not Lee. That left only one possibility. And whereas if someone had asked me Monday, I would have said it was impossible, I now found it remarkably easy to believe, after having shoved a demon out of my thoughts just 3 days ago. "You're possessing him," I said, feeling my stomach clench. Lee clapped his hands. He was wearing white gloves, and it looked wrong, so very wrong. "You can't do that," Trent said from my elbow. "It's a fairy tale?" Al brushed a piece of non-existent dust from himself. "No, just very expensive and normally impossible. It's not supposed to last past sunup either, but your father—" Al looked from Trent to me and back to Trent. "He made Lee special." It had been mockingly sincere, and I went cold. Lee's blood could kindle demon magic, so could mine. Oh, swell, just peachy damn keen. But Lee was smarter than this. He knew that Al couldn't hurt me and get away with it. There was more. We hadn't heard it all. I could smell the clean scent of crushed green leaves, and I realized Trent was sweating. "You tricked him," Trent said, the distress clear in his voice. I didn't think it was fear for himself. I think he was truly distressed that his childhood friend was alive and trapped in his own head by a demon. Al put his shades on. "I got the better end of the deal, yes. But I'm following it to the letter. He wanted out. I gave him his freedom, in a manner of speaking." "Lee," Trent said, moving forward. "Fight it," he encouraged. Al laughed, and I drew Trent back. "Lee's gone," I said, feeling ill. "Forget him." "Yes, listen to the witch." Al wiped his eye with an elegant hanky drawn from a pocket. He wasn't using the ever after. His sunglasses had been in a pocket, too. His abilities were diminished to Lee's. It went along with what Siri had said about demons being no more powerful than a witch, apart from several thousand years of storing charms and curses inside themselves. If he was truly in Lee's body, then he was limited to what Lee could do until he brewed himself back to omnipotence. Very expensive, normally impossible. It added up to one person. One crazy person. "Newt did this, didn't she?" Jenks swore softly, and Al spun, his anger looking wrong on Lee's face. "You're getting annoyingly perceptive," he said. "I could have figured it out on my own." "Then why didn't you?" I said, fear tightening all my muscles. "You can't twist a curse complex enough to best the sun. You're a hack." I prodded, and Jenks's wings hummed. "Rachel, shut up," he pleaded when Al reddened. But I forged ahead, wanting to know why he was here. My life might depend upon it. "You had to buy a curse from her," I goaded. "How much did it cost, Al? What do you want that you're too dumb to get on your own?" He stared at me through the shifting bands of color of my bubble, and I stifled a shudder. "You?" the demon said, chilling me. "If it gives me a shot at you, then it's worth my everlasting soul," he intoned, his voice sliding through me to leave the taste of lightning on my tongue. I refused to back up, almost numb. My breath came and went, and Quen's presence seemed to grow stronger. "You can't," I said, voice quavering. "You made a deal. You or your agents can't hurt me this side of the lines. Lee knows that. He'd never agree." Al's smile widened, and when he tapped his dress shoes against the pavement in delight, I saw he had lace on his socks. "Which is why I will free him the instant before you expire, so he is the one actually doing it. He has reason enough on his own to want you dead, so the agent clause won't come into play. But killing you is the last thing I want to do." Gazing past me to where the sky met the basilica's towers, he breathed deeply. "The moment I leave Lee, I am susceptible to summonings and such. And much as I hate to miss the fall parties, this is so much more fun. Don't think that makes you safe, though." He brought his gaze down, and I shivered at the alienness behind the normal brown orbs. "I can keep you alive through a tremendous amount of pain." I swallowed. "Yeah, and you can't go misty to avoid my foot hitting your crotch either." Tilting his head, Al stepped back. "There is that." "Who is Newt?" Trent said, reminding me I wasn't alone, and I jumped when he touched my elbow. "Morgan, I want to know right now if you practice demonology." Jenks started from my shoulder, anger hard on his tiny features. "Rachel is not a practitioner," he said hotly, easily dodging Quen's attempts to get him away from Trent. Quen dropped his hand, probably only now realizing how dangerous a small flying thing with a sword could be. Trent's eyes had never left mine, trusting that Jenks wouldn't hurt him. His question had been laced with an iron demand for an answer. Fear lay under it, but stronger than that was anger at me for dabbling in demons. My eyes returned to Al. "Newt is a very old, crazy demon. I bought a trip home from her when your friend dumped me there." "Her?" Trent stammered, panic sliding behind his green eyes. "There are no more female demons. We killed the last few before leaving the Ever After." "Well, you missed one," I said, but Trent wasn't listening, having been pulled aside by Quen. The older elf was very distressed, and I wondered what was bothering him. Al? Being trapped in my circle? the threat of Jenks, Elsbeth's wedding being crashed by a demon, all of the above. But then my own fears started to tighten about my spine. I'd shoved Newt out of my thoughts a few days ago. She'd been looking for the focus. Shit. What if Al wants to pay off his new debt to her? He had said the curse to do this was expensive. Was he the one killing the wares trying to find out who had it? "Why are you really here?" I breathed. If he was after the focus, there wasn't much I could do to stop him once he realized I had it. My question seemed to delight Al, and he simpered, adjusting the cuffs of his gloves. "I'm here for my best friend's wedding. I would have thought that was obvious." Damn it. It was the focus. I had to call Maneas. I'd rather get a mark removed for it, not hang on to it until the school bully took it from me and I got nothing. But if Al got it, it would hit the streets as soon as the sun went down, sold to the highest bidder, and there we would be with an interland power struggle courtesy of me. My pulse was fast, but standing in this circle wasn't doing anyone any good. "Ready, Jenks?" I said, and the pixie dropped to hover beside me. He nodded, features tight as he shifted his grip upon his sword. Eyes narrowing, I reached my hand out and broke the circle. Quen exploded into motion, jerking Trent behind him. "Morgan!" he shouted, and I rounded on him. "Relax!" I snapped, releasing some tension. "He isn't going to do anything. He's here for a wedding." I glanced at Al, seeming eminently controlled and still standing right where he had been. If Al wants us dead, we'd have been in the ground a week ago. He's been here since the invitation hit Lee's mailbox. Pulse hammering, I turned to Al. "Am I right?" Eyes hidden behind his glasses, the demon nodded. "He's harmless," I continued, as much to convince myself as Trent and Quen. "Well, not as lethal, maybe. If he's in Lee's body, he doesn't have access to all the curses he's stored in himself over the past millennia. He's only as good as Lee was, until he spends some time in the kitchen anyway, and he's going to follow the rules of our society, or he's going to end up in jail, which won't be any fun." Forcing my jaw to relax, I arched my eyebrows, wishing I could do the one eyebrow thingy. "Will it?" I said. Al inclined his head, and Quen almost jumped him, catching his movement in a sharp motion. "How fast you learn," the demon said, scowling at Quen's mistrust. "We must sit together at dinner. We have so much to chat about." "Go to hell," I said softly. This was a crappy birthday, 40,000 notwithstanding. "Not until I kill you, and though I will, it's not going to happen today. I like your yellow sun." Tugging up the sleeve to his jacket, he glanced at his watch. "I'll see you inside. I do so want to meet your darling little woman-to-be, Trenton. Congratulations. It is an honor to stand up with you." His smile widened to show perfect, simply dazzling teeth. "Fitting," he drawled. I felt a chill as I remembered Siri. Oh, man, I had to call her. Al was loose. Steps jaunty, Al headed up the stairs to the door, oohing and ahhing at the architecture and detail work. His body language looked wrong on Lee's body, and with the strength of the ley line running through me, I felt like I was going to throw up. "Quen," Trent said, clearly alarmed. "He can't go in there, can he?" I pulled out my phone, then put it away, since Keesley didn't have a phone, and Ivy wasn't home to relay a message to them. "He can," I said, remembering how Newt had controlled me while I was on holy ground. Besides, only the stage and altar are sanctified, remember? The basilica hadn't been fully sanctified since the turn to allow Cincy's more important denizens to partake of life's little ceremonies. The altars were still blessed, just not the entryway and the pews. We all watched Al open the door. Turning, he waved to us, then passed the threshold. The door shut behind him. I waited for something to happen. Nothing did. "This isn't good," Quen said. I choked back my burst of laughter, knowing it would come out sounding hysterical. "We, had better get in there before he does something to Elsbeth," I said, wondering if we might all go out for a beer first, or a six-pack, in the Bahamas. Trent rocked into motion an instant before Quen, and with Jenks on my shoulder again, I fell into step beside him. Trent dropped his head for an instant, then pulled it up to me. "You aren't a demon practitioner," he asked as we took the first steps up. I put a hand to my stomach, wondering if this day could get any worse. No, but they seemed to practice me. 23. The 24-piece band Elsbeth had hired was taking a break, leaving the muted intensity of a single classical guitar as a pleasant background to the self-congratulatory conversation at the far end of the table. Having long since lost my upright posture, I had an elbow on the pristine linen tablecloth, my fingers rolling the stem of my wine glass back and forth, wondering if I could bill Trent for the $40,000 even if Al didn't do anything. The rehearsal dinner had been way over the top. I could have lived for a week on what had been put in front of me, and the waste bothered me. But that paled in comparison to my discomfort during the dinner conversation. Elsbeth had shoved me, Quen, and Al as far from herself as she could. I was sure if she could have gotten away with it, the prickly woman would have put us in a different room. Al had earned his spot because of fear, I out of spite, and Quen to keep an eye on both of us. Everyone at our end of the table was long gone, the ring-bearer and his parents, the 3 flower girls and their folks, the ushers, and the woman who was going to sing were all laughing in a fawning circle about Elsbeth. Trent was sitting beside her. He looked tired. Maybe he should have taken more interest in the wedding arrangements and made sure that some of his friends were invited to balance out Elsbeth's. Maybe he didn't have any friends. Right now, Al's chair was vacant, he having excused himself to go to the little boy's room. Quen had gone with him, and I didn't have anything to do until they returned. I thought the idea of a demon using the facilities was odd, and I wondered if Al was a living being and used to it, or if going to the can was a new and exciting experience. Jenks had spent the evening in the chandelier avoiding Mrs. Withen. I found myself hoping he might pix Elsbeth so we could leave. Tired, I raised my glass and sipped my wine. I was going to pay for it tomorrow, but damn, it was one of the best red wines I'd ever tasted. I would have looked at the label, but I knew it was far out of my reach, even without the allergies. My gaze slid to Elsbeth, and I rolled the possibility around in my thoughts that she knew I was allergic to it and had served it intentionally. As if feeling my gaze, she turned to me, smug as she chatted with her friends. Her face shifted expression for an instant when I heard Al's voice in the hallway. The demon in Lee's body came in laughing with the band trailing behind him, and I worried until I saw Quen with him. From the chandelier came Jenks's soft wing chirp, letting me know he had seen them. Quen met my eyes, and I relaxed, taking another sip of wine and setting it out of my reach. It had surprised me how easy it was to work with the elf. We complemented each other, seeming to have found a comfortable body language that usually took me several runs with a person to develop. I wasn't sure if that was good or not. The band settled themselves, picking up seamlessly with soft 40s jazz when the guitar ended, and I clapped with the rest when a woman in a sequined gown started singing What's New. I slumped back, then started when I felt someone's hand on my chair. Hard in my throat, I spun, my alarm falling into self-disgust. It was Lee, or Al, rather, and his normal-looking brown eyes glittered in amusement. Pulse still fast, I sent my gaze to Quen. The older man smiled, seemingly enjoying that I had been surprised. "What do you want?" I said, shoving Al's gloved hand off the back of my chair. His gaze lifted to touch upon the small dance floor as Trent and Elsbeth moved to it. Great, they were dancing. I'd be here all night. Smiling like, well, the devil, Al gestured as if inviting me to dance. My breath puffed out of me and I crossed my knees. Right. No way I was going to dance with Al. Lee's striking Asian features melted into a smile. "You have something better to do? I have a proposition concerning that nasty mark of mine you're wearing." My heart gave a pound, then settled. I felt every muscle tighten. Getting rid of my demon marks was high on my to-do list, but I was sure whatever he had in mind wouldn't do me any favors. Still, talking to Al here was better than doing this on the bus ride home, or my kitchen, or my bedroom if he decided to follow me. I glanced up to Jenks in the chandelier, and the pixie shrugged, his wings a dull orange. "Why the hell not?" I muttered, standing up. "That's the spirit." Al dropped back a step to elegantly offer his arm. I thought about my splat gun, then left it in my bag under the table. No need to put it in Al's reach. "Jenks is up there," I said, edging past Al to reach the dance floor without his help. "You do anything funny, and he'll pix you." "Oh, I'm shivering in my little silk boxers," Al scoffed. "You've never been pixed," I said, and a frown crossed his brow, making my guess that he couldn't go misty to avoid pain and discomfort seem likely. My feet were on the parquet floor, and he put out his hand, waiting for me to take it. Suddenly I realized I was standing face to face with a demon, and he wanted to dance. Okay, I thought, thinking my life couldn't get any more chancy. Al huffed impatiently, and I slid my hand onto his. The white cotton of his glove was soft, and I stifled a shudder when his free hand went to my waist. If he tried to get rid of the air between us, I was going to slug him. "There," he said, when my hand lightly touched him and he shifted us into motion. "Isn't this nice? Siri danced very well. I missed that." Nice? It was as nerve-wracking as all hell. My pulse was pounding, and I was glad he had on the gloves, not only because I didn't want to touch him, but because I was starting to sweat. He had said something about getting rid of my mark, though, so I'd listen. "What?" I croaked, then cleared my throat, embarrassed. "What do you want?" "This is a rare opportunity," Al said, smiling at me with Lee's beautiful teeth. "How often does one have the chance to dance with her savior amid the glitter of elves?" I sighed in impatience. At least I told myself it was impatience. The reality was, I was starting to get a little lightheaded from not breathing. "I'm out here for one reason only," I said, moving stiffly with him in time with the music. "And if you don't start talking, I'm going back to arranging the sugar packets." Al's hand tightened on mine, and he shifted my weight. I bobbled when he spiraled me out to a swoop of music. Tense and gasping, he yanked me back, and I hit him, a puff of burnt amber assailing me. I pushed, but he had me close. Eyes wide, I tensed to stomp on his foot, but my muscles went weak when he whispered, "I know you have the focus." His breath moved my hair, and this time when I struggled, his grip loosened. Pulse hammering, I put air between us. His hand on mine pinched, and conscious of people watching, I put my hand back atop his waist. "I can smell it on you," he murmured. "Demon magic, older than you, older than me. It marked your hand where you grasped it. It stains everything you touch, a trail that the knowing can follow like the dusting of prints." I swallowed, moving woodenly to the slow jazz. "I'm not giving it to you," I said, hardly breathing. "If I did, it'd be on the streets by sunrise. You kill me and you'll lose your lease on Lee's body and have to go back. You hurt me and Newt will put you in a bottle. Let go of me." Charm flowed from Al, looking wrong coming from Lee's body. "Yes, let's do that," he said, his voice wispy with distraction. "Let's call Newt. She will show up right here and put me in a bottle. You'd like that, wouldn't you?" I fought to not twist my fingers from him, but I knew he wasn't going to call my bluff. He was scared of her, too. Besides, I didn't know how to call her. I'd have to go through Manias, and I knew he wouldn't agree to it whether he owed me a favor or not. "I want something," he whispered, his eyes finding mine, "and I'll pay you well for it. But it's not the focus. Wouldn't you like that? To be free of my mark, to be free of me." I stared at him as we danced. He wanted something from me? Not the focus. Feeling ill, I moved my hand to his shoulder. My unfocused gaze on Elsbeth and Trent shifted as Al turned us. I felt disconnected, short of breath. Al leaned in, and I did nothing, numb. "I don't want the focus," he breathed, his words ruffling my hair. "But since you brought it up, you are in a spot of trouble." He hesitated, coming even closer. "I can help you there." Jerked out of my thoughts, I pulled back. His gloved fingers gripped harder, and his eyes were stern with the warning to stay where I was. "I don't think you can keep it a secret much longer," he cautioned, "and you aren't strong enough to hold it on your own once the world knows you have it. What will you do, silly girl?" "Don't call me that," I said, then went cold as I put it together. He didn't want anyone knowing I had it. Damn, he was the one killing the wares. Alarmed, my eyes widened and I twisted my hand, only to have his grip tighten until it hurt. "You're killing wares to keep it quiet that I've got it?" I said, my dance movements going stiff. "You killed Mr. Ray's secretary and Mrs. Sarong's accountant to warn them off." Throwing back his head, Al laughed. Eyes were on us, but as in high school, where the football star gets away with whatever he wants, no one intervened, frightened. "No," Al said, confidence flowing from him as he reveled in the power he had simply by what he was. "I'm not killing them to protect you. That is delightful. I know who he is, though. If they should find it, they would have no qualms about killing you for it, and that would really piss me off." My first impetus to get away from him faltered. "You know who's killing the wares?" As he moved us to the music, he nodded. His black bangs had fallen before his eyes, and I could tell it was bothering him, but he wouldn't let go of me. I didn't think he liked Lee's hair, and I wondered how long it would be until he invested some kitchen time in making a curse to change his looks. "Do you want to know who?" he said, tossing his head to clear his vision. "I'll tell you, for an hour of your time." First my mark and now the name of the murderer? "An hour of my time," I said, imagining how that hour might go. "Thanks, but no," I said dryly. "I'll figure it out for myself." "In time to do anything about the next death?" he mocked. "Is a life worth 60 minutes of your time?" Tensing, I glared. "I won't feel guilty for that," I said. "And why do you care?" "It might be someone close to you," he mocked, and fear spiked through me, even as the music changed, and the singer started in with, "Crazy, he calls me." I couldn't think as the music swelled, and I moved without resistance when Al danced us away from Trent, who was trying to eavesdrop on our conversation. "I need a favor," Al said, lips barely moving and his voice heavy with embarrassment. "Do this one thing and I'll take the focus off your hands. I'll even promise to keep it until after you die. You'll never have to see the wars, the pestilence." He smiled, sickening me. "It's a no-brainer." A golden age of peace that would last as long as I lived. Right. As soon as he got it, he'd kill me. With Ciri's help, I might be able to make an ironclad deal to keep myself alive. But it was a false hope, and it made my chest hurt. I wanted the simple answer so badly. I managed to swallow as I danced with the demon of my future's past. He said he didn't want the focus, but would take it as a favor. I moved woodenly as I thought. Something wasn't right. I was missing something. Al said he liked it here, but I could see that the loss of his omnipotence was chafing him. There had to be a reason he was lowering himself to this fraction of strength, and I didn't think it had to do with wanting a suntan. He wanted a favor from me. Pulse settling to a hard beat, I eyed him squarely, squeezing his hand until he noticed. "What aren't you telling me, Al?" The demon grimaced. Pulling my eyebrows high, I made a telling face. "You're over here for a reason, and it's not me. I'm not that big a pain, and nothing is stopping you from dragging me off." My words trailed to nothing as the thought trickled through me. Why hasn't he just dragged me off? A smile quirked my lips, and I aimed it at the suddenly unsure demon. "You're in trouble, aren't you?" I guessed, knowing I was right when his smooth pace bobbled. "You're up Crap Creek and you're hiding on this side of the lines because they can't drag you back while you're possessing Lee." "Don't be inane," Al said, but he was sweating. I could see a bead of moisture at his temple, and his hand gripping mine in its glove was getting damp. "I'm here to kill you, slowly." "Then do it," I said boldly. "If you do, you're back in the ever after. You put yourself into a huge amount of debt to stay here when the sun is up. The only one who knows is an insane demon who probably forgot about you already." Al frowned. Knowing I was pressing my luck, I said, "What did you do? Forget to return a library book?" Pain cramped my hand, and I tried to pull from him. "It's your fault," Al snarled, the hate in his eyes stopping my protest. Newt found out Ciri is running around under a yellow sun knowing how to spindle line energy, and since Ciri was my familiar, I'm the one responsible. Let go, I said, twisting my fingers. If I go back, I'm going to be held accountable, he said darkly, squeezing. You're hurting me, I said. Let me go or I'm going to kick you in the nads. Al's grip loosened. I pulled away, standing 3 feet from him, and glaring as the band continued to play, the singer's voice becoming distracted and uneasy. For an instant we stared at each other. Then he snatched up my hand and got us moving again. Forgive me, he said, not sounding at all apologetic. I am understandably upset. I have never been in such a position before. His eyes narrowed. They don't know you know the same, and it's in your best interest to keep your mouth shut about it, but you were there when she and I struck the deal, and you're going to tell them that she's been bound to keep her mouth shut but for one child, that the damage is contained. My pulse was fast, but his hold was again light. The song ended, and we seamlessly moved into the next one, the pace slowing. I don't stand a ghost of a chance. Figures. Arching my eyebrows high, I eyed him warily. You want me to verify your story? I said caustically. They don't trust you. Why should I? Bother flashed over him, and before I could react, he pulled me into him. My breath was a quick intake, and I lost my bravado in a wash of icy fear. Oh, Al hissed threateningly, his words shifting my wispy curls. No need to get nasty. He crushed me to him, his heavy hand landing on the back of my neck. Adrenaline spiked. I was playing with a tiger. I was taunting a freaking demon. Behind me, the band continued, albeit shakily. Seeing my fear, Al split his lips in a nasty grin. Leaning into me, he tilted his head and whispered, It doesn't have to be this way. His hand caressed my neck, and I sucked in my breath. Hot need trilled through me, sparking from neuron to neuron, lighting a path to my core. My knees buckled, but I didn't move, held in his grip. He was playing upon my scar, and doing it really, really well. My next breath was a harsh gasp. I couldn't think. It felt that good. Al's breath mingled with mine, uniting us when his breath swirled in my lungs. The scent of burnt amber mixed with the delicious feeling he instilled, forever melding the two. Did you think only vampires could play upon your scar? Al murmured, and I shook when he rubbed his thumb against me. We came first. They're only our shadows. Stop it, I said, my eyes closing. My pulse was a fast thrum. I had to get away from this. Such beautiful skin, he breathed, and I shuddered. You've been dabbling in a little vanity curse, my dear. It suits you. Go to hell, I panted. Come with me and testify that Ciri has agreed not to teach anyone but a daughter, he insisted. I'll take away a mark. I'll give you a night of this, 100 vanity curses, whatever you want, Rachel. We don't have to be adversaries. A moan, feather light, slipped from me. You're crazier than Newt if you think I'm going to trust you. If you don't, he said, breath moist and hot on me, I'll kill you. Then you'll never get what you want. His grip clenched, and finding strength in the knowledge that he was trying to dominate me, I opened my eyes. Let go, I demanded, my hand balling up and pushing. Excuse me, Lee, came Trent's voice from behind me. The passion flowing through me cut off so fast I staggered, groaning. It hurt, damn it, having it ripped away so suddenly. Dizzy, I turned. Though Trent looked calm and confident on the surface, I could tell he wasn't. Behind him, Quen watched from across the room. Tense but distant. It was obvious he didn't approve of his Sahan interfering. You have monopolized Miss Morgan long enough, Trent said, smiling. May I cut in? Al's gloved hand slipped from my neck. I took a breath, trying to expunge the last of the ecstasy he had drawn through me. I stumbled, feeling both numb and alive. Unreal. "Of course, Trenton," the demon said, placing my hand in trance. "I will console myself with talking to your beautiful bride-to-be." I wasn't breathing right, and I blinked at Trent as the warmth of his hand stole into mine. But Trent wasn't looking at me. "Watch your step, demon," Trent said, his green eyes hardening with an ancient hatred. "We are not helpless." Al's smile widened. "That's what makes it fun." I jumped when Al put a gloved hand on my shoulder, and I cursed myself for it. "I'll be in touch, Rachel," he said, voice full and throaty when he leaned closer. "I'll sharpen my stakes," I said, pulling myself out of my shock. His hand fell away, and he walked off laughing, jaunty and sure of himself. And through it all the band played on. I took a slow breath and brought my eyes to Trent's. I didn't know what to feel. I was frightened, relieved, grateful. He hadn't needed to intervene. I was supposed to be protecting him. It was obvious he wanted to know what Al and I had been discussing, but there was no way in hell I was going to tell him. Still. "Thank you," I whispered. A smile twitched at his lips. His head bobbed slightly with the music 3 times, and then he pulled me into motion. "Yes, well, it's not like I want to marry you," he said. My free hand rose as we moved, and after a moment I placed it lightly on his shoulder. Trent didn't say anything, and I started to relax. My pulse slowed, and I began seeing things again. The scent of green leaves pushed out the stench of burnt amber, and I abruptly realized I was utterly pliant in his arms, letting him direct me about the floor without a thought in my head. I met his eyes. Seeing my horror, he chuckled. "You are a surprisingly fine dancer, Miss Morgan," he said. "Thanks, so are you. Did you take classes, or is it an elf thing?" Okay, maybe that had been a little sharp, but Trent didn't take offense, inclining his head gracefully. "A little of both." My eyes darted to Elsbeth. Al was moving in on her, but the woman didn't know it yet, too intent on trying to kill me with her thoughts. Beside her, her mother was trying to coax Jenks down. Her husband was sitting sullenly beside her, clearly having given up on trying to stop her, and as I watched, Jenks left his post, coming to a light landing before her. Even from here I could see he was embarrassed at the attention, but he was slowly warming. Trent twirled us so my back was to them, and I looked at him. "I can't believe you didn't tell them about Jenks," I said. His eyes flicked to mine and away. "I didn't think it mattered." A chuckle escaped me, and I found it did more than anything else to wash away the remnants of adrenaline. "Your entire species has been shunning pixie contact for 40 years, and you don't think it matters? I think you are afraid to tell them." Trent returned his eyes to mine. "No, it was for the entertainment value." I believed it. He must be bored out of his ever-loving mind. "Trent, is there something about pixies that you like?" His hand on my waist pinched in warning. "Excuse me." I felt a stir of confirmation. "I'm just curious if there's an interspecies bond or something that you've been neglecting." "No." That had been way too fast, and I smiled. He liked pixies but wasn't going to admit it. It just seems as if, "No." His movements went stiff, and I backed off before he danced me over to Al. "Are you ready for Sunday?" I said, changing the subject. "Wow, married in the Basilica. I never thought that would happen." "Me neither." His voice was distant and emotionless. "It should be quite a day." I ran my gaze down to him. "I bet you wanted to get married outside, huh? Under the trees in the moonlight?" Trent's ears reddened. "Oh, my God," I said. "You do, don't you?" His roving eyes never met mine. "It's her wedding, not mine." Needling Trent was one of my favorite things, and thinking that Al's showing up qualified as trouble and a pay increase, I shrugged, pleased that the day would end with money in my pocket. "I don't think it's her wedding either." We had made a full circuit, and I was looking at Elsbeth again. Al had captured her attention, and knowing that Trent didn't like his back to them, I moved freely under his direction until he could see them. I wasn't fooling myself that he loved her, but he clearly took his duties as a husband seriously. "Sure am glad I'm not royalty," I muttered. "I wouldn't want to have to bump uglies with someone I can't stand, on a regular basis, and no one else." "Ow!" I exclaimed, trying to yank my fingers from Trent but finding them caught. Then I colored, realizing what I'd said. "Oh, sorry," I stammered, meaning it. That was insensitive. Trent's frown turned into a sly smirk. "Bump uglies," he said, eyes on the table behind me. "You are a font of gutter slang, Rachel. We must do this again." The song had ended, and I felt his hand start to slip from mine. I glanced at Elsbeth, uptight and glaring at me as Al whispered in her ear. The thought of the unending indifference Trent would endure lay heavy on my mind, and I licked my lips in a sudden decision. I tightened my hold on his hand, and Trent eyed me suspiciously. His attempt to rock away from me turned into a tug, and we seamlessly stepped into sophisticated lady. He spun me, and I caught a glimpse of Elsbeth, white-faced as she listened to Al. She was a big girl. She could take it. It was obvious that Trent had felt my desire to keep dancing, and I wondered if he went along with it simply to bother Elsbeth. My focus blurred, and as Trent kept silent with his own thoughts, I found myself imagining his life with her. I was sure they would be okay. They would learn to love each other. It would only take a few decades. My gut tightened. Now or never. Trent," I said, and his gaze sharpened on me. "I've got someone I want you to meet. Can you come over tomorrow about 4 or so?" His eyebrows rose, and without a hint showing that I was about to complicate his life beyond reason, he chided me, saying, "Miss Morgan, your pulse has increased." I licked my lips, my feet moving by rote. "Yeah, so can you make it?" Disbelief shone in his green eyes. "Rachel," he said irately, "I'm a little busy." The song was at the refrain, and I knew he wouldn't dance another with me. "You know that old card you have in your great room, framed on the wall?" I blurted. That got his attention, and he took a slow breath. "The tarot cards." Nervous, I nodded. "Yes, I know someone who looks like the person on the devil card." Trent's expression went cold, and his hand pressed heavy on my waist. "The devil card? Is this some sort of deal you've got going?" "Geez, Trent," I said, insulted. "Not the devil. The woman he's dragging away." "Oh." His focus blurred as he thought that over, and then he frowned. "That is in really bad taste, even for you." He thinks it's a joke? "Her name is Siri," I said, stumbling over my words. "She used to be Al's familiar before I rescued her. She was born in the Dark Ages. She's just starting to put her life back together and is ready to meet what's left of her kin." Trent stopped, and we stood unmoving on the dance floor. Shock showed in his eyes. "And if you hurt her," I added, my hands leaving him, "I'll kill you. I swear I'll track you down like a dog and kill you." His mouth snapped shut. "Why are you telling me this?" he said, his face pale and the scent of green leaves almost an assault. "I'm getting married in 2 days." I put my hands on my hips. "What does your getting married have to do with anything?" I said, not surprised he would consider himself first and foremost. "She's not a broodmare. She's a woman with her own agenda. And as much as it might surprise you," I poked a finger at his chest, "it doesn't include the great and desirable Trent Calamack. She wants to meet you and give you whatever sample you need. That's it." Emotions crossed his features too fast to be recognized. Then the wall came down, and I shivered at the icy control. Saying nothing, he turned on a heel and walked away. I stared at him, blinking. "Hey, does that mean you aren't coming?" Moving stiffly, he crossed the room to talk to his parents-in-law-to-be, clearly trying to escape. A prickling at the back of my neck pulled my attention to Quen. His eyebrows were high in question, and I looked away before he decided to come over. Arms clasped about myself, I headed for a back table where I could sit out the rest of the evening. Jenks landed on my earring in a gliding slide of gold sparkles, his almost non-existent weight comforting and familiar. "You told him about Siri?" he asked. I nodded as the music ended, the singer's voice rising beautiful and alone. Jenks's wings fanned my neck. "What did he say?" Sighing, I sat down and started fiddling with the sugar packets. Nothing. 24. My feet hurt, and as I walked the last few blocks from the bus stop to my church, I paused to lean against a maple to take my flats off. A car whizzed by going too fast, and I scowled at it, listening to the brakes squeal as it turned the corner. Jenks yelped in surprise from my shoulder when I bent at the waist to remove my shoes, darting off in a clatter of wings. "Hey!" he snapped, the pixie dust sifting from him. "How about some warning, witch?" I glanced up. "Sorry," I said wearily. "You were so quiet I forgot you were there." His wing noise dulled, and he returned to my shoulder. "That's because I was asleep," he admitted. My shoes hooked over 2 fingers. I straightened. The party had broken up early, so all good elves could get home for their midnight siesta. Pixies kept to the same clock, sleeping 4 hours around midnight and 4 again at noon. No wonder Jenks was tired. The cracked sidewalk was warm against the soles of my feet, and we made our way in the streetlight-lit darkness toward the cheerful glow of the bulb illuminating the vampiric charms sign above the door. In the distance a siren wailed. The full moon wasn't due for a few days, but the streets had been busy, even here in the Hallows. Not that I'd been listening, but the gossip I caught on the bus was that the warehouse on Vine had caught fire again. The route home hadn't taken us anywhere near it, but the number of IS cruisers I'd seen had been astounding. The few people on the bus had looked afraid, for lack of a better word, yet my thoughts were too full of my own troubles to strike up a conversation, and Jenks apparently had been asleep. My feet were silent on the steps, and I yanked open the door, my gaze darting to the coat hooks in the hopes of seeing something of Ivy's hanging there. Nothing. Jenks sighed from my shoulder. "I'm calling her right now," I said, dropping my shoes by the door and swinging my shoulder bag around. "Rach," the pixie left me to hover where he could see my face. "It's been a full day. That's why I'm calling her." The connection went through as I wandered into the sanctuary, flicking on lights as I headed for the kitchen. Guilt whispered at me. She couldn't have found out about Kiston and me, and even then I think she would have yelled at me before she left. I think. The sound of crickets joined the hum of Jenks's dragonfly-like wings as I thunked on the kitchen light, squinting until my eyes adjusted to the glare. Ivy's missing computer was depressing, and I dropped my bag on the table to try to make it look less empty. My cell phone rang until Ivy's phone told me it was going to voicemail, and I disconnected. I closed the top with a dull snap. Jenks was sitting atop his brine shrimp, feet moving slightly as his wings hung still from worry. "If it's not one of you, it's the other," he said sourly. "Hey, I'm not the one who left last winter," I said, padding to the fridge for one of Ivy's bottled waters. "You really want to bring that up?" he snarled, and I shook my head, feeling guilty. "Maybe she's with Kiston," I said, cracking the plastic top and taking a swig. I wasn't thirsty, but it made me feel better, as if Ivy might come storming in demanding to know what I was doing drinking her water. Jenks rose into the air, slowly unfolding to stand on the lid of his brine shrimp. "Let me know if you hear something. I'm calling it a night. Jehan is in charge if something comes up. If you need him, let him know." My eyes widened. He had his kid playing sentry? "Jenks?" I questioned, and he turned from the screen, hovering by the pixie hole. His shoulders lifted and dropped. "I'm going to spend some time with Madalena," he said, and I worked hard to keep from smiling. "Okay," I said. "You want tomorrow off?" He shook his head, then vaulted through the hole in the screen. I stepped to the window, leaning over the sink to watch him trail a green shimmer of dust to the stump in the garden. Then he was gone. I was alone. My eyes drifted to the cake Ivy had made for me, still unfrosted. I'd put foil on it this afternoon so it wouldn't dry out. God, this stinks. Refusing to let this become a pity party, I yanked one of my spell books out from the shelf and headed into the sanctuary with my water and the tub of frosting. I wasn't hungry, but I needed something to do. I'd watch local TV, since the cable wouldn't stretch out here, pretend to do some research, then go to bed early. Geez, some birthday this had been. Is it my fault Ivy's gone? I thought as I shuffled into the sanctuary. Damn it, why did I let my emotions make my decisions? No one had forced me to bite Kiston. I could have given him the caps back. But Ivy had no right to be upset. He was my boyfriend. Besides, she had said her kiss was a taste so I could decide what I wanted. Well, I was trying to decide, and Kiston figured into that. Depressed, I flopped into Ivy's cushy suede chair. Vampire incense puffed up, and I breathed it deeply, looking for solace. Far off, I heard the bang of a transformer go, and I waited for the lights to blink out. They stayed lit, happy for me, but sad for the squirrel that had just bit the big one, thanks to a zillion volts of electricity. I opened my spell book and snatched up the remote. It was almost midnight. The news probably had something now about the fire. The TV brightened, and as the commercials blared and I ate a spoonful of frosting, I called Kiston. Nothing. Pizza Piscari's was next, and I listened to the recorded message of their business hours, wondering why no one was answering. They must be really busy. My head tilted, and I looked at the dark foyer. I could just grab my keys and head over there. The presence of so many cops on the street had me worried about my suspended license. There was another bang from outside, closer this time, and the lights flickered. 2 squirrels? I thought, then frowned. It was dark. There wouldn't be any squirrels. Maybe someone was taking potshots at the streetlights again. Curious, I set the frosting down and went to look out a window. The thumping at the door brought me spinning around, and Siri blew in. "Rachel?" she exclaimed, her heart-shaped face worried. "Rachel, thank God," she said, coming forward and taking my hands. "I have to get you out of here." "What?" I said intelligently, then looked past her when Keesley trooped in, the older black man's steps painfully quick despite his arthritis. "Siri, what's the matter?" Keesley bobbed his head at me, then locked and barred the door. "Hey!" I exclaimed. "Ivy isn't in yet." "She's not coming," the old witch said, limping forward. "Do you have a sleeping bag?" I stared at him. No, I lost it in the great salt dip of '06. There was a lot I had lost during my IS death threat, and replacing my sleeping bag was low on the list. "And how do you know Ivy's not coming in?" I added. Ignoring that, the old man headed down the hall and into my room. "Hey!" I said again, then turned to Siri when she gripped my arm. "What's the matter?" Siri pointed at the TV, now a mishmash of noise and confusion. "He's out," she said, white-faced. "Al is walking this side of the lines, free and under no one's compulsion, whether the sun is up or not." Immediately my shoulders eased. "God, I'm sorry, Siri. I meant to tell you, you really need to get a phone. I know. Al was at Trent's rehearsal and dinner." The elf's eyes widened. "It's true?" she exclaimed, and I cringed. "I was going to tell you as soon as I got home, but I forgot," I pleaded, wondering how she'd found out already. "But it's okay. He's not after anyone but me. He can do the sun thing because he made a deal with Lee to possess his body until Lee kills me, and that's not going to happen until he's done with me." I couldn't tell her that the deal she'd made with Al was why he wanted me this time. It would prey on her. Siri hesitated. "Doesn't Lee killing you come under the him or his agent's clause?" My stomach clenched, and I glanced at Keesley at the top of the hallway, waiting for us with my summer comforter in his arms. "Al's going to free Lee before he kills me, and since Lee has reason enough to want me dead, the agent clause won't come into effect." Keesley dropped my pillow and comforter just inside the sanctuary before shuffling back down the hallway. Siri took my arm and started to follow him. "We can discuss the intricacies of demon law later. You have to get to hallowed ground." Exasperated, I pulled from Siri's grip. "I'm fine," I protested. "If Al was going to do anything, he would have done it already. He's not going to kill me, at least not right away." I looked at the TV, mystified as to why everyone was freaking out. Then I looked closer. They weren't in front of the warehouse. They were in front of a grocery store. Terrified people in vans and station wagons were looting the place. The announcer seemed scared as she told people not to panic, that the situation was under control. Uh-huh. It sure looked under control. There was a boom of sound and a flash of light, and the pretty reporter swore, falling into a crouch. The camera panned to the gas station across the street. Another flash of light, and I realized what had happened. A ley line witch had just blasted someone trying to cut in front of him at the gas station. The faint purple haze was still hanging in the air. "Are you getting this?" the woman announcer cried out, and my stomach felt queasy when the picture dipped. "The city is going crazy," she shouted, eyes wide. "The IS has declared a state of martial law, and all residents are told to remain inside. Buses will stop at midnight, and anyone on the street will be incarcerated." "Jake!" she shouted, jumping when a loud bang shook her. "Are you getting this?" Jake was indeed getting it, and I stared at people frantically filling their gas tanks. I gasped when a frustrated driver ran to the car ahead of his to shove it forward. A fight started, and my mouth fell open when a ball of green-tinted Ever After blasted into the gas pump. It exploded in a shower of orange and red. The woman screamed, and the camera fell. My windows rattled, and I turned to the dark street. Damn, that had been close. What in hell was going on? So Al was walking around. I was the only one he wanted. "I don't get it," I said, gesturing. "He can only do what Lee can. He's not any more dangerous than your average, deranged, masochistic, black ley line witch." I hesitated, taking in the fear coming through the TV. "Okay," I amended. "Maybe a little screaming is in order, but he can be brought down." "Someone tried." Siri tugged at me, but I didn't budge, fixated on the chaos. "He caused trouble at a dance establishment tonight, and when the bouncers tried to get him out, he killed them. Incinerated them right where they stood and set the place to flame. Then he banished the 6 witches the IS sent to catch him into the Ever After. No one can stop him, Rachel, and he's not under anyone's control. People are scared. They want him gone." "He incinerated them?" I said, my horror mixing with confusion. "All right, maybe he's more powerful than I thought. I'm the one he wants. Why is he doing this?" She turned from the TV, her eyes wide, and tried to get me to move. "What did he ask of you?" she asked, and I licked my lips. I hesitated, then said, "To testify that you promised not to teach anyone how to spindle line energy. I told him no, and if he goes back without me, they're going to put him in jail." Siri's eyes closed, her jaw clenching as she struggled to keep her fear and despair from showing. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice shaking. "He's trying to change your mind. I've seen him do this before. You and Piscari are the only 2 people who have demonstrated the ability to control him, and because you didn't circle him tonight, everyone will think he's doing this with your blessing. If you don't do what Al wants, he's going to turn the city against you." "What?" I yelped as Keesley appeared in the hallway with 3 bottles of water and the dusty radio I had under the cupboards for when the power went out.
"Bring your phone," he said shortly. "Do you have any extra batteries?" I couldn't think. Seeing my confusion, he held up a twisted brown hand and went to look for himself. Siri was tugging on me, and I let her drag me to the top of the hallway. "This is not my problem," I said, starting to panic. "If I testify to get Al out of Cincy, then I'm a demon practitioner and he kills me that much sooner. And if I don't help him, then I'm responsible for everyone he hurts or sends to the Ever After?" She picked up my comforter and, meeting my eyes, nodded. "Swell." I couldn't win. I could not win for losing. Damn it, it wasn't fair. "But that's not the worst of it," Siri said, fear showing on her heart-shaped face. "It's all over the news that you had dinner with Al. You didn't take control of him, so they let Piscari out of jail to do it. He's the only other person in Cincy who can." I stood for 3 seconds, taking that in. Piscari is out? Oh, shit. "Jenks!" I shouted, heading into the hallway. "Jenks! Is the backyard clear?" I had to get out of here. It was dark, the church was unsanctified, my security had become a trap. Siri followed me into the kitchen. She looked miserable at my fear, but I didn't care. "Jenks!" I shouted again, and he buzzed in, his green robe furling. "What the hell do you want?" he snarled. "Can't you spend one frickin' night alone?" I blinked, taken aback. "Cincinnati is panicking because Al is walking the streets with no one holding his leash," I said. 6 witches tried to circle him, and he sent them into the Ever After. Everyone's afraid he's here to harvest familiars, and because I didn't catch him, they let Piscary out to get control of him. Is the backyard clear? I'm going to be sleeping in the graveyard tonight. And tomorrow and the day after, hell, maybe I ought to put up a little cottage. Jenks gaped at me, face pale. His mouth moved, and he said softly, "I'll check," and he was gone. "Good evening, Jenks," Siri said to no one. The back screen door slammed shut, and Keesley shuffled in. "Let's go." I put a hand to my stomach. "I have to call my mother. Do it from the graveyard." Siri took my elbow and led me to the back door. Keesley's bent shadow went before us, and I let them drag me out onto the wooden landing and into the night. The back porch light was on, and in its uncertain flicker I fumbled for my phone. Piscary's number glowed as the last line called, and in a wash of fear I realized where Ivy was. She hadn't heard about Kiston and me. Piscary had called her to him. This was a setup. Al and Piscary were working together as they had before. Piscary had called, and she had gone to prepare for him, like the scion she was. "Oh, God," I whispered, my knees going weak as my bare feet found the cold grass. Ivy was with Piscary, right now. "Ivy!" I shouted, spinning to head back to the kitchen and my car keys. "Rachel, no!" Keesley called. He reached for me, falling into a fit of coughing. I leapt to the stairs, jerking back when Siri took my shoulder. "She's a vampire," the elf said, eyes snapping in the dim light. "It's a trap, a lure. Al and Piscary are working together. You know it's a trap." "She's my friend," I protested. "Get into the graveyard," she demanded, pointing as if I were a dog. "We'll deal with this in an orderly fashion." "Orderly fashion?" I shot at her. "You know what that monster can do to her? Who do you think you are?" I shouted, pushing her hand off me. Siri fell back a step, then her jaw clenched, and I felt her tap a line. I stiffened. "She's going to spell me?" "Don't you dare!" I exclaimed, shoving her like we were two girls on the playground fighting over a piece of chalk. Siri gasped, falling down on her butt, her eyes wide in shock as she looked up at me with hair all over the place. My face went red in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Siri," I said. "She's my friend, and Piscary will screw her up. I don't care if it's a trap. She needs me." The elf gaped at me, all her skills and magic forgotten in her confusion and affront that I had shoved her down. "Keesley," I said, spinning to find him. "I'll be back." My words cut off as I saw him with my cherry-red splat gun in his hands. Adrenaline jerked through me, and I froze. "I can't let you knock me down," he said, the gun's alignment unwavering from my chest. "I might break something," he said, then pulled the trigger, as smooth and unhurried as a waltz. I tensed to run, but the puff of the escaping air shocked me. "How?" I yelped as the stinging sensation hit me square in the chest, and I looked down at the slivers of red plastic. "Damn it, Keesley," I said, then collapsed, out before my head hit the soft garden soil. 25. "Is it supposed to take this long?" came Jenks's voice, buzzing as if from behind my eyes. My shoulder hurt, and I shifted my arm, bringing my hand up to touch it. I was soaking wet, and surprise brought me awake. Taking a lungful of air, I sat up, my eyes flashing open. "Oh, there she is," Keesley said, worry in his brown eyes as he backed up and straightened. His leathery face was creased with wrinkles, and he looked cold in his faded cloth coat. The rising sun gave him a hazy glow, and Jenks hovered beside him. Both of them were watching me with concern as I slumped against a tombstone. We were surrounded by pixies, and their giggles sounded like wind chimes. "You spelled me!" I shouted, and Jenks's kids scattered with squeals. I looked down, realizing it was salt water dripping from my hair, my nose, and my fingers, and pooling in my underwear. I'm a freaking mess. Keesley's age-worn expression eased. "I saved your life." Dropping the plastic 5-gallon bucket onto the grass, he extended a hand to help me up. Avoiding it, I lurched to my feet before the water could seep farther. "Damn it, Keesley!" I swore, shaking my dripping hands and disgusted with myself. "Thanks a hell of a lot." He snorted, and Jenks landed atop one of the nearby monuments, the sun glinting prettily through his wings.
Thanks a hell of a lot, he mocked. What did I tell you? Oblivious, clueless, and bitchy. You should have left her there till noon. I tried to wring salt water out of my hair, ticked off. It had been almost 8 years since anyone had nailed me like this. My fingers froze, and my attention jerked to the rest of the graveyard, misty and golden in the rising sun. Where's Siri? Keezy bent painfully to tuck a folding chair under his arm. At home, crying. Guilt hit me, and I looked at the graveyard's wall as if I could see his house through it. I'm sorry, I said, remembering her shocked look when I had shoved her down. Oh, God, Ivy. I stiffened as if to run, and Jenks got in my face, rocking me back. No, Rachel, he yelled. This isn't some jackass movie. If you go after Piscary, you're going to be dead. You make one move to leave, and I'm going to pix you, then give you a lobotomy. I'd have pixed you anyway, you stupid witch. What the hell is wrong with you? My urge to run to my car died. He was right. Keesley was watching me with his hand hidden suspiciously in the wide pocket of his jacket. My eyes rose from it to his face, wrinkled with intelligence. Siri had once called him a retired warrior. I was way past believing her. He had pulled that trigger last night with too much familiarity. If I was going in to get Ivy away from Piscary, I was going to have to plan it. Depressed, I crossed my arms and leaned against the grave marker. In the distance was a group of about 10 people jumping the stone wall to get off the property. I bristled, then relaxed. It was holy ground, and I hadn't been the only one scared. Sorry about last night, I said. I wasn't thinking. It's just... My mind flashed back to Ivy last year, numb as she lay shaking under her covers, telling me how Piscary had raped her mind and body in an effort to convince her to kill me. My face went cold, and I swallowed my fear. Is Siri okay? I managed. I had to get Ivy away from him. Dark eyes sharp, Keesley harumphed, as if aware I was still teetering. Yes, he said, his bent posture shifting to hold his chair more firmly. She's okay. I've never seen her like this, though. Embarrassed that she tried to stop you using her magic. I shouldn't have shoved her. Stiffly I retrieved the radio and my pillow, wet from dew. Actually, that was one thing you did right. The radio thunked into the empty bucket. Huh? Smirking, Jenks took flight, rising 40 feet straight up in the time it took my heart to beat. He was doing a surveillance check, bored with the conversation. Keesley dropped a coffee-stained thermos into the bucket, groaning as he straightened his back. You knocked her down because she was going to use magic to stop you. If you had reacted with your magic, too, now that would have been scary, but you didn't, showing a control she had forgotten to maintain. She's wallowing in shame right now, poor girl. I stared, not having realized it. I'm glad you shoved her, he mused. She's been getting uppity these last few weeks. I tucked a strand of dripping hair behind an ear, cold. It was still wrong, I said, and he patted my shoulder to send a scent of cheap coffee over me. My gaze fell to my new red shirt, the cotton holding the salt water like a sponge. Crap, I'd really ruined it now. Plucking my comforter from where it hung over a tombstone, I gave it a good shake. Dirt and last week's grass clippings flew. It was still warm from having been wrapped about my body, and after draping it over me like a cloak, I squinted in the hazy glare and tried to remember what time the sun rose in July. I was usually asleep at this hour, but I'd been out since midnight. It was going to be a long day. Yawning, Keesley started to shuffle away with his chair. I called your mother, he said, reaching into a pocket and handing me my phone. She's fine. Things should settle down. Radio said Piscary captured Al in a circle and banished him, freeing Mr. Saladin. The damned vampire is a city hero. He shook his graying head, and I agreed. Freed Lee from Al? Not likely. I tucked my phone into a pocket, awkward because of the damp fabric. Thanks, I said, then met his dubious expression. They're working together, aren't they? Piscary and Al, I mean, I said, grabbing everything else and falling into place behind Keesley. His silvering hair shone in the sun as he nodded. Seems like a wise assumption. A heavy sigh sifted through me. The two of them had a long association. Both knowing that business was business and not caring that it had been Al's testimony that put Piscary away. So now Piscary was out of prison.
The city was safe, but I was in trouble. Sounded about right. I had my pillow under my arm, my blanket draped over my shoulder, and the bucket holding the radio and thermos in my hand. Catching my balance, I said softly, "Thank you for slowing me down last night." He said nothing, and I added, "I have to get her out of there." Keesley set an arthritic hand atop a stone as we passed, halting. "You make one move toward Piscary, and I'll plug you with another charm." I scowled, and with a toothy grin, Keesley handed me my splat gun. "Ivy is a vampire, Rachel," the old man said, his mirth evaporating. "Unless you start taking some responsibility, you should accept that is where she belongs and walk away." My posture stiffened, and I tugged my blanket up when it slipped. "Just what in hell does that mean?" I snapped, dropping the gun in with the radio. Keesley, though, smiled, his narrow chest moving as he caught his breath. "Either make your relationship official or let her go." Surprised, I stared at him, squinting in the strong morning light. "Excuse me?" "Vampires have an unbreakable mindset," he said, putting an arm over my shoulder and starting us to the gate. "Apart from the master vampires, they physically need to look to someone stronger than them. It's hardwired in, like wares and their alphas. Ivy looks powerful because there are so few people stronger than she. Piscary's one. You're another." My steps, slow to match his, grew even slower. I can't best him, despite what I wanted to do last night. God, it was embarrassing. I deserved to have been downed by my own spell. "I never said you could beat Piscary," the old witch said as we helped each other over the uncertain footing of the graveyard. "I said you were stronger than him. You can help Ivy be who she wants, but if she can't let go of her fear and make peace with her needs, she's going to fall back to Piscary. I don't think she's decided yet." I felt odd. "How do you figure that?" His wrinkles deepened. "Because she didn't try to kill you last night." My stomach clenched. How come he can see things so clearly, and I'm thicker than a cement wall? Must go along with the wise old man image. "We tried it once," I said softly, wanting to touch my neck. "She almost killed me. She says the only way she can control her bloodlust is if we mix it with sex. Otherwise she loses control, and I'd have to hurt her to get her to back off. I can't, Keesley. I won't mix the ecstasy of bloodletting with hurting her. It's wrong, and sick." My pulse had quickened from the foul thought that that's what Piscary did, and what he had turned her into. I knew that my face was red, but Keesley didn't seem shocked when he brought his attention up. His brow pinched, he gave me a pitying look. "You're in a spot, aren't you?" We passed the foot-high wall that divided the graveyard from the backyard. Pixies were everywhere, the sunlight flashing on their wings. This was really uncomfortable, but who else could I talk to? My mom? "So," I said softly, angling us to the tall gate that led to the street, "you think it's my fault she went running to Piscary? Because I can't bring myself to hurt her if she loses control, and I won't sleep with her?" Keesley grunted. "Ivy thinks like a vampire. You should start thinking like a witch." "You mean like a charm?" I offered, recalling Ivy's aversion to them, then flushed at the eagerness in my voice. "Maybe one to mute her hunger or calm her without hurting her." His eyes went up and down, and I slowed our pace, seeing him start to labor. "So what are you going to do?" he asked, his hand landing on my shoulder. "I mean today." "Plan something out and go get her?" I admitted. I didn't know what to think anymore. He was silent. Then, "If you try, he'll tighten his grip on her." I went to protest, and he pulled me to a stop, facing me. His dark eyes were thick with warning. "You walk in there, and Piscary will make her kill you. Trust her to get herself out. Piscary is her master, but you are her friend, and she still has her soul." "Trust her?" I said, shocked he thought I should do nothing. "I can't leave her there. He blood-raped her the last time she said no when he told her to kill me." A soft hand on my shoulder pushed us into motion. "Trust her," he said simply. "She trusts you." His chest rose and fell in a sigh. "Rachel, if she walks away from Piscary without someone to assume his protection, the first undead vampire she runs into will use and abuse her." "Like Piscary isn't abusing her," I scoffed. "She needs protection as much as you do," he chided. "And if you can't give her that, you shouldn't condemn her for sticking with the only person who can." Put that way, it made sense. But I didn't like it, especially when, if you thought about it, Piscari was protecting me through her. Oh, swell. Give her a reason for her to get herself out, and she'll stand with you, Keesley said as we reached the wooden gate. You know what that will make her? No, I said, thinking it made me a coward. He smiled at my sour expression, then took his thermos out of the bucket. It will make her into someone no one can manipulate. It's who she wants to be. This is crap, I said as he lifted the latch and the gate opened. She needs my help. Snorting, Keesley propped the folding chair against the wall and shuffled over the threshold. Past him, the street was quiet and damp with dew. You've already helped her. You gave her a choice besides Piscari. I dropped my eyes. It wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. I couldn't protect her against the undead. I couldn't protect myself. Thinking I could protect her was ludicrous. Keesley paused in the threshold. I'll be honest with you, he said. I don't like the idea of same-sex relationships. It doesn't seem right to me, and I'm too old to start thinking different. But I do know you're happy here. From what Jenks tells me, Ivy is too, which makes it hard for me to think you're making a mistake or that it's wrong. Whatever you do. If I knew the charm to curl up and die, I would have used it. As it was, I watched my feet and moved forward to stand in the gate, sort of like what I was doing in my life. Are you going off to Piscari? He asked suddenly. Warm under my blanket, I jiggled on my feet. I want to. Smart decisions, Rachel, he said with a sigh. Make smart decisions. Restlessness filled me as he headed to his tired-looking house a few homes up the street. Keesley, tell Siri I'm sorry for pushing her down, I called after him. He raised a hand to acknowledge me. I will. Jenks dropped from the tree overhead to land atop the gate, making me think he'd been eavesdropping again. I glanced at him, then yelled to Keesley, Can I come over later? Pausing at the curb to let the minivan belonging to the only human family on the street pass, Keesley smiled to show coffee-stained teeth. I'll make lunch. Tuna sandwiches, okay? The minivan beeped, and Keesley returned the driver's wave. I couldn't help my smile. The elderly witch carefully stepped off the curb and started home, head up and eyes scanning. Jenks rose when the gate thumped shut, and with the splat gun rattling against the radio, I made for the back door. And where were you when Keesley downed me? I asked Jenks tartly. Right behind him, stupid. Who do you think told him what you stocked your splat gun with? There wasn't much I could say to that. Sorry. I took the porch steps, juggling everything in my arms to manage the door. Jenks darted in to do a quick run-through of the premises, and remembering him in his robe last night, I hollered, Is Madalena okay? She's fine, he said, swooping back in. I wedged my soaked shoes and socks off, padding into the kitchen to leave wet prints as I dropped the bucket just inside it. Continuing on, I headed to my bathroom to wash my comforter. Siri's upset, huh? I asked, fishing to find out what had happened while I was out. She's crushed, he said, landing on the raised lid as I punched buttons to get the washing machine going. And you're going to have to wait. The power is out. Can't you tell? I hesitated, only now realizing it was eerily quiet in here, lacking the usual hum of computers, fridge fans, and everything else. Not doing too well, am I said, remembering Siri gaping up at me, her hair in disarray and her eyes wide in shock at my having shoved her. Ah, we love you anyway, Jenks said, taking flight. The church is clear, the front door is still bolted, I've got some things to do in the garden, just yell if you need me. He lifted up and I smiled at him. Thanks, Jenks, I said, and he darted out, the buzz of his wings obvious in the power outage-silenced air. Shoving my comforter into the washer, I started to plan out my day. Shower, eat, debase myself to Siri, call the holy guy and offer to have his baby if he would find a way to remove the blasphemy and re-sanctify the church, prep some spells to storm the evil vampire fortress. Typical Saturday stuff. Barefoot, I wandered into the kitchen. I couldn't make coffee with the power out, but I could make tea. And by the time I changed into something dry, the water would be hot. As I rattled around to get the kettle going, my thoughts kept returning to Piscari. I was in big trouble. I didn't think he had forgiven me for walloping him into unconsciousness with a chair leg, and I had an ugly feeling I was still alive so he could use me to bring Ivy in line when the timing was right. Even worse was my growing belief that he and Al were working together. This all was simply too convenient. From what Al had said, I didn't think it was possible to summon and hold a demon in a circle if he was possessing someone. So Piscary had taken the credit for ridding Cincy of its newest Inderlander in what was probably a prearranged agreement. For services rendered, the Master Vampire had been pardoned for murdering those ley line witches last year. It was a con. The entire thing was a con. My only question now was who had helped arrange it, because Piscary couldn't safely summon a demon in prison. Someone had helped him set it up. It just wasn't fair. The biting scent of sulfur rose as I lit a match and got the burner going. I held my breath as the smoke dissipated, thinking, if I didn't do something soon, I was going to be dead. Either Cincy would run me out on a rail for having dinner with Al and then letting him incinerate bouncers and toss 6 witches into the ever-after, or Mr. A and Mrs. Sarong would band together and kill me for the focus, or there was the yet-undiscovered faction still trying to find out who had the thing, according to Al. I had to get rid of it. I didn't know how vampires had kept it quiet for so long. Hell, they'd hidden it for half of forever before Nick found it. My face blanked, and my motion slowed as I set the kettle on the flame. Vampires. Piscary. I needed protection from everyone and his brother. Protection Piscary specialized in. What if I gave the focus to Piscary in return for his freaking protection? Sure, Al and Piscary worked together, but vampire politics came before personal power plays. And even if Al did find out, so what? Al was hiding over here. Once the focus was safe, I could call Manias and rat out Al to get rid of him. I could turn in my favor for that, right? Then I'd be free of Al and Piscary both, and the damned focus would again be safely hidden. I stood in my kitchen staring at nothing, elation and angst trickling through me. I'd have to trust Piscary to keep it in hiding, not to mention giving up his desire to kill me. But he thought in terms of centuries, and I wasn't going to last that long. Vampires didn't want the status quo to change. Piscary had everything to gain if I gave it to him, and the only thing he had to lose was revenge. Hell, if I did this right, I could get Lee free and Trent would owe me big time. "Ooh," I whispered, knees feeling funny. "I like this." The front doorbell bonged and I jerked. Rex was sitting in the kitchen's threshold, staring at me, and I brushed past her. If I was lucky, it was Siri. I had tea already going. "Rach?" Jenks said, zipping in from who knew where, his voice excited as I paced barefoot through the sanctuary. "You'll never guess who's on the front steps." "Ivy?" I thought, my heart leaping, but she would have just walked in. I hesitated, drawing my hand back from the door, but Jenks looked wound up, glowing in the smothering darkness of the foyer with excitement, not fear. "Jenks," I said in exasperation, "cut the 20 questions and tell me who's out there." "Open it," he said, eyes bright and dust spilling from him. "You're clear. Tink's a Disney whore. This is great. I'm going to get Madalena. Hell, I'm getting my kids." Rex had followed us, pulled by Jenks, not me, and with images of news cameras and vans I reached for the locking bar, sliding it up and away. Nervous, I looked down at myself, fully aware of the disastrous image I made, with my salt-stained dripping hair, a pixie by my side, and a cat at my bare feet. God, I lived in a church. But it wasn't a news crew on my front steps blinking at me in the sun. It was Trent. 26. Surprise flickered over Trent, then vanished under the cool confidence of his $600 suit and $100 haircut. Quen stood on the walk below like a chaperone. There was a fist-size pale blue package in Trent's hands, the lid fastened with a matching bow lined in gold. "Is this a bad time, Ms. Morgan?" Trent said, green eyes flicking from my bare feet to Rex, then back up to me. It was friggin' 7 o'clock. I should be in bed right now, and he knew it. Painfully conscious of my damp, rumpled state, I shook my stringy curls out of my eyes. My thoughts zinged back to my idea to get Lee free of Al, but he was here for Siri. I had almost forgotten. "Please tell me that's not for me," I said, gaze dropping to the gift, and he flushed. "It's for Siri," he said, his gray-edged voice melting into the humid morning. "I wanted to give her something as a visible display of how pleased I am to find her." Visible display. God, Trent had a crush on her before even meeting her. Lips pressed tight, I crossed my arms over my chest, but my tough chick image was being ruined by Rex twining about my feet. She didn't fool me. I was a convenient rubbing post, that's all. And when she realized I was wet, she gave me an insulted look and stalked away. "You didn't find Ciri," I said tartly. "I did." "Can I come in?" he said wearily. He took a step forward, but I didn't move and he stopped. My attention flicked behind him to Quen in his black outfit and shades. They had brought the Beamer instead of the limo. Good call. Ciri wouldn't be impressed. "Look," I said, not wanting him in my church unless there was a reason. "I didn't think you were coming, so I didn't say anything to her. This really isn't the best time, not with her crying the way she was. I'm usually asleep right now. Why are you here so early? I said 4 o'clock. Trent took another step, and I stiffened, almost falling into a defensive stance. Quen twitched, and Trent rocked back. He glanced behind him, then rounded on me. "Damn it, Rachel, stop screwing with me," he said, jaw clenched. "I want to meet this woman. Call her." My eyes widened. Ooh, pushed a button, did I? My gaze rose to Jenks sitting out of sight on the lintel inside, and he shrugged. "Jenks, you want to see if she can come over?" He nodded, and surprise showed on both Trent and Quen when he dropped down. "You bet. She'll probably want a minute to get her hair brushed, and her face washed, and put on a dress that doesn't have graveyard dirt on it." "Quen?" Trent ordered, and my warning flags went up. "Just Jenks," I said, and Quen's soft-soled shoes scuffed to a halt on the damp sidewalk. The dark elf looked to Trent for direction, and I added, "Quen, park your little butt right here or nothing's happening." I didn't want Quen over there. Keesley would never speak to me again. Jenks hovered, waiting, and Trent's eyebrows bunched, weighing his options. "Oh, please, test me," I mocked, and Trent grimaced. "Do it her way," he said softly, and Jenks darted off, gone in a flash of transparent wings. "See," I said, beaming, "that wasn't so hard." From behind me came a chorus of high-pitched giggles, and Trent blanched. Seeing him nervous, I stepped aside. "You want to come in? She might be a while. You know how those 1,000-year-old princesses are." Trent glanced past the dark foyer, abruptly reluctant. Quen took the steps 2 at a time, brushing past me in a whiff of oak leaves and aftershave. "Hey!" I snapped, following him in. Trent pushed into motion and came in on my heels. He didn't shut the door, probably for a quick getaway, and as Trent drew to a halt in the middle of the sanctuary, I ducked back into the foyer and yanked the door shut. Pixies squealed from the rafters, and Trent and Quen warily watched them. I plucked at my salt-stained shirt and tried to find an air of nonchalance as I prepared to introduce his most holy pain-in-the-ass to Miss Elf Princess. The hair on the back of my neck rose as I strolled past Quen and flopped into my rolling chair, parked beside my desk. "Have a seat," I said, shifting back and forth and gesturing to Ivy's furniture, still arranged in the inner corner of the church. "You're in luck. We usually don't have our living room out here, but we're doing some remodeling." Trent looked at the gray suede couch and chairs and turned away, glancing at my desk before moving on to Ivy's piano, where interest pulled his eyebrows high. "I'll stand," he said. Rex strolled in from the dark foyer and headed right for Quen. Much to my surprise, the older elf crouched, fondling the orange cat's ears to make her flop onto her back to show her white belly. Quen rose with Rex in his hands, and the cat's eyes slitted in pleasure as she purred. Stupid cat. Trent cleared his throat, and my gaze shot to him. "Rachel," he said, setting his gift on top of the closed piano, "do you make a habit of showering in your clothes?" My back-and-forth motion stopped. I tried to think up a lie, but that the power was out didn't lend itself for me to be damp. "I, slept in the graveyard," I said, not wanting to tell him my neighbor had downed me with my own spell, hoping Trent might think it was due. A smirk came over him, and somehow he made it look good. He knew I was afraid of Piscari. "You should have killed Piscari when you had the opportunity," he said, his wonderful voice filling the open space of the sanctuary with a sound of grace and comfort. Damn, the man had a beautiful voice. I had almost forgotten. And yes, I could have killed Piscari and probably gotten off with a plea of self-defense, but if I had, the vampire wouldn't be around to hide the focus for me. So I said nothing. Trent, though, apparently wanted to talk. "That doesn't explain why you're soaking wet," he prompted. My jaw clenched, but then I forced myself to relax. Hell, if Ivy could do it, I could too. No, I said cheerfully. It doesn't. Carefully lowering himself to sit on the piano bench, he inclined his head. Having trouble with your charms? He said, fishing for an answer. Absolutely not. Gwen let Rex drop to the floor, and the cat shook herself, making the little bell Jenks had put on her jingle. I watched Trent fidget subtly, reading in his slightly elevated color and his crisp enunciation how nervous he was. My thoughts went to his anger when he had asked me to work security for his nuptials, his blaming me for Lee's capture and installation as a demon's familiar. A twinge of guilt took me, quickly suppressed. But if I got Lee free of Al, Trent would owe me a big debt of gratitude, one big enough that he might leave me alone. I said hesitantly into the pixie giggle-laden air, and Trent looked at me, green eyes interested. Someone in the rafters shrieked when he or she got shoved off the beam, and Trent's eyelid twitched. Feeling a smidgen of sympathy, I stood and clapped my hands at the ceiling. Okay, you've all stared enough. Time to go. There's waxed paper behind the microwave. Go polish the steeple. Quen started when Jenks's kids dropped down in a swirling maelstrom of silk and high-pitched complaints. It was Jan who took control, and with his hands on his hips and a painful reminder of Jenks, he browbeat them all into the hallway. Thanks, Jan, I said. I heard blue jays earlier. Be sure to watch for them. Yes, Miss Morgan, the pixie said seriously, then darted out, Rex trailing under him. There was a crash and a shriek from the kitchen, then nothing. Wincing, I moved to lean against the back of Ivy's couch. Quen looked at me expectantly, and Trent said, Aren't you going to see what they broke? My head shook. I wanted to thank you again for interrupting Al yesterday, I said, and my face warmed. God, Al had practically pulled me into an orgasm right in front of everybody. Trent's attention flicked to the pixies in the side yard, blurs through the stained glass windows, and then his gaze came back to me. No problem. Uncomfortable, I crossed my arms over my chest. Really, you didn't have to, and I appreciate it. Quen shifted his weight and settled in, and seeing his relaxed posture, Trent found a less stiff position. He still looked like a male model, sitting at Ivy's baby grand. I don't like bullies, he said simply, as if embarrassed. I grimaced, wishing Siri would hurry up. A beep came from the kitchen, and the whine of electronics hit my middle ear. The lights winked on, invisible in the bright sun, and from behind me the TV slowly blossomed into noise. Scrambling for the remote, I clicked it off. Embarrassment sprang up from nowhere, and I got mad at myself. I could feel Trent evaluating me and my life, my little TV, Ivy's living room set, my plant-strewn desk, the 2-bedroom, 2-bath church we lived in, and it ticked me off that I was coming in so much shorter than his huge living room, his big-screen TV, and his stereo system that filled a wall. Excuse me, I muttered, hearing the washer start to fill. I bet Trent didn't have to entertain with the chug-chug of a whirlpool in the background. Flicking off the overhead lights as I went, I stopped in my bathroom to open the washer's lid. It could soak. Then I did a quick check in Ivy's bathroom in case Trent wanted to rifle through her medicine cabinet under the excuse of using the can. It was neat and tidy, and the incense and ashes scent of vampire a dim hint under the orange-perfumed soap she used. Depressed now, I headed to the kitchen to see if the lights were on. My cell phone rang, the electronic music blaring out to startle me. Scrambling for it, I cursed Jenks. I usually had it on vibrate, but someone, a.k.a. Jenks, had monkeyed with it, changing my ringtones. Fumbling to the tune of I've Got a Lovely Bunch of Coconuts, I finally wrestled the thing out of my damp pocket. Real funny, Jenks, ha-ha. It was Glenn's number, and after a moment's hesitation I leaned against the kitchen counter and flipped it open. I had a bug to put in his ear. Hi, Glenn, I said tightly. He knew I was usually sleeping right about now. I hear Piscari's out. It would have been nice if someone had told me the undead vampire I put in jail was free. I could hear keyboards and a loud argument in the background. Glenn's sigh was heavy over it. Sorry, he said by way of greeting. I left a message on your phone when I heard. I never got it, I said, only slightly mollified. Then I grimaced. Look, I didn't mean to bark at you, but I spent the night in my graveyard and I'm a little cranky. "I would have called again," Glenn said, "and I heard papers being shuffled. But when your demon burned down the warehouse using their bouncers as kindling, we got swamped." "My demon?" I yelped, phone pressed tight to my ear. "Since when is Al my demon?" I said softly, remembering how well Trent and Quen could hear. "Since you called him up to testify." The FIB officer covered the mouthpiece. I heard something muttered, and I stewed until he returned. "That doesn't explain why Piscary is out," I snarled. "What do you expect?" Glenn said, sounding annoyed. "Neither the IS nor the FIB is equipped to deal with a demon who can walk under the sun. You weren't doing anything. There was an emergency meeting of the city council, and they let Piscary out to deal with it." He hesitated, then, "I'm sorry. They gave him a full pardon." City council? That meant Trent had known. Hell, he'd been in on it. What a total ass. I had risked my soul to put Piscary behind bars for killing leyline witches. Apparently that meant nothing. It made me wonder why I'd even bothered. "This isn't why I called," Glenn said. "Another body is turned up." My thoughts were still on Piscary, apparently free to do whatever he wanted to my roommate. "And you want me to come down?" I said, my hand to my forehead and my head bowed as I got angrier. "I told you, I'm not an investigator. I'm a haul-them-in person. Besides, I don't know whether I want to work for you anymore if you're just going to let murderers out when things get rough." "Rough?" Glenn exclaimed. "We had 16 major fires last night, 5 riots, and a near lynching of some guy in a dress reading Shakespeare in the park. I don't think they even know the number of fender benders and assault charges. It's a demon. You said yourself you spent the night hiding in your churchyard." "Hey!" I snapped. That was unfair. "I was hiding from Piscary, not Al. Al's burning things up to get me to go to the Ever After with him, and don't you dare sit there and call me a coward because I don't want to." I was furious, my anger fueled by guilt, and I fumed until Glenn muttered, "Sorry." "All right, then," I huffed, wrapping an arm around my middle and turning away from the hall. "This isn't my fault. I'm not responsible for Al's actions." "At least he's gone," Glenn said, no emotion in his voice. I laughed bitterly. "No, he isn't." There was a moment of silence. "Piscary said—" "Piscary and Al are working together, and you fell for it, letting him out, so now you have 2 monsters with free run of Cincy, not 1. My face twisted bitterly. "Don't ask me to take care of them for you this time, okay?" The background office noise filled my ear. "Can you come down here anyway?" Glenn finally said. "I want you to identify someone." My heart clenched. He had said there was another body. Suddenly Piscary was the last thing on my mind. "David?" I said, knees going weak, cold though the sun shone in strong on my back through the kitchen window. Someone had killed him. Someone was killing wares looking for the focus, and lots of people knew that David was my alpha. God help me, they've killed him. "No," Glenn said, and relief made my breath tremble in my lungs. "It's a ware by the name of Brett Markson. He had your card in his wallet. Do you know him?" My brief elation that David was okay shifted to numb shock. Brett? The ware from Mackinac. I slid to the floor, my back against the sink cupboard, my knees scrunching up. "Rachel?" came Glenn's voice from far away. "You okay?" "Yeah," I breathed. "No," I amended. "I'll come right down." Siri. I licked my lips and tried to swallow. "Can you give me about an hour? Shower and eat. Maybe 2. "Ah, damn it, Rachel. Did you really know this guy?" Glenn said, his voice guilty now. "I'm sorry. I should have come over." I looked up, seeing Ivy's empty spot at the table. "No, I'm fine. He was an acquaintance." I took a breath, remembering the last time I saw Brett, hanging at the outskirts of my life, ease his way into my pack, a powerful man looking for something to believe in. "It's what, 7:30? Glenn was saying. "I'll send a car at noon, unless you have your license." I shook my head, though he couldn't see it. A car would be nice. "Rachel, are you okay?" There was a demon loose in the city. A master vamp was out to get me, my church was unsanctified, and Brett was dead. "I'm fine," I said, sounding wispy. See you afternoon. Numb, I hung up the phone before he could say anything more. It felt heavy in my hand, and I stared at my spell books at eye level. Damn it, this wasn't right. I wiped my eyes and got to my feet, feeling like everything had changed. Bare feet squeaking, I headed into the sanctuary. I came to a halt just past the top of the hallway. Trent was examining the stained glass artwork, and his shiny shoes caught the light when he turned. Gwen was 6 feet away, looking ready for anything. "Trent, I'm sorry," I said, thinking my face must be white when his eyebrows went high. "I can't do this right now. I don't think Siri is going to come over anyway." "Why?" he asked, spinning on a heel to face me fully. Oh God, they had killed Brett. "I shoved her down last night," I said, "and she's probably still upset about it." Brett was dead. He was military. How could someone kill him? He was damned good at staying alive. Trent shook out the sleeves of his expensive suit and let out a disbelieving laugh. "You shoved her down? Do you know who she is?" I took a quick breath, trying to hold myself together. Brett was dead. Because of me. "I know who she is, but when someone pushes me, I push back." Trent glanced at Gwen, his face going tight. My jaw clenched, and I kept my breathing shallow. I looked to the rafters for Jenks, trying not to cry. Someone had killed Brett. He had been only 1 step away from me. I was so damned vulnerable. All it would take was a sniper, but I couldn't live in a cave. This was crap. Purple fairy crap with green sparkles on it. I trailed my hand along the wall as I went to sit in Ivy's chair. The scent of vampire incense made me feel even worse. I had to stop living my life as if it were a game. I had to start buying insurance, or I wouldn't live to hear my mother complain about the lack of grandchildren. Though it twisted my gut, I was going to give Piscari the focus to put into hiding, to bribe him into not killing me. Then I was going to rescue Lee to get Al back where he belonged and Trent off my case. Might as well start there, I thought, sitting up and taking a deep breath. Al I could take care of, later, after dark. "Trent," I said, closing my eyes in a long blink as I felt my sense of right and wrong take a hit. "I think I might have a way to get Lee free of Al. It won't cost you a dime, but I want you to leave me alone." I looked at him, his face blank in wonder. "Think you can do that?" "You said you couldn't get a familiar free from a demon," he said, his velveteen voice holding a rough edge. I shrugged, staring past him at the door and unfolding myself so I didn't look so miserable. "Where do you think Siri came from?" His expression empty, Trent glanced at Gwen. The dark elf blinked once with meaning. "I'm listening," Trent said warily. This was where it would get sticky. "I'm going to try to swing a deal with Piscari." "Careful," he mocked. "Someone might think your black-and-white outlook is going gray." "Shut up!" I shouted at the billionaire, feeling the sting. "I'm not breaking the law. I have something he might want, and once he has it, I ought to be able to get rid of Al safely, and in such a way that will free Lee. But I want your word that you'll leave me and the people I care about alone, and—" I took a deep breath, feeling like I was becoming one of them. "I'll leave you and your business dealings alone." I wanted to survive. I wanted to live. I'd been playing in a sandbox with murderers and casual killers, with the arrogant innocence of a snowflake in hell. The FIB couldn't protect me. The IS wouldn't. Trent could kill me, and I had to respect that even if I didn't respect him. God, who am I becoming? "You'd stop trying to tag me," Trent said softly, and then went still with an unvoiced thought. His lips parted, and he looked at Gwen in wonder. "She has the focus," he said to him, then turned to me amused. "That's what you're going to give Piscari. You have the focus," he said around his laugh. "I should have known it was you." My face went cold, and I felt my stomach drop. Oh, shit. I stood upright when Gwen shifted to stand between us, maneuvering. "Stop," I said, my hand outstretched, and he did. Heart-pounding, I held him off with my fingers splayed, trying to figure it out. Trent was the one killing the wares? "You killed Brett?" I said, seeing him flush. "It was you?" I exclaimed, dropping my hand and warming in anger. Damn it! What had I almost done? What in hell was wrong with me? This couldn't be happening.
I didn't kill him. He killed himself, Trent said, his jaw clenched. Before he could tell me you had it.
He finished, hands behind his back. Quen was balanced with his weight on his toes, his arms loose at his side. As if in a dream, I said to him, "You killed Brett, and Mr. Ray's secretary, and Mrs. Sarong's aide." Quen's face darkened with guilt, and his muscles tensed. "You sons of bitches," I whispered, not wanting to believe it, cursing myself for wanting Trent to be better than he was, wanting both of them to be better than murderers and assassins. "I thought you had more honor than this, Quen." The older elf's jaw clenched.
"We didn't kill them,"
Trent said, defending himself, and I snorted with derision.
"They committed suicide,"
he insisted, the devil in his perfect suit and perfect hair.
"Every last one of them. None of them had to die. They could have told me."
As if it made a difference. "They didn't know I had it." Trent took a step forward, finger-pointing, and Quen pulled him back.
"This is a war, Rachel,"
the younger man said tightly, shaking off Quen's grip.
"There will be casualties."
I stared at him in disbelief. "This is not a war. This is you angling for more power. God, Trent, how much more do you need? Are you so insecure that you have to be king of the freaking world to feel safe?" I thought of my church and my friends, and I lifted my chin. Yeah, they had killed people, but Ivy was trying to get out, and Jenks had to in order to ensure his and his children's survival. And seeing as I had pretty much sacrificed Lee in order to survive, I couldn't claim I was pristine and pure either. But I'd never killed for money or power, and neither had my friends. My words hit Trent, and he reddened in shame or guilt.
"How much do you want for it?"
he said softly. Shocked, I gave him. "You want to buy it?" I stammered. Trent licked his lips.
"I'm a businessman."
"And a murderer by hobby?" I accused. "Or do you think the tenuous state of your species gives you the right to murder?" Face showing his guilt and anger, Trent tugged his coat straight. If he had brought out a checkbook, I would have screamed.
"Anything, Rachel. Enough to make you safe. You, your mother, Jenks, even Ivy. Enough to have anything you want."
It sounded so easy, but I didn't want to deal with him anymore. Piscary killed people, but he didn't have the concept of pity or remorse. It would be like telling a shark he was a bad fish and to stop eating people. But Trent, he knew he was doing wrong, and he did it anyway. Trent never dropped his eyes, waiting. I hated him. I hated him to the bottom of my soul. He was attractive and powerful, and I had almost let that cloud my sense of right and wrong. So he could kill me. So what? Did that make it right to cut deals with him to keep myself safe? Why in hell should I trust him to honor his word? It was like making a deal with a demon or using a demon curse. Both were the easy way out, the lazy way. I wasn't going to use demon curses. I wasn't going to make deals with demons. I wasn't going to trust Trent to honor his word. He was a casual murderer who put his species above all others. Screw him. Quen knew what I was thinking, and I saw him tense. Trent, though, wasn't so perceptive. He was a businessman, not a warrior, a slimy little businessman.
"I'll give you $250,000 for it,"
Trent said, disgusting me. My face twisted. "You don't get it, pixie dust," I said. "It would start a war if it got out. I'm giving it to Piscary so he can put it back into hiding."
"He'll kill you once he has it,"
Trent said quickly, his beautiful voice thick with truth.
"Don't be a fool this time. Give it to me. I'll keep you safe. I'm not going to start a war. Just bring everything into balance."
"Balance?" I stepped forward, stopping when Quen mirrored me. Maybe the rest of Inderland likes how things are balanced right now. Maybe it's time for the elves to die out. If they're all like you and Elsbeth scrabbling for money and power, maybe you've gone so far from your roots, so far from grace and moral standing, that you're already dead as a species. Dead and gone and good riddance. I mocked while Trent reddened. If you're the model of what you're going to build your species with,
Then we don't want you back." "We're not the ones who abandoned the ever after to the demons," Trent shouted, anger pouring from him honest and raw, the source of his drive flowing from him in a wave of frustration. "You left. You left us to fight alone. We made sacrifices while you turned tail and ran. If I'm ruthless, it's because you made me that way." Son of a bitch. "You can't blame me for something my ancestors did." Trent grimaced. 10% of my portfolio, he said, seething. Sick bastard. "It's not for sale. Get out." 15%. That's 1/3 of $1 billion. Get the hell out of my church." Trent gathered himself as if to speak, then looked at his watch. "I'm sorry you feel that way," he said, his steps loud as he quickly retreated to the piano. Pocketing his gift for Siri, he asked, "Is it on the premises?" pretending it was just an idle question. Damn. I went wire tight. "Jenks!" I shouted, finding my balance. "Xian! Get your dad!" But he was watching for Blue Jays, like I'd told him to. Double damn. Quen was waiting for direction, and sweat broke out over me. Trent brought his head up, with what I hoped was regret in his eyes. "Quen," he said softly. "Secure Ms. Morgan. We'll talk to Siri at a later date. Apparently she's not coming today. Do you have a memory potion?" "Oh, God." "In the car, Sahan." It was not a happy voice, and I glanced at Quen, knowing what was going to happen. "Good." Trent looked as unyielding as iron. "No memories means no loose ends. We'll leave her sleeping, and she'll wake up when someone picks her up for her trip to the morgue." "Son of a bitch," I whispered, then looked to the empty rafters. Damn it, why had I told them to leave? "Jenks!" I shouted, but there was no clatter of wings. Quen pulled a splat gun from the small of his back, and I swore under my breath. "What is it?" I asked, thinking of mine in the bucket by the back door. If I moved, he'd shoot. "A little different being on the other end of the weapon, isn't it?" Trent mocked, and it was all I could do to keep from screaming at him. "Trent?" I backed up a step with my hands raised in placation. Quen handed the gun to Trent. "You want her like that, you shoot her yourself," he said. Trent hefted the gun, taking sight at me down its length. "I can do that," he said, then pulled the trigger. "Hey!" I yelped when it hit me, stinging and painful. Damn it, twice in one day. But I didn't collapse. It wasn't a sleepy time charm. Trent didn't seem surprised when I didn't fall, but simply stumbled back, my impulse to flee coming far too late. Trent handed the weapon back to Quen. "Honor is expensive, Quen. I don't pay you enough." Quen was not happy, and I stared at them, scared for what might happen next. Voice cold, Trent enunciated clearly. "Rachel, tell me where the focus is." "Go to hell." Trent's green eyes went wide. Quen looked me up and down in shock, then relaxed, almost laughing. "She's covered in salt water," he said. "She said she pushed Siri down. The woman obviously spelled her, and Rachel's still wet from breaking the charm." That wasn't quite what had happened, but I wasn't going to enlighten him. Standing in my bare feet, I started to get mad. From Trent's question, I was forming the distinct impression that Trent had stocked his splat gun with subjugation charms. Illegal. Gray, seeing as you didn't need to kill anything to make it, but very, very illegal. Trent made a puff of noise and tugged his sleeves down. "Fine, subdue her your way. Try not to leave any bruises. No traces means no reason to dig for missing memories." Okay, not out of this yet. Pulse fast, I fell into a fighting stance, searching for the sound of pixie wings. Quen came forward, his earlier indecision apparently having stemmed from using magic, not force, to assert his right to dominate. Seemed if I couldn't best him physically, I deserved to be used and discarded. "Quen, I don't want to have to do this," I warned, remembering our last fight. He would have creamed me if my roommates hadn't interfered. "Get out or I'll—" "You'll what?" Trent said, standing sideways by the piano with an infuriating smile on him. "Turn us into butterflies. You don't do black magic." Hands made into fists, I steadied myself. "She doesn't," came Siri's voice from behind me in the hall, and Trent's gaze shot over my shoulder. But I do. 27. Damn it, Trent swore softly, his eyes on Siri as Quen halted. The air seemed to crackle, but then I realized it was Jenks's wings. The pixie hovered beside me, waiting for direction. I could feel Siri behind me, but I couldn't take my eyes off Quen, standing with his lips parted and his arms slack at his sides in his black uniform. Slowly I straightened from my crouch. Siri came forward, smelling of soap, in a fresh dress of purple and gold that hid her bare feet when she stopped beside me. Her crucifix rested easy against her, and her confidence was absolute, as was her anger. Siri?" I said, not knowing what else to do. "That man in the suit is Trenton Aloysius Calamack, drug lord, murderer, and Fortune 20 member. That's Quen before him, his security officer. Trent, Quen. This is Cyrdawen Miriam Dulcate, originally from the Dark Ages of Europe. Let's get this party started." Trent's face was white. "How long were you listening?" Siri's narrow chin lifted. "Long enough." I blanched when I realized that the humming noise was coming from Siri, and the black haze edging her fingers with their little butterfly bandages was magic waiting for direction. Oh, crap. Rachel?" Jenks said, his voice high. A shiver took me at her proud anger. "Let's hang back, Jenks. This might get nasty." The warning slant at Trent's eyebrows told me he wanted to pretend nothing had happened so he could make Siri's acquaintance without the ugly reality of his life intruding. Right. Multicolored sun coming in through the stained glass windows added a surreal look to the standoff. Quen was by the piano, and when the older elf stopped to join Trent, Siri calmly turned her gaze to him. Quen stopped. Seeing his acquiescence, the black surrounding her hands vanished. My shoulders eased when I felt her drop the ley line. I knew she probably had enough ever after spindled in her head to blow the roof off the church, but Trent and Quen didn't. "Now that I've found you, I see that Rachel is right," Siri said, as she gracefully took the middle of the room, her dress moving gently. "You're a demon." "I beg your pardon." Trent's beautiful voice held more ire than confusion. I didn't have a clue how this was going to end, but I was glad to be out of the line of fire. Siri noticed Quen moving to mirror my position, and she stiffened, pale hair shifting as she cocked her head regally. "Did Rachel tell you I was a demon's familiar before she rescued me?" she said to Trent. Seeing his understanding, she continued, "I know demons very well, and that's what they do. They offer you something that looks out of your reach in exchange for something they want that is out of theirs. They're called businessmen here. You're very good." His face reddened. "This is not how I wanted to make your acquaintance." "I'll bet," Siri said. The modern phrase and the sarcasm with which she said it were shocking. Proud and collected in his tailored suit, Trent fingered his gift and came closer, hiding his tension under a practiced calm learned in the boardroom. I couldn't help but be impressed with his determination to try to salvage something from this. "I brought you a gift," he said, extending the wrapped box. "A show of thanks for your cellular sample." Jenks landed on my shoulder. "Man has more balls than a prize bull," he muttered, and the rims of Siri's ears colored. She didn't take it, and Trent finally sat at the top of the piano. Ignoring him, Siri turned to Quen. "You hesitated to attack Rachel at first? Why?" Quen blinked, clearly not expecting this. "Rachel's strongest defensive abilities are in her physical skills, not her magic," he said, his gravelly voice blending beautifully with Siri's smooth, perfect tones. "I'm proficient with both, and it wouldn't be honorable to defeat her using something she can't defend against when I can assert my will where she has a chance to meet me equally." From my shoulder came Jenks's loud comment, "Piss on my daisies, I knew there was something I liked about the little cookie maker." "That's important to you?" Siri questioned regally, ignoring Jenks's comment. Quen dropped his head, but his eyes were unrepentant from beneath his dark bangs. Trent shifted his feet. I knew it was a ploy to bring her attention to him, but Siri smiled at Quen. "There is a spark of us left," she said, then took a breath as if readying herself for a difficult task. Outside, pixies plastered themselves against the glass,
and I felt a stab of nervousness when Ciri returned her focus to Trent. Seeing them together, I was struck by how much they looked alike. Their hair was that same fine, almost transparent blonde. Their features both had the same delicate yet firm cast, slim without losing strength, strength without sacrificing beauty. "I've been watching you for some time," Ciri said softly. "You're very confused. Very confused. You have forgotten nothing, but you don't know how to use it." Trent's expression almost hid his anger. Almost. "Mal Sahan," Ciri's breath hissed, and she dropped back a step, dress furling to show her bare feet. "Don't," she said, complexion a delicate rose. "Not from you." Quen twitched as she reached for her waistband, and she froze him with a look as she pulled a swab and a torn cellophane package from it. I recognized it as one of mine. "I came to give you this," she said, handing it to Trent. "But since I have your attention—" Jenks's wings made spurts of cool wind on my neck, and the tension escalated. Ciri tapped a line, and her hair shifted in a breeze that touched only her. I thought I sensed a metallic taste on my tongue. My face cold, I looked over the sanctuary as if expecting a demon to melt into existence, but then my gaze fell upon Ciri, and I blanched. "Holy crap," Jenks breathed, his wings going absolutely motionless. Ciri had gone deathly still, gathering intent and power about her as if supplementing her damaged aura. Her undeniable beauty was like that of a fairy, savage and pale, face hollow, hard and unyielding. Quen didn't move as she closed in on Trent, near enough that her hair mingled with his, near enough that she could pull his aura into her as she breathed. "I am black," she said, and a shudder rippled through me. "I am foul with 1,000 years of demon curses. Don't cross me, or I will bring you and your house down. Rachel is the only clean thing I have, and you won't sully her to further your high ideas. Understand?" A hard expression replaced Trent's shock, reminding me of who he was and what he was capable of. "You're not who I thought you would be," he said, and Ciri let a cruel smile curve the corners of her mouth. "I am your worst nightmare come to walk this side of the lines. I'm an elf, Trent, something you've forgotten how to be. You're scared of black magic. I can see fear shimmering under your aura like sweat. I live and breathe black magic. I'm so tainted with it that I will use it without thought, without guilt, and without hesitation." She stepped forward into his space, and Trent moved back. "Leave Rachel alone," she said, the words soft as rain and as commanding as a god's. Ciri reached to touch him, and in a blinding fast motion, Quen bolted forward. I took a breath to shout a warning, but Ciri spun, hurling a black ball of ever after. "Finire!" "Ciri!" I exclaimed, then cowered when it hit the circle Quen flung up and exploded into black sparkles. Clearly ticked, Ciri strode to Quen, Latin spilling from her like black smoke. "Quies custodiat ipsos custodius," she said wrathfully, then plunged a tiny white fist into his circle. Quen stared in shock as his circle fell. "Finire," Ciri said tightly, reaching for him, and when Quen grasped her wrist to do something he froze, then dropped to the hardwood floor, out cold. "Holy crap!" Jenks chirped from the rafters, and Ciri looked away from Quen. Anger made her pale beauty terrible. "Ciri," I coaxed, then stopped when she rounded on me. "Shut up," she said, long hair flying. "I'm angry at you too. No one has ever shoved me before in my entire life." Mouth open, I looked at Trent. The shocked billionaire was backing to the door. "Excuse me," he said. "This was a mistake. If you'll release Quen, I'll leave." Ciri spun to him. "My apologies for keeping you from your next appointment. You're a very busy man," she said caustically, then turned her attention to Quen, slumped on the floor. "Is he a good person?" she asked abruptly. Trent paused, and the metallic stench tickling my nose grew stronger. "Yes." "You should listen to him more often," she said, Crouching before him, her dress pooled like water turned to silk. "That's why we have others around us." Jenks dropped down to me, and I wondered if Ciri thought of me like that, sort of a servant with whom to talk things over. Trent's eyes pinched in worry as Ciri muttered Latin, and a black shimmer of ever after coated Quen. He snorted, the black splintering away to silver threads when his eyes opened. Scrambling up, he stood while Ciri found her feet with more grace. It was obvious by his chagrined expression that he was surprised and humbled. I couldn't help but feel bad for the man. Ciri was a handful, even when she wasn't pushing us around. "Did you see what I did?" she asked him seriously, and Quen nodded, his green eyes fixed upon her as if seeing his salvation. "Can you do it?" she asked him next. Glancing at Trent, he nodded.
"I can now that I've seen you do it,"
he said guiltily, but Ciri smiled in delight. "He didn't know you practiced the dark arts, did he?" Quen looked down, then blinked when he realized she was barefoot.
"No, Malsahan,"
he said softly, and Trent shifted uncomfortably. Ciri laughed, the wonderful sound cascading over me like cool water. "Perhaps we are alive yet," she said, touching the top of his hand as if they were old friends. "Keep him safe if you can. He's an idiot." Trent cleared his throat, but they were lost in each other's attention.
"It's what he was made into, Malsahan,"
Quen said, kissing the top of her hand, the gesture full of grace.
"He had no choice."
Ciri sniffed as she drew her hand from Quen. "Well, he does now," she said saucily. "See if you can't remind him of who and what he is." With a respectful nod, Quen turned to me. I, too, was given that same head bob, but mine was accompanied by a smirk I couldn't decipher. Jenks sighed from my shoulder, and I found myself rocking back off the balls of my toes. It seemed to be over. "Just a minute," I said, jiggling on my feet. "Don't leave yet. Ciri, don't let them leave." Both men froze when Ciri smiled at them, and I jogged into my room. Snatching the 2 garment bags, I hustled back. I was alive, check. Still had the focus, check. Introduced Trent and Ciri, check. I'm kind of hungry. Wonder what I've got in the fridge. My eyes widened, now that I realized what the metallic stench was. Damn it, I had left the kettle over the flame and it had gone dry. "Here," I said, dumping the 2 dresses into Trent's arms. "I'm not working your lame-ass wedding. I'd refund your money, but you haven't given me any." Trent's face was murderously furious, and he dropped them on the floor. Turning on a heel, he stiffly walked out the door, leaving it open behind him. I heard his feet on the sidewalk and the sound of a car door opening and shutting, then nothing. Quen made an elegant bow to Ciri, who drew her dress up and curtsied back, shocking me. Hesitating, Quen bowed again to me, and I gave him a sloppy see-you-later salute. Like I could curtsy? His dark face smiling, Quen followed Trent out and quietly shut the door. My exhaled breath seemed to be very loud. "Holy crap!" Jenks said, leaving my shoulder to make circles around Ciri. "That was the damnedest thing I've ever seen." As if it had been a signal, the sanctuary was abruptly pixie-filled. My head started to hurt, and though I was obviously happy with how this had ended, I was worried, too. I had to get rid of the focus as soon as possible. "Ciri," I said, waving pixie kids from my path as I flung the discarded dresses over the back of the couch and hot-footed it into the kitchen to turn off the burner. "Just what am I to you, anyway?" She had followed me, and I was surprised to see Trent's gift in her hand when I glanced over my shoulder. "My friend," she said simply. The stink was awful in the kitchen, and I wedged the window higher. See, this is why I liked coffee. You couldn't screw up making coffee. Even the bad stuff was good. Using a hot pad, I moved the black kettle to the sink, the pops of superheated water startling me when the kettle hit the damp porcelain. "You want some coffee?" I said, at a loss for what to do. I knew she'd rather have tea, but not in something so dirty on the outside. "I like him," she said wistfully, and I spun, shocked at the shy tone. "Quen?" I stammered, remembering him kissing her hand. She was standing in the threshold to the kitchen, a dreamy look on her face where a powerful anger had just been. "No," she said, as if mystified at my confusion. "Trent. He is so deliciously innocent, and with all that power." I stared at her as she took the lid off the gift box he had left, and plucked an opal the size of a chicken's egg from it. Holding it up to the light, she sighed. "Trenton Aloysius Calamac." 28. The sun had shifted across the far wall of the kitchen, and I sat at the table wearing one of Jenks's human-sized shirts over a black chemise. I had it on for the comfort factor. I wasn't looking forward to going to the morgue again. To my left was that jar of jalapeno salsa and a tomato for Glenn. To my right, a cup of long cold coffee sat beside my cell and the landline. Neither one was ringing. It was 1:15, and Glenn was late. I hated waiting. Leaning closer to the table, I eased another coat of clear polish over my index fingernail. The odor of acetate mixed with the scent of the herbs hanging over the center island counter, and the sound of Jenks's kids was a balm as they played hide-and-seek in the garden. 3 more pixies were braiding my hair. Jenks playing supervisor to prevent a repeat of the snarl incident. "No, not that way, Jeremy," Jenks said, and I stiffened. "You go under Jocelyn, then over Janice before you do the double back. There, that's it. Got the pattern?" A weary chorus of "Yes, Dad" brought a smile to my face, and I tried not to move as I painted my thumbnail. I could hardly feel the tugs on my hair as they worked. Finished, I capped the bottle and held my hand up for inspection. A deep, almost maroon, red. I brought my hand closer, noticing that the faint scar on my knuckle was gone, undoubtedly erased along with my freckles after I'd used that demon curse to wear this spring. I'd gotten the scar from falling through the screen door when I had been 10. Robbie had pushed me, and after he dried my tears and put a bandage on it, I sucker-punched him in the gut, which sort of left me wondering if Siri would be landing one on me when I least expected it. Robbie and I had come up with this wild story that the neighbor's dog had tried to jump through it. Looking back now, I was sure Mom and Dad knew that the black lab had nothing to do with the broken screen, but they hadn't said anything, probably proud that we'd settled our differences, then hung together to escape punishment. I rubbed my thumb against the smooth skin of my finger, sad the scar was gone. The draft from Jenks's wings brushed my hand. "What are you smiling about?" My gaze fell upon my phone, and I wondered if Robbie would return my call if I left a message. I wasn't working for the IS anymore. I was thinking about my brother. "That is so weird," Jenks said. "One brother. I had 24 when I left." Focus blurring, I tightened the cap on the polish, thinking that when he had left home, it had been as if they had died. He knew it was a one-way trip to Cincy. He was stronger than I. "Ow!" I yelped when someone pulled too hard. My hand came up to my head, and I turned, sending them whirling up in silk and dust. The polish was still tacky, and I froze. "Okay, get out," Jenks said authoritatively. "All of you. You're just playing now. Go on, Jeremy, check on your mother. I can finish Ms. Morgan's hair. Go on." The 3 of them rose up in complaint, and he pointed. Still protesting, they flew backward to the screen, all talking at once, apologizing and pleading, wringing their hands and twisting their pretty little faces into sad expressions that tugged on my heart. "Out?" Jenks demanded, and one by one they slipped into the garden. Someone giggled, and they were gone. "Sorry, Rach," he said, flitting behind me. "Hold still. Jenks, it's fine. I'll just take it out." "Get your hands out of your hair," he muttered. "Your polish isn't dry, and you aren't going out with a half-assed braid. You think I don't know how to braid hair? Tink's little red shoes. I'm old enough to be your father." He wasn't, but I set my hand on the table and settled back, feeling soft tugs as he finished what his children had started. A heavy sigh shifted me, and Jenks asked, "Now what?" His tone unusually gruff to cover his embarrassment over messing with my hair. The sound of his wings was pleasant, and I could smell oak leaves and Queen Anne's lace. My gaze went to Ivy's empty space, and the sound of his wings dropped in pitch. "You going to get her out?" he asked softly. He had reached the ends of my hair, and I slowly leaned forward, pillowing my head on my folded arms. "I'm worried, Jenks." Jenks harumphed. "At least she didn't leave because you bit Kiston." "I suppose," I said, the warmth of my breath coming back to me from the old wood. There was a final tug,
and Jenks flew to land on the table before me. I sat upright to feel the heavy weight of my braid, his tiny features pinched. She may not want to leave Piscary. My hand rose and fell in a gesture of frustration. So I'm supposed to leave her there? Looking tired, Jenks sat cross-legged beside my abandoned coffee mug. I don't like it either, but he's her master vampire, the one that protects her, and screws with her mind. Bothered, I rubbed at a nail, smoothing out a nick before the polish finished setting. You think you're strong enough to protect her? Against an undead master vampire? Jenks asked. I thought back to my conversation with Keesley in the garden. No, I whispered, glancing at the clock. Where the devil is Glenn? Jenks's wings blurred, and he rose 4 inches, still sitting cross-legged. And let her get herself out. She'll be all right. Damn it, Jenks. He started to laugh, which ticked me off. There's nothing funny about this, I said, and smirking, Jenks landed on the table. I had this same conversation with Ivy about you up in Mackinac. She'll be all right. My eyes went to the clock. If she isn't, I'll kill him. No, you won't, Jenks said, and I flicked my gaze to him. No, I wouldn't. Piscary kept Ivy safe from predation. When she came home, I'd make her a cup of cocoa, listen to her cry, and this time, damn it, I'd hold her and tell her it was going to be okay. Vampire culture sucks. My eyes blurred, and I jumped when the front bell rang. There he is, I said, chair-scraping as I stood and yanked the waistband of my jeans up. Jenks's wings were a subdued hum as I grabbed my phone and dropped it into my bag. My thoughts went to Piscary, and I added my splat gun. Then I thought about Trent, and I dropped the focus in there, too. Checking to see if I'd marred my nails, I slid the jar into my arms and picked up the tomato. Ready, Jenks? I said with a forced cheerfulness. Yeah, he said, then shouted, Gian! The serious-minded pixie came in so fast I was sure he'd been on the gutters outside the window. Watch your mother, Jenks said. You know how to use my phone? Yes, Dad, the 8-year-old said, and Jenks put a hand on his shoulder. Call Ms. Morgan if you need to reach me. Don't look for me. Use the phone. Got it? Yes, Dad. This time it carried a heavy exasperation, and I smiled. I was dying inside. Jihan was assuming more responsibility to take his dad's place in the next few years. Pixie lifespan sucks. Jenks, I said, as I shifted the jar of sauce to my hip. It's noon. If you want to sit this one out, it's fine. I know you nap this time of day. I'm fine, Rachel, he said darkly. Let's go. To insist would only tick him off, so we headed out. My vamp-made boots clumped on the hardwood floor of the sanctuary, and after setting the jar on the table by the door, I fumbled in my bag for my sunglasses. I wrangled them on one-handed and pulled the door open. I got that sauce you wanted, Glenn, I said, then looked up. I was getting tired of finding unexpected people on my stoop. Maybe I ought to spend an afternoon with a drill and put in one of those peepholes. How expensive could they be? Hey, David, what's up? I said, taking him in. He was out of his usual suit, wearing a soft gray suede tuck-in shirt and pair of jeans instead. His face was absolutely clean-shaven, and a long, dull scratch marked his cheek and neck. Behind him at the curb, his gray sports car idled. Rachel? His quick gaze darted to Jenks. Jenks, he added. Standing a step back, the usually collected wearer took a steadying breath, reaching to straighten his missing jacket. His hand clenched as if reaching for the handle of his briefcase. My worry intensified. What? I said, expecting the worst. David looked behind him at his car. I need your help. Serena, my girlfriend, needs a heavy painkiller. His eyes were pinched when they met mine. I would have phoned, but I think the FIB has tapped my wire. She wared, Rachel. My God, she actually wared. Holy crap, Jenks said. Tense, I took my shades off and set the tomato down beside the sauce. The full moon isn't until Monday. That's when the others first wared. His head bobbing, David fidgeted. I told her about the women in the morgue. I told her I was sorry, and she probably wouldn't be able to stop from wearing on Monday unless she gained some control over it between now and then. Brown eyes pleading for forgiveness, he added. So I walked her through it. Or I tried. She's not built for it, he said, his voice cracking. Wares came from humans,
but we evolved apart from them for too long. It's not supposed to hurt this bad. She's in too much pain. Do you have a charm, a potion, anything?"
Lately I'd been carrying pain amulets in my bag, like some people have breath mints. "I've 3 with me right now," I said, reaching behind me to shut the door. "Let's go." David took the steps 2 at a time. Jenks was a flash of wings, and I brought up the rear, slipping into the passenger's side as David slammed his door shut. I thought that a curse that turned humans into wares was stupid if it hurt too much to be of any use. But then again, the focus enabled alphas to pack together to eliminate the pain of shifting, so maybe there was some sense to it. "Hey!" I protested when the car started moving before I had my door shut. Ignoring me, David scanned the street as I buckled myself in, bracing against the dash when he took a corner too fast. Wares had excellent reflexes, but this was pushing it. "David, slow down."
"I've doped her up on Bane,"
he said, managing the wheel with one hand as he fastened his seatbelt with the other.
"I can't let her wake up and find me gone. The pain is killing her. I don't think it's going to stop until she turns back. This was a mistake. God, what have I done?"
My fingers felt the outline of the focus in its lead-lined bag. I didn't think the artifact was going to help. The dulling of pain happened when wear packs combined into a round. The focus only allowed them to do it more efficiently. "David, slow down," I repeated, when he came out onto a one-way, driving like he was in the Indy 500. Jenks hugged the stem of the rearview mirror. He looked a little green. "The IS is watching for me," I added. "They usually have a cruiser in the church up on the right." David slowed, a shaky hand on the wheel. The lot was empty, and he picked up speed. "What do you mean the FIB has tapped your line?" I asked as we got on the interstate to cross the river from the Hallows to Cincinnati. "They can't do that."
"They did,"
David said grimly.
"Officer Glenn thinks I'm responsible for the were deaths, not just the suicides, but all of them. Thinks I'm the Jack the Ripper meets Mr. Hyde."
I made a scoffing bark of laughter, then tensed when he darted across the path of a semi. "It's Trent," I said in the fading adrenaline. "He told me himself. And watch what you're doing. God, you're a worse driver than Ivy." David gave me a quick look.
"Trent Calamac? What for?"
Jenks's wings were an odd shade of green. "He's after the focus," the ill pixie said. "He found out this morning that Rachel has it."
"Damn me, back to my mother's bitch,"
David swore softly.
"Do you have it? Is it safe?"
My head bobbed. "I'm going to give it to Piscari to put it back into hiding." "Rachel!" David exclaimed, and I pointed to the truck stopped at the red light just off the bridge. "I can't keep it safe," I said as he hit the brakes. "What am I supposed to do with it? I don't have enough magic to hide it once someone knows I've got it. At least Piscari has enough clout to keep people from drugging him into telling where it is." David's eyes were worried.
"But it belongs to the wares."
The light changed, and I held my breath until I was sure David wasn't going to dart around the truck ahead of us. But the usually uber-safety-conscious ware just fumed at the slow acceleration. "Believe me," I said softly. "If there was a way I could give it to the wares, I would. But it's demon-crafted. If there was a way I could give it to the wares, I would. But it's demon-crafted, and all it's going to do is cause problems. Change is needed, but slow, not fast. Otherwise," I thought of his girlfriend's pain.
"A were should hide it, then,"
he offered. "Who, David?" I demanded, frustrated, and Jenks's wings shifted nervously. "You? We tried that. Mr. Ray? Mrs. Sarong? How about Vincent? He had 3 packs bound to him, and they were savage, every one of them channeling the power of an alpha, but lacking the restraint that evolved with the alpha position." Silently, his jaw clenched, and I continued, "You don't become an alpha. You're born that way. They couldn't handle it. Change has to come slow. It's like your girlfriend trying to wear without the mental and physical cushion 1,000 years of evolution gave you." David's grip on the wheel eased, and I relaxed. "Maybe it's not time yet," I said softly, bracing myself as he made a quick right into his apartment complex. That doesn't look good," Jenks said, and David's face went empty of emotion. I followed their gazes to the parking lot, and my stomach sank. There were 2 IS cruisers, 3 from the FIB, and a multi-species ambulance. "It's okay," I said, reaching for my seatbelt. "I don't think they're at your apartment." Saying nothing, David pulled up as close as he could get, fumbling with his seatbelt, swearing until it released.
"It's my apartment. My curtains were closed. They're open now, and Serena couldn't be awake yet."
Leaving the keys in the ignition, he lurched out of the car, steps crisp and intent as he headed for his door. I slowly got out to stand wedged between the car and the open door, my arms on the roof. Jenks landed on my shoulder, and we said nothing when an IS officer stopped David on the threshold. They spoke briefly, and I felt sick as the man cuffed him. David looked broken, but offered no resistance, knowing that to fight would give them a reason to throw him in a cell and forget about him to the limit of the law. Someone moved past the upstairs window, and I gripped my bag tighter, glad I had the focus, since the IS was taking the opportunity to search David's apartment. His cat was watching me from a second window, and it skittered away before a dark figure passed by it. "What are we going to do, Jenks?" I whispered. Jenks's wings cooled my neck, and I squinted in the glare as they bundled David into a cruiser. "Jenks?" I said, and the pitch of the pixie's wings shifted. "See you back at the church," he said, darting off to eavesdrop on them. I held my breath as he hovered over the lot, dropping like a stone to dart inside the cruiser with David when no one was looking. I wished him well as the cruiser eased forward, hesitating briefly before pulling into traffic. "Bye, David." My breath slipped from me, long and slow. Leaning into the car, I retrieved David's keys and dropped them in my bag. I'd find another way home, but I'd need his keys to get in to feed his cat. Damn it! I'd seen this before, and it hadn't ended well. I shut David's car door with a thump, and my blood pressure spiked when I spotted Glenn's trim silhouette headed for me across the lot. "Well, at least I know now why you didn't show for our date at the morgue," I shouted across the distance between us. His pace was purposeful, but his head was bowed in what I hoped was guilt.
"I'm sorry, Rachel,"
the ex-military officer said as he halted beside me. "Sorry?" I exclaimed, more than a little upset at Glenn's overzealous Boy Scout mentality. Whatever David's been arrested for, he didn't do it. I was with Trent this morning, and he flat out told me he was the one murdering the Wares to find that stupid-ass statue. Glenn didn't look any happier, his stud earrings making an odd statement next to his otherwise eminently professional mien.
"I'm really glad to hear you say that,"
he said, putting his hands behind his back and all but pinning me to the car with his too-close presence. Taken aback, I felt my anger slow. "So, you're going to let him go?" Head shaking, he squinted to look worried.
"No, but if Mr. Callamack can verify that you were with him this morning, I can keep the IS from arresting you right now."
I felt myself pale. "Me?" I stammered. "What for?"
"For aiding and abetting the murder of Brett Markson."
His gaze went to my bag.
"You got anything in there I need to know about?"
Adrenaline surged, and I felt like I'd been kicked in the stomach. "I've got my splat gun, but I don't need a permit for it. And this is crap, Glenn. I just told you Trent murdered them. All of them. The 3 Jane Wolves were accidents and had nothing to do with the murders." Glenn pulled himself straighter, his hands still laced behind his back.
"Rachel, could you step away from the car and come with me, please? And give me your purse."
My mouth dropped open. "Am I under arrest?" I said loudly, clutching my bag closer. Crap, I had the focus in there.
"No one is arresting you. Yet," he said, his expression pained. "Please, Rachel, if you don't cooperate, the IS will handle your questioning. I'm trying to jump ahead of them here."
That was all the encouragement I needed. Feeling very alone for the lack of Jenks, I handed him my bag. It looked funny in his grip, and he gestured with a free hand for me to accompany him. Shaking inside, I fell into step beside him. We were moving steadily to the FIB van, the one with the metal mesh in the windows. "Talk to me, Glenn."
"Mr. David Hugh was seen talking to Mr. Markson last night,"
he said unhappily.
"Today, the victim was found dead in Mr. Hugh's apartment dumpster with your card in his wallet. Mr. Hugh admits to having relationships with the 3 Jane Wolves now in the morgue, and when officers came to question him, they found a heavily sedated werewoman showing signs of assault."
My knees went watery. This looked really bad, and I was glad I'd told Glenn about the focus earlier. "Serena was human, Glenn,"
The focus turned her. David was helping her to learn to control it before the full moon, so she would know what was coming and be able to deal with it. He doped her up in Bane so he could get me to help her with pain. That's all it is. Glenn glared at me, his brown eyes full of warning. Lower your voice. Eyes dropping, I frowned, listening to the distinctive radio chatter. Sorry, I said, then scuffed to a halt before we got much closer to that open van. David did not kill Brett, I said firmly. The 3 were-women in the morgue were tragic accidents. Serena is trying to deal with what happened, and David is doing the best he can. You should be arresting Trent, not David. Rachel, stop. He told me he did it, I exclaimed. Why does no one believe me? Glenn leaned close, and I stiffened, using every ounce of will not to break his hold when he took my shoulder. Shut up, he said tightly, so close I could smell the sweat under his aftershave. Everyone with a badge knows you hate Kalamack. I can't ask for a warrant to arrest him because you said he told you he did it. I made a scoffing noise, then yelped when he yanked me closer. I believe you, Rachel, Glenn said, almost whispering into my ear. That man is slime, and I'm going to look into it. Look into it, I taunted, then winced when Glenn pinched my shoulder. I said I'm going to look into it, and if I find something, I'll let you know. He let go of me. Just hang tight. You're no help to me if you're in jail. Dropping back a step, I watched the ambulance crew bring Serena out. They had used a witch spell to trigger her to return to her human shape. From what I could see, she looked like the women in the morgue, a trim outline showing under the stretcher's sheet, her long brown hair in disarray. David clearly had a preferred look to his women. Though she was unconscious, pain had drawn her face into lines. David didn't hurt her, I whispered as the ambulance crew loaded her in the back. Then he'll be released when she regains consciousness and tells us that, Glenn said. I turned to Glenn, tears of frustration blurring my vision. If we lived in a perfect world. My nose tickled with the scent of incense, and I spun. Denon was behind me, clearly amused that he had startled me. He looked better, almost his old self, and dressed in his usual polo shirt and slacks that showed off his narrow waist and his muscular legs. Obviously some dead vamp had been at him, giving a little back to boost his morale. It was in his attitude. My pulse quickened at the reminder of the IS officers bundling David into cuffs, and I backed up into Glenn. Denon, I said stiffly, telling myself I wasn't afraid of him, but of what he could do to me under the flag of IS justice. Morgan, the big man said, his deep, beautiful voice sounding like chocolate milk given sound. His gaze slid to Glenn behind me. Detective Glenn. I shivered, his voice creeping up my spine with the subtlety of velvet. Damn, someone had been playing with him all right. Glenn seemed to have noticed too, for all he did was nod. Denon smiled to show his flat teeth. Morgan, it gives me great pleasure to take you in for questioning in conjunction with the murder of Brett Markson. My breath caught when he reached for me, and I fell back into Glenn's solid weight. Flustered, I pulled myself straight. I have an alibi, Denon. Back off. People were watching, and Denon arched his eyebrows. The time of Markson's death was put at 7. You were asleep, and I know no one was with you. Seeing as both your boyfriend and your roommate were with Piscary at the time. He leered. I didn't want to think about it. I couldn't think about it. I was having an early morning meeting with Mr. Kalamack, I said, keeping my voice soft so he wouldn't hear it shake. Denon's eyes widened, cracking his cocky attitude and giving me a measure of strength. You know how humans are, I added, sliding sideways so if I had to move, I wouldn't bump Glenn. But Glenn shifted with me, the way they insist everyone keep to their time clock, no respect for other cultures. Brown eyes narrowing, Denon drew an obscenely thin cell phone out of a belt holster. His brown fingers hitting the buttons carefully, he appeared to scroll through a list of numbers. You won't mind if I verify that? I froze, not knowing if Trent would tell the truth. Be my guest, I said boldly. People were closing in around us. I could feel them. Glenn edged closer. Rachel? My gaze flicked to his, and I felt small between the two black men. Trent was with me,
I insisted. But will he admit to that? I thought, cringing when I remembered how we had parted. Probably not.
Mr. Callamack, please, Denon said pleasantly, and I heard a woman's voice. Of course, ma'am. This is Officer Denon from the IS.
Denon smiled at me as the call was put through.
Mr. Callamack, he said cheerfully, I apologize for interrupting your afternoon. I know you're busy, and this will only take a moment. I need you to verify that you were with Ms. Rachel Morgan this morning between 7 and 7:30.
I swallowed hard, wanting my splat gun tucked away in my bag. It was probably a good thing that Glenn had it. Denon's eyes flicked to me.
No, sir, he said into the tiny phone. Yes, sir. Thank you. You have a good day, too.
Face empty of emotion, Denon snapped the phone shut. Well? I asked. I was sweating. Even a human could see it.
You act as if you don't know the answer, he said smoothly.
From behind me, Glenn shifted.
Officer Denon, are you arresting Miss Morgan or not?
I held my breath. Denon's big hands clenched and released.
Not today,
he said, forcing a smile. Exhaling, I tossed a strand of hair that had escaped Jenks's braid and tried to look confident.
You're lucky,
witch, Denon said as he rocked back a graceful step.
I don't know what star you're wishing on, but it's about to fall.
And with that, he spun and walked away. Yeah, and angels cry when good men die, I said. He would find a new book of clichés to memorize. Relieved, I reached for my shoulder bag, still in Glenn's possession. Give me that, I said, yanking it to me. The car Denon had gotten into drove away with a tiny squeak of tires. Head down in thought, Glenn pointed me to an unmarked FIB car, big, black, and sporting blocky lines.
I'll get you home,
he said, and I obediently headed for it. Trent told the truth, I said, our steps matching perfectly. I don't get it. He could have gotten me in jail, then searched the church for the focus at his leisure. Glenn opened the door for me, and I slipped inside, enjoying the courtesy.
Maybe he's worried someone saw him.
Glenn mused aloud, then shut my door. Maybe he was using Siri and me as his alibi. I muttered as Glenn went around the front and got in. I grimaced, thinking, how sick is that? Using a beautiful woman like Siri as an alibi, while one of your peons was shoving someone into a dumpster for you. Glenn started the car, and we waited for the ambulance to leave before us, the lights off and moving slow. David won't be taking the blame for this, I said in determination, clutching my bag on my lap. Maybe Trent told the truth because he knew I had the focus with me, and if the IS got it, it would make his task to retrieve it a lot harder.
I hope you're right.
Glenn's voice was distant as he looked both ways before pulling out.
I really hope you're right. Because if Mr. Hugh is officially charged with the murders, the IS is going to come after you for aiding and abetting even with that alibi. David asking you for help looks really bad.
Settling myself into the leather seats, I put an elbow on the open window and stared at nothing. Swell, I whispered to no one. My life sucks. 29. My eyes fluttered open when Glenn eased to a stop at a stoplight. Blinking, I realized I was almost home, and I sat up from my slouch. The day had gotten warm, and apparently I'd nodded off. Clearly, being knocked out for 8 hours wasn't the same as sleep. Embarrassed, I glanced at Glenn, flushing when he smiled at me, his teeth a startling white against his dark skin. Please tell me I wasn't snoring, I muttered, never imagining I would have fallen asleep. I had only closed my eyes to gather my thoughts, or maybe to escape from everything.
You snore cute,
he said, giving his unused ashtray a tap.
You two are funny.
Jenks rose from it in a puff of gold glitters. I'm awake, he exclaimed, tugging his clothes straight and looking charmingly wide-eyed as he arranged his shock of blonde hair. He at least had an excuse, seeing as he was usually asleep this time of day. The clock on the dash said it was after 2. After leaving David's, Glenn had first taken me to the FIB to make an official statement before the IS could choose the most inopportune time to get one from me. From there we went to pick Jenks up at the IS and physically drop off a copy of my paperwork, all nice and legal. We fitted the morgue in there, too, which had left me depressed.
I was sure Glenn had more to do than cart us around, but since I didn't have a valid license, I appreciated it. David was still in custody. Jenks had overheard his interrogation, and apparently Brett had met with David yesterday to talk about Brett joining our pack. It was supposed to have been a surprise, which had left me in tears when I found out. That's why Trent had targeted him. Trent was slime, and I cursed myself for letting some of the good things he did, like admit he spent the morning with me, for instance, cloud the fact that he was a murderer and drug lord. He only did something decent if it might be of some use to him, such as giving himself an alibi for 7 to 7:30. Siri had it right. The man was a demon in all but species. Under some made-up point of law, the IS was detaining David without any formal charges. It was illegal, but someone in the basement had probably realized that the focus was out, seeing as a loner was turning human women into wares. David was knee-deep in it. It would only be a matter of time before I joined him. Maybe if he was in IS custody, Trent couldn't kill him. Maybe. I'm sorry, David. I never expected this to happen. The cool shade of my street fell over me, and I gathered my bag onto my lap, feeling for the heavy outlines of the focus. Squinting, I realized there was a black van parked in front of the church, and someone was tacking a note on my door. "Jenks, look at that," I whispered, and he followed my gaze. Glenn eased to a stop several car lengths back, and when I cracked the window, Jenks darted out, saying, "I'll see what it is." The man with the hammer caught sight of us, and with a worrisome quickness he hustled down the stairs and into his vehicle. "You want me to stay?" Glenn asked, shoving the car into park. He had a pencil in his grip and was writing down the plate number as the black van drove away. The dust spilling from Jenks as he hovered before the note shifted from gold to red. "I don't know," I murmured. Getting out, I stomped up the stairs. "Evicted," Jenks said, his face white when he spun in the air. "Rachel, Piscary evicted us! He evicted us!" My stomach going light, I ripped the paper from the nail. "No freaking way," I said, skimming the official document. It was blurry from being the second copy, but clear enough. We had 30 days to vacate. They were going to tear the church down now that it wasn't sanctified. But the impetus behind it was Piscary. Glenn leaned out the window. "Everything okay?" "Rach!" Jenks exclaimed, clearly terrified. "I can't move my family. Madalena isn't well. They're going to bulldoze the garden." "Jenks," I said, hand upraised, though I couldn't touch him. "It's going to be okay, I promise. We'll work something out. Madalena will be fine." Jenks stared at me, his eyes wide. I, he stammered. Then with a little moan, he darted up and around to the back of the church. My hands fell to my sides. I felt so helpless. "Rachel?" Glenn called from the street, and I turned. "We've been evicted," I said, moving the paper in explanation. 30 days. Anger trickled into me. Glenn's eyes narrowed. "Don't do it, witch," he warned as he looked at my fists, clenched at my sides. I gazed down the street at nothing, getting madder. "I'm not going to kill him," I said. "Give me some credit. This is an invitation. If I don't go see him, he'll do something worse." Shit, my mother. Glenn ducked back in the window. His door opened, and he got out. My blood pressure rose. "Get your little brown sugar candy ass back in your ugly Crown Victoria," I said. "I know what I'm doing." My fingers felt the outlines of the focus in my bag as Glenn came to the bottom of the steps and looked up at me, pistol on his hip and attitude all over him like icing on a cake. "Give me your car keys." "Don't think so." His eyes narrowed. "Give them to me or I'm going to arrest you myself." "On what grounds?" I asked belligerently, looking down at him. "Your boots. They're breaking every unwritten fashion law." Huffing, I looked at him, tilting one toe onto the other to see them better. "I'm just going to talk to him, nice and friendly." Eyebrows high, Glenn put his hand out. "I've seen how you talk to Piscary. Keys?" My jaw clenched. "Put a car at my mother's house," I demanded. And when he nodded, I shoved the eviction paper into my bag, found my keys, and threw them at him. "Bastard," I muttered as they hit his hand. "That's my girl," he said as he looked at the zebra-striped car key. "You get them back when you go to class." I opened the door to the church and put my hand on my hip. You call me your girl one more time and I'm going to turn your gonads into plums and make jam out of them. Chuckling, Glenn got into his car. Entering the dark foyer, I pulled the heavy door shut hard enough to make the upper transom windows rattle. My bag held tight to me. I stomped into the sanctuary and headed for my desk. Yanking open drawers, I slammed and banged until I found my spare set of keys. It had everything the first had, plus the key that opened Ivy's safe and one from Nick's apartment, never thrown away, God knows why. A smug satisfaction tugged the corners of my mouth up into a wicked smile as I dropped the keys into my bag, and I went to the side window to watch Glenn turn the corner at the end of the street. The red of the stained glass gave everything outside an unreal look, like the ever after. "Jenks!" I shouted as his car vanished. "If you can hear me, get your best suit on. We have some major ass-kissing to do." 30. This isn't the same, I told myself, my two-handed grip tightening on the wheel of my convertible and the wind from the cracked window tugging a few strands from my braid. This wasn't anything like the night I had tried to tag Piscary last year. For one, Jenks was with me this time. I wasn't mad either. Not blind mad, anyway. It was daylight for at least a few more hours, not that that made a difference. Jenks was with me. I had a nice peace offering to buy my life with, and lastly, Jenks was with me. Signaling, I made a quick left turn, heading to the riverfront and going against the predominant flow of traffic. I had friends at Pizza Piscary's, but Piscary was back, and they wouldn't help me. Jenks was my confidence now that the focus really was at the post office, lost in the human bureaucracy so deep and jealously guarded that even the IS couldn't reach it. His presence meant more to me than my splat gun, fully stocked and tucked into my bag. I had an invoked pain charm around my neck, hanging outside my shirt so it wouldn't affect me until I needed it, and I had a feeling I was going to need it. Other than that, I was going in pretty much naked of earth charms. I had a hefty amount of ley line energy spindled in my head, though, and in my pocket a pair of heavy-duty toenail clippers you might use on an elephant, which I hoped would be strong enough to cut any anti-ley line zip strip. But it was Jenks I was counting on to be the difference between my walking out with a new lease on life or spending an eternity of hell with Piscary or Al. This was my best option. Trent knew I had the focus. The IS wasn't so dense that they hadn't realized it was still in my possession. I wanted Piscary's protection from all of them. My God, how did I get to this place? The breeze from my window shifted Jenks's wings. He was sitting on the rearview mirror, facing backward as he gazed vacantly into the past. His features were lined and worried. There wasn't a scrap of red on him, a symbol of his intent. If we lost the garden, the stress might tip Madalena into a downward spiral. I'd be hard-pressed to keep him from trying to kill Piscary if push came to shove. But if push came to shove, killing Piscary might be the only way to survive. I didn't want to do that. The undead vampire was the only person I knew who could keep the focus safe until it could be hidden again. Seeing Jenks's misery, I took a breath to ask him about his outfit. I'd never seen it before, sort of a combination of Quen's black uniform with the free-flowing folds of a desert sheik's robes. But Jenks's gaze flicked to mine, making me pause. "Thanks, Rachel," he said, wings utterly still. "For everything. I want to tell you in case we both don't make it through this." "Jenks," I started, and he cut me off with a sharp wing chirp. "Shut your mouth, witch," he snapped, though I could tell he wasn't mad. "I want to thank you. This past year has been the best in my life. And not just for me. That sterility wish I got from you is probably why Madalena made it through last winter. The garden and everything that came with working with you." Jenks's gaze went distant. "Even if they bulldoze everything, I want you to know that it was worth it. My kids know you can make it if you take risks and work hard. That we can work in the system you lunkers set up. That's all a parent really needs to give his kids. That, and how to love someone with all your soul." This was sounding like a last confession, and I flicked my gaze from the car braking in front of me to him. "Geez, Jenks, we're going to be fine. I'll give Piscary the focus, and he'll rescind the eviction. And once everyone knows he has the thing, life will go back to normal. Madalena will be fine." He didn't say anything. Madalena wasn't going to be fine, no matter what happened in the next 24 hours. But I'd be damned if I wouldn't do what I could to get her through the coming winter. She was not going to hibernate and risk not waking up, that was for sure. Jenks's wings drooped, and he pulled a fold of fabric up and polished his sword. Just as well. I wasn't enjoying the conversation, and Jenks's misery was making my stomach hurt. I wished he were bigger again, just so I could give him a hug. Understanding hit me, and I stiffened. This inability to touch was what Ivy lived with every day. She couldn't touch anyone she cared about without her bloodlust asserting itself. We are so screwed up. I forced myself back from the bumper of the guy in front of me. Piscari's was just ahead, and I wanted to get off the street before the IS found me. They were suspiciously absent, and I wondered if they were watching me from a distance to see if I had left to get the focus from someone. I suppose mailing it hadn't been the smartest thing, but I couldn't put it into a bus locker, and giving it to Siri would have been a mistake. Humanity had steadfastly kept control of the mail system, and even Piscari would think twice about leaning on an overworked employee who might snap and go postal. There were some things even a vampire wouldn't mess with. The jitters started, and Jenks's wings shifted fitfully as we pulled into Piscari's parking lot. Yeah, the plan looked good on paper, but Piscari might be more ticked than I thought about my putting him in jail. That I'd just been doing my job probably wouldn't go very far with him. Nervous, I scanned the area. There were a few cars clustered about the kitchen entrance that were clearly not patrons. I didn't see Ivy's cycle, but there was a huge mound of stuff piled at the curb. Sheets of paneling that once covered the upstairs windows, and the tall, trendy tables and stools that Kiston had put in were now carelessly piled to make a 5-foot wall between the lot and the street, waiting for pickup. Apparently, Piscari was doing a little remodeling. My eyes widened, and I took my foot off the gas when I realized Kiston's light show was among it. The metal scaffolding bent and twisted as if it had been pulled from the ceiling without regard. The colored lights were smashed, and his pool table was leaning atop it. "Rach," Jenks said, chilling me, "that pile of trash just moved." Fear slid through me and my heart jumped. It was Kiston sitting on the curb between the mounds of debris. Sun glinting on his blonde hair, he threw something into the pile with a metallic ting. He looked rumpled in his red silk shirt and black linen slacks. Discarded. "Oh, my God," I whispered. His head came up as I swung the car around to point my nose to the exit, parking sideways against the faded lines. There was anger in his absolutely black eyes, utter hatred blending with betrayal and frustration. "Rachel, maybe you should stay in the car." Heart pounding, I fumbled for the door, and Jenks zipped out before me, aggressive and wary. Kiston stood, and leaving the car running, I glanced at the dark restaurant and the upper windows overlooking the parking lot. Nothing moved but a scrap of paper taped to the door. I paced to him, my kick-butt boots tapping. "Kiston?" "What are you doing here?" he barked, and I jerked to a stop, confused. I stood there for a moment, with the nearby cars whooshing past, trying to realign my thinking. "Piscari evicted us," I said, Jenks's wings clattering as he hovered. "What happened?" I said, gesturing to his club, now on the curb. "What do you think happened?" he shouted, looking at the silent restaurant. "That son of a bitch kicked me out. He kicked me out and gave my last blood to someone." God help us. His last blood? As in, here he is, have fun draining him to death? Pulse quickening, I dropped back when Kiston swooped down to the fragments of his dance club. With vampiric strength, he flung a chair at the front door, the metal tumbling and clanking to a stop short of the entryway. The wind from the nearby river tugged at my braid, and I felt cold despite the 2 shirts I had on. "Kiston," I said, frightened. "It's going to be okay." But my confidence trickled away when he turned to me, his shoulders hunched and dark fear and hatred in his eyes. "No," he rasped, "it isn't. He gave me to someone as a thank you, to kill, for their enjoyment, and no one will stop him because he's fucking God." The draft from Jenks's wings tickled my neck, and an iron-cold band of fear slithered through my heart. There was death in Kiston's eyes. There in the sunshine, death waited. Backing up another step, I felt my mouth go dry.
Kiston dipped a hand into a leather pocket of the pool table to come up with a 5-ball.
"When Ivy says no, she gets praised for her strength of will," he said bitterly, hefting it experimentally for weight. "When I say no, I get fucking kicked out."
With a grunt, he threw the ball. It sped over the parking lot, almost unseen.
"Fuck you, you bastard!"
he shouted, and a window broke in the upper story. I jumped when Jenks landed on my shoulder. Rachel," he said, and gold dust spilled over me. "Leave. Please just get in the car and leave." Swallowing, I took a hesitant step forward while Kiston found another pool ball.
"Kiston,"
I whispered, frightened at his show of temper. Never had I seen him this bad.
"Come on,"
I said, reaching out to take his arm.
"We have to go."
Jenks left me, and Kiston froze when I tugged on him. Face empty, he turned, his black eyes freezing me as they glinted from behind his blonde-dyed bangs. Feeling like I'd made a mistake, I let go.
"We have to leave,"
I said, worried someone would come out.
"Go where?"
he said, around a harsh laugh that didn't sound like him at all.
"I'm dead, Rachel. Soon as the sun goes down, someone's going to kill me, as slowly as their anticipation can stand. I gave everything to that bastard, and now he won't."
His words broke off, and fear and pain crossed his face.
"I did everything for him,"
he said, betrayal staining his anger.
"Made a shitload of profit off his bar when it lost its MPL, and now he fucking won't touch me."
His rage and desperation finding a release in a movement of controlled anguish, Kiston threw another pool ball. I fell back, almost tripping on the wreckage of his light show.
"I made more on his damned business after he lost his MPL than he did all of last year,"
he shouted, and the ball funked low and to the left of a wide plate-glass window.
"He never even looked at the books."
Kiston threw a third, and my pulse raced when it went through the wall.
"He doesn't fucking care!"
he raged, and the 8-ball hit the window. I gasped when it shattered completely, and a shadow came forward to investigate. Kiston turned away, palm on the pool table sitting at a 45-degree cant atop a stacked pile of little round tables. Beyond the rubble, cars passed, oblivious.
"He never looked at the books,"
he said softly, as if trying to figure it out.
I thought that would mean something."
The creak of the restaurant's door opening sent alarm spiking through me. Fear for what was coming beat the fear of Kiston's having lost it, and I pulled on his arm, the scent of old blood mixing with his usual scent of leather. "Get in the car. Kiston, get in my car."
"He never looked at the books,"
Kiston said again, in shock.
"Just put down an ultimatum, and gave my last blood to the vampire who set up the deal between him and that demon to get him out. Someone who doesn't care about me. I wanted him to have it."
This was just too sick. "Kiston, we have to go!" I exclaimed, my gaze darting to the 5 big men walking toward us, their pace slow and their wide shoulders swinging. One hesitated at the chair Kiston had thrown, twisting a metal leg free before falling back into step. Oh, shit. Kiston's head came up at the sound of metal tearing. My face went cold. He was dead inside. Though he breathed and his heart beat, Kiston was dead, killed by an anger and betrayal that I'd never comprehend. He'd known Piscary his entire life, bound his life to him, was given power and authority over others through him, found and relished the power of living above the law because of him, and Piscary had ripped all the promises away and thrown him to the curb without pity or thought. Discarded. Given to someone as a gift to take pleasure in killing him. This is who I wanted to buy protection from? "Please," I whispered, both wanting and fearing Kist's turning his black eyes to me. My hand was on his shoulder, and the muscles of his arm tightened as he made a fist. I saw his determination before he voiced it.
"I need to hurt someone, Rachel,"
he said, brushing my hand from him.
"Don't stop this until I can't move."
He pulled a pool cue from the wreckage and hefted it. "Kiston!" I pleaded, but he shoved me backward. I stumbled to catch my balance, frightened, and Kiston went to meet them, never looking back. Panicking, I shifted my weight to follow, but Jenks dropped down to block my way.
"Let him go," he said, his hands on his hips and a grim determination on his face. "They're going to kill him," I said, pointing to the advancing vampires as Kiston took a stance between me and my car. But Jenks shook his head. "No, they won't," he said, eyes never leaving them. "He belongs to someone else." His eyes went to me, filled with deep fear. "After they finish beating him up, you've got to get him out of Cincy before whoever that is finds him." "That's what I'm trying to do," I shouted, almost stamping my foot. Stupid, asinine men. How could I give Piscary the focus now? But then a thought hit me, painful and hard. If the focus was as important as I thought, then maybe I could buy Kiston's safety as well as mine. I had to let Ivy find her own way out. But Kiston... My panic rose anew, and I shifted from foot to foot out of helplessness as the men closed on Kiston. One of the vampires slid across the hood of my car, while 4 more continued forward to trap him against the trash. The one in the lead was familiar. I recognized the slant to his cruel smile. It was the guy Kiston had beat up last year before taking me down to see Piscary. Sam. "Jenks?" I said nervously. My bag with my splat gun was out of reach in my car. "It'll be okay," he said, his voice high, but I didn't believe him. "Stay out of it." "Jenks?" I said louder, then jumped when Kiston shifted his grip and swung his pool stick at Sam. Sam blocked it without slowing down. Smiling to show fangs, he followed it with a hop step and a side kick to Kiston's middle. Kiston took it, turning his body into a roundhouse. His face was ugly with hatred. I'd never seen it raw in him before, and I backed up, a fist to my chest. Do they really expect me to just stand here and let them beat him up? Almost too fast to see, Kiston and Sam exchanged blows, the other vampires ringing them. No one was paying any attention to me, but I couldn't get to my car. "Kiston, behind you!" I shouted, when one of them grabbed Kiston as he rocked back. Teeth bared, Kiston took the second vampire's arm. A soft pull and a savage twist, and a scream of pain ripped from the vampire's throat. Kiston licked his lips before smacking the butt end of the pool cue into the vamp's throat. Black eyes intent, he snarled and shoved the downed vampire to the pavement, kicking the writhing man as he tried to breathe. Sam charged him, and Kiston swung his broken cue like a knife. Sam danced back, taunting until Kiston followed, coming away from the downed vampire. I didn't think he was breathing yet, still convulsing on the pavement. A third vampire wearing a backward cap came forward, hunched and cautious with that chair leg in his grip. Lost in battle lust, Kiston jumped at him, fangs bared. The vampire sprang sideways and Kiston shifted, falling to the ground for a leg sweep. The metal chair leg pinged as it hit the ground right before the vampire holding it. I gasped when Kiston moved too fast to see, covering the man for the span of a breath. His cry of pain cut off with a frightening quickness, and Kiston rolled away, the metal leg in his hands now. It was aimed at Sam, and the vampire cautiously backed up. Howling like a mad thing, Kiston attacked, his movements blurred and fast. The twitching of the vampire Kiston had left on the pavement stopped. His eyes stared unseeingly at the faultlessly blue sky. His hair shifted in the wind, but the man was dead. I could tell, and I hadn't even seen what Kiston had done to him. "Kiston, stop!" I shouted, then leapt to the side when the fourth vampire smashed into the pool table beside me. He hit it hard, his eyes going blank and his limbs spread eagle for a breathless moment until he slid to hit the pavement. I turned to Kiston, my heart pounding. I wanted it to stop, but he was out of control and I was afraid to interfere. His face was twisted and ugly. His motions were sharp and aggressive, and when Sam came at him with the same look, I could do nothing. Grunting, Sam spun, his hair flaring as he smashed a roundhouse into Kiston's head. Kiston stumbled back, a hand coming up to touch the blood leaking from a cut under his eye. As if not feeling it, he took a back kick, then another, each one moving him closer to me. The third one Kiston caught. Sam's face went still, and with a savage smile Kiston wrenched his ankle. Sam cried out in anger to drop back in a controlled fall and keep Kiston from snapping it. Kiston moved to follow up with a death blow, and Sam spun on his back for momentum, flinging his unhurt foot at Kiston's knee in a sweep. Kiston went down, his foot knocked out from under him. I reached out, then gasped when two of the other vampires he had previously downed fell on him. Grunts of pain and silent thuds of fist into flesh turned my stomach as they attacked Kiston. One vampire Kiston could hold his own against, but two, it had turned into a mauling. Sam staggered to his feet, wiping a ribbon of blood from his chin. "Get him up," he breathed heavily, and Jenks got in my way, stopping me from interfering. Frustrated, I jerked back. This was enough. He'd had enough. But when Sam looked at me and pointed for me to stay, I did, frightened by the dark depth of hatred in him. "Don't worry, chicky witch," he said, breathing heavy. "We're almost done. Piscary gave him to someone else to kill, or he'd be dead already." He laughed then, chilling me to my soul. He knew who it was. He knew who Piscary had given Kiston to. I wondered if it was whoever had summoned Al to arrange the entire con to get Piscary out of jail. "Who is it?" I shouted, but he only laughed harder. Using the support of my car, the vampire with the broken arm and the one stunned by hitting the pool table struggled to drag Kiston upright. Blood leaked from Kiston's mouth, and there was a cut under his eye, which was swollen almost closed. His blonde hair glinted in the sunlight as his head hung. Sam limped closer, grabbing his hair and jerking his head up. Kiston squinted to see him. Anger simmered in him still, and Sam smiled tauntingly. "Thought you were such a badass," he said, then punched him in the gut. I lurched forward as Kiston sagged, almost pulling down the vampires who held him. "You're nothing," Sam shouted, furious. "You never were. Everything was Piscary." Balance bobbling, Sam punched him again, and Kiston groaned. "That's enough!" I shouted, ignored, and Jenks's wings hummed. The angry vampire wiped the blood from his nose, marking Kiston's hair when he yanked his head up again. Kiston's eyes were shut, and I could see the breath passing his bloodied lip and his chest moving as he breathed. "You're never anything, Phelps. Remember that when you die. You're nothing alive, and you'll be less when you're dead." "I said that's enough!" I shouted, hearing the wail of distant sirens. Sam glanced at me and smiled to show his teeth. "Come see me when you need a little something, chicky witch. I'd love to give it to you." I took a breath to tell him to shove it, but the two vampires let Kiston go, and he slid down the side of my car. Balancing to keep the weight off his broken ankle, Sam leaned toward Kiston. Kiston jerked, and horror hit me when Sam straightened with the diamond stud earring from Kiston's ear. "Piscary says you're going to be dead twice by sunup," Sam said, head tilted as he put the earring in his own lobe. "He doesn't think you got the guts to see it through and redeem yourself. Says you gone soft. Me, I think you never had it in you to be undead." The other two vampires started to hobble away, and after giving Kiston a last look, Sam headed after them, leaving the last of them to stare at the sun. Kiston barely moved, curling in on himself. Pulse-fast, I went to him. This had been stupid. God, how stupid could men be? Beating each other up had done a hell of a lot of good. "Kiston," I said, kneeling beside him. I glanced behind me at the road, wondering why no one had stopped. Kiston was a mess, his head hanging, bleeding all over from scrapes and contusions. His expensive slacks were scuffed, and his silk shirt was torn. Fingers fumbling, I got my pain amulet off my neck and around his, hearing him take a clean breath when I tucked it behind his shirt and it connected with his skin. "It's going to be okay," I said, wishing I could see the restaurant, but my car was in the way. "Come on, Kiston. Help me get you up." At least I wouldn't have to drag him to the car. He pushed me off him, then leaned back and used his legs to push himself against my car to get himself upright. "I'm okay," he said, squinting at my worried face, then spitting blood onto the gravel. "Give me my lucky stick." His eyes were on the broken cue, and my lips pressed together. "Just get in the damn car," I swore. "We have to get out of here. It sounds like the IS is coming." I fumbled for the door, Jenks getting in the way as he tried to help, dusting Kiston's cuts. "I want my stick," Kiston said again as he fell into the passenger seat, his bloodied hair smearing the window. "I'm going to
Shove it up the scary's ass.
Yeah, that sounds likely. But after I put both his feet into the car and yanked him upright, I scooped up the broken cue and set it next to him. I slammed the door shut, only now glancing at the restaurant. Fear hit me, and I held my arms around myself, feeling the wind tug at my hair. Ivy was down there, lost in the madness that was Piscary, and I was going to have to deal with him for Kiston as well as myself. My gaze went to Kiston, slumped in the front seat. I had to get Ivy out of there. This was insane. Stuff like this shouldn't happen. The howl of sirens lifted through me, and as traffic passed at a hurried 45 miles per hour, I paced to my side of the car. "Rachel?" Jenks said, getting in my way. "This isn't safe." "Gee, you think?" I said bitterly, reaching for the handle, but he got in my way again. "No," he said, hovering so close I was almost cross-eyed. "I mean, I don't think you're safe. With Kiston." I looked at Kiston slumped against the blood-smeared window, then yanked open my door. "This isn't the time for pixie paranoia," I said tightly. Shedding a bright coppery dust that landed on my hand to make it tingle, he refused to move. "I think Piscary told him to kill you," he pleaded softly so Kiston couldn't hear, "and when Kiston refused, he threw him out. You heard what Kiston said about Ivy saying no and getting praised and him getting kicked out." I stopped, my hand on the open door. I felt cold. Jenks landed on the window before me, his wings never slowing. "Think, Rachel," he said, gesturing. "He's been dependent on Piscary for his entire life. Ivy isn't the only one Piscary has been screwing over, but Kiston has always been so pliant so it doesn't show. Killing you is the only way you might get back in with Piscary. Rach, this isn't safe. Don't trust this." Jenks's face was pinched in fear. The sound of sirens grew closer. I remembered what Keesley had said about vampires needing someone stronger than they were to protect them against the undead, and my resolve strengthened. I couldn't just walk away. "Watch my back, okay?" At that, Jenks nodded as if expecting it. "Like you were my last seedling in the garden," he said, then swooped into the car. Taking a last look at the restaurant, I gathered my resolve. I got in, feeling light and unreal. Beside me, Kiston groaned.
"Where's my stick?"
he breathed, and I jumped when the starter ground as I tried to turn the already running car over again. "It's at your feet," I muttered, frustrated. I jammed it into first and lurched forward. I reached the exit before I remembered my seatbelt, and I screeched to a halt at the entrance to fasten it. Sitting there watching the traffic pass, I felt my chest clench. I didn't have anywhere to go. In a sudden decision, I pulled out to go the opposite way from the church. "Where are we going?" Jenks asked, dropping to land on my shoulder as the car settled into its new direction. I glanced at my keys and Nick's apartment key. Nick had said he'd paid rent through August, and I was willing to bet the place was empty. "To Nick's. I can't take him home," I said, lips barely moving. "Everyone knows that's where I'd take him." I snuck a glance at Kiston, his eyes swollen shut as he mumbled,
"I shouldn't have put in a light display. I should have left the kitchen menu alone."
Jenks was silent. Then, in a very small, panicked voice, he said, "I have to go home." My breath caught, and I exhaled in understanding. Madalena was there alone. If someone showed up at the church looking for Kiston, Jenks's family might be in danger. "Go," I said. "I can't leave you." Twisting, I grabbed my bag from the back and fumbled until I had my splat gun on my lap. Eyeing Jenks's expression, torn with indecision, I pulled to the curb and hit the brakes. Kiston weakly braced himself as he shifted forward and back. Horns blew, and I ignored them. "Get your little pixie ass out of the car and get home," I said, voice even and level as I rolled the window down. "Take care of your family." "But you're my family too," he said. My throat tightened. Every time I screwed up big time, Jenks was gone. "I'll be fine. Rach, I'll be fine," I shouted, frustrated, and Kiston turned to us, squinting and breathing hard. "I'm a witch, damn it, I'm not helpless, I can handle this, go!" Jenks lifted into the air. "Call me if you need me, I'll have my phone on." I managed to smile. "Deal." He nodded, his face looking old and young all at the same time, and I froze when he flew close, his wings brushing my cheek for an instant. "Thank you," he said, and then he was gone.
31. As expected, I had found Nick's place empty. I didn't think anyone had noticed me helping Kiston inside and up the steps to the one-bedroom apartment. Kiston had revived somewhat on the way, and he had gotten himself into a warm tub of water without my help. There was no shower curtain, and I thought a soak would be better anyway. He was still in there, and if I didn't hear some water draining soon, I was going to go check on him. The sound of the street noise coming through the open windows was nice. It had smelled musty when I hesitantly opened the door to find empty walls and barren carpet. Clearly, Nick had packed up everything on the solstice, leaving very little to return to if he ever found himself in Cincy again. Where all his stuff was now, I didn't know or care. His mom's, maybe? I couldn't help but feel betrayed all over again, though there was nothing here to trigger the memories but worn carpet and empty shelves. I tried not to feel bitter as I drank the coffee Nick had left along with a sleeping bag, 3 cans of stew, and the pan to heat it up in. There was 1 plate, 1 bowl, and 1 set of silverware. Nothing he would miss if he never came back, but there if he found himself on the run and needed somewhere to hide for a night or 2. Bastard, I mumbled, not putting much emotion behind it. If he had just been a thief, I might have been able to see past it, what with my new and improved outlook on life. But he had been buying demon favors from Al with pieces of me. Innocent things, he'd said, worthless. But if they were worthless, why had Al agreed to it? So I sat at the metal and formica table that came with the apartment, drinking stale coffee and staring at the stains on the matted carpet. The traffic sounds were both soothing and unfamiliar. Nick's apartment wasn't in a residential area, but what passed for downtown Hallows. There was no scent of Nick in the air, yet I could almost feel the stale magic. I looked at the scratched linoleum for the circle Nick had said was there, scribed with a black light marker. The memory of standing in Nick's closet to summon Al lifted through me. God, I should have walked away right then, even if calling up Al for information had been my idea. But I hadn't thought anyone who claimed to love me could willingly betray me like that. The water in the bathroom sloshed, and the gurgle as it left the tub intruded into my thoughts. I sat up, feeling bitter and stupid. I scooted my chair back and went to warm up a can of stew. The can opener was one of those cheap, flimsy things, and I was still fighting it when a soft breath and hesitant steps turned me around. I smiled when I saw Kiston, wearing a towel, his hair damp. He had his torn and scuffed clothes in his hands, as if he didn't want to put them back on. Ugly bruises brought out by the warm water splotched his torso, and his eye was swollen bigger than before. Red-rimmed scratches marked his arms and face. His hair had been washed, and despite his beating, he still looked good, standing there in the kitchen wrapped in a towel, the definition of his muscles all damp and glistening.
"Rachel,"
he said, looking relieved as he set his wad of clothes on a vacant chair.
"You're still here. Don't take this the wrong way, but where are we?"
Nick's old apartment. The can's lid finally popped off. Angst spiked through me at Jenks's warning, but I had to trust Kiston. Otherwise, what was the point of loving him? Kiston's blue eyes widened, and I licked a spot of cold gravy off my thumb.
"Your old boyfriends?"
he said, turning to the empty living room, with only the curtains moving in the slight breeze.
"Kind of Spartan with the decorating, wasn't he?"
Snorting, I dumped the stew into the pot and set the dial to warm. I'm guessing he hasn't been here since the solstice, but he's paid up to August, and I had a key, so here we are. No one knows but Jenks. You're safe, I said hesitantly, for the moment. Exhaling, Kiston sat and put an elbow on the table.
"Thank you,"
he said fervently.
"I have to get out of Cincinnati."
I had my back to him as I stirred the stew, and a shiver rose through me. Maybe not. The soft hush of the cotton towel as he straightened brought me around, and seeing his wonder, I said, "I'm going to give Piscary the focus to put into hiding, if he will leave me alone and keep anyone else from knocking me or you off." Kiston's lips parted, and I wished his towel would slip a little more. God, what was wrong with me? We were both teetering on death, and I was looking at his legs?
"You want to buy protection from Piscary?"
Kiston said in disbelief.
"After what he did to me? He gave my last blood to someone outside the Camarilla. Do you know what that means? He's abandoning me, Rachel. It's not so much the dying I'm worried about, but being shunned. No one will risk his anger to keep me undead now except maybe Ivy. and if she's his scion, that's not going to happen."
He was scared. I didn't like seeing him like that. Taking a miserable breath, I leaned against the stove and crossed my arms. "It's going to be okay. No one is going to kill you, so you'll be fine. Besides, I've been getting protection from him by way of Ivy," I said, thinking I would cheerfully be a hypocrite if it meant we both would survive. "This is just making it more official. I'm going to ask that he leave you alone, too. Take you back. It will be okay." Hope lit his blue eyes, then died.
"He won't,"
he said in a flat tone. "Sure he will," I coaxed, coming to sit beside him.
"No, he won't."
Kiston looked worse for having seen hope for an instant.
"He can't. It's done. You'd have to make arrangements with whoever he gave me to, and I don't know who that is. I won't until they show up. It's part of the mind game."
His eyes darted nervously, and I drew back. It wasn't that cut and dried. I knew how vamps worked. Until the coffin was nailed shut, there were options. "Then I'll find out who he gave you to," I said. Kiston took my hands, his eyebrows furrowing over lost chances.
"Rachel, it's too late."
"I can't believe you're giving up," I said, angry as I pulled from him. He took my hand and kissed the top of it.
"I'm not giving up. I'm accepting it. Even if you could find out who it was, or if you were here when they came for me, which you won't be, that would leave you with nothing to buy protection from Piscari with." His hand rose to touch my jawline. "I won't do that to you."
"Damn it isn't too late," I exclaimed, standing up and going to stir the stew before it burned. I couldn't look at him anymore. The pot slopped over in my agitation, and I got mad. "All you have to do is lay low until I get this sorted out. Can you do that for me, Kiston?" I turned, angry. "Just hide and do nothing for a day or two?" His sigh was heavy, and I wasn't certain I believed him when he nodded. Sure that I'd be able to buy both our safeties with a 5,000-year-old artifact, I kept stirring the stew. There were a couple of packets of hot chocolate in Nick's emergency store, and my jaw clenched. I was not going to make hot chocolate. "Is Ivy okay?" I asked, reminded. His feet squeaked against the floor.
"Of course she is,"
he said flatly.
"He loves her."
I couldn't tell if he was angry. I set the spoon aside and turned down the burner, spinning to find he had dropped his forehead into his cupped hand. Worry went through me, then pity. "Piscari was ticked about the embalming fluid, huh?" I said, trying to be light.
"I have no idea,"
he said in a monotone.
"It never came up. He was angry about what I did to the restaurant."
His blue eyes held the pain of memory when he lifted them to me.
"He was like an animal,"
he said, fear and betrayal staining his voice.
"He ripped out my chairs and tables, unshuttered the windows, burned the new menus, and punished my waitstaff. He almost killed Steve."
His eyes closed, and the faint wrinkles on his face deepened, as if a lifetime of pain had fallen on him in an instant.
I couldn't stop him. I thought he was going to kill me, too. I would have been happy if he had, but he threw me out with everything else.
As if he were an old menu or a used napkin. "Why, Kiston?" I whispered. I had to hear it. It hadn't been what Kiston did to the bar that caused Piscari to do what he did. Afraid, I stayed where I was, hands holding my elbows. I needed to hear it. I needed to hear Kiston tell me the truth so I could trust him. "Why did he kick you out?" I asked again. His free hand rubbing at a sore rib, Kiston looked at me. He hesitated as if waiting for me to guess it before saying it.
"He told me to kill you,"
he said, and fear pinged through me.
"He said it was the only way I could prove that I loved him. He didn't ask Ivy to prove herself,"
he said, his voice cracking and his need for my forgiveness pouring from him.
I said no. I told him anything but that, and he laughed.
The heat from the burner against my back wasn't enough to stop a shudder rippling through me. Kiston's expression shifted to fear, but it was the terror of realization, not madness.
"I'm sorry, Rachel. I couldn't do it," he rushed. "I'm going to die. He gave my last blood to someone as a gift. They're going to kill me, and no one will hold them accountable. They're going to get away with it. I could handle that, he said, his quickening breath giving away his fear. But he kicked me out of the Camarilla, and no one will cross Pescari to keep me undead. It's a double death sentence, one done quickly by a stranger who will suck me dry for his or her pleasure, and the other slow by madness.
His gaze met mine, and I froze at the controlled panic in his gradually widening pupils.
It's not a good way to die, Rachel,
he whispered, chilling me.
I don't want to go insane.
Tension pulled through me. Blood. He was talking about blood. He wasn't afraid of dying. He was afraid of not having anyone to keep him undead afterward. And he was looking for me to help him. Damn it all to the turn and back, I can't do this. Fear lay deep in his eyes, the rim of blue shrinking as he sat at the table in an empty apartment and saw his life fall apart, and no one willing to risk Pescari's anger to help him. I shifted forward and sat before him, taking his hands on my lap. "Look at me, Kiston," I demanded, scared. I can't become his source of blood. I have to keep him alive. "Look at me," I repeated, and his darting gaze met mine in agitation. "I am here," I said slowly, to try to ground him. "They won't find you. I'll work something out with Pescari. The thing is 5,000 years old. It's got to be worth both of us." The water from his bath glistened on his shoulders, his expression slack in fear as he looked at me as if I stood between himself and insanity. Perhaps at that moment I was.
I'm okay,
he said huskily, and he took his hands from mine, visibly trying to divorce himself from his emotions.
"Where's Jenks?"
he asked, changing the subject. A hint of unease stained my senses. Not knowing why, I leaned back. Jenks's warning resounded in me. "Home," I said simply. "He went to check on his kids." But my heart beat hard, and the hair on the back of my neck rose. "Hey, I should probably head home and make sure he's okay," I said lightly, not knowing why all my instincts said to leave, and leave now. If only for a moment. I had to think. Something told me I had to think. Kiston's head swung up, panic clear in his eyes.
"You leaving?"
A shiver rose through me and died. "We have 2 hours before sunset," I said as I stood, not liking him between me and the door all of a sudden. I loved him, but he was pulled to the breaking point, and I didn't want to have to say no if he asked me to be his scion. "No one knows you're here. I won't be long." Drawing away from him, I scooped up his clothes. "Besides, you don't want to put these on until they're clean. I'll wash them and be back before sunset. Promise. It will take me some time to make up some spells, too." I had to get out. I had to give him time to realize he was going to make it. Otherwise he would assume he wasn't, and would ask me something I didn't want to answer. Kiston's shoulders eased, and he exhaled.
"Thanks, love,"
he said, making me feel guilty.
"I wasn't looking forward to putting them back on. Not in that condition."
I leaned forward and gave him a kiss from behind, my lips touching his cheek while his hand rose to caress my jawline. "Do you want Jenks's shirt meantime?" I asked, slipping from him when he shook his head. "You want me to stop and pick up anything while I'm out?"
"No,"
he repeated, looking worried. "Kiston, it's going to be okay," I said, almost pleading. I wished he would stand up so I could give him a proper kiss goodbye. Hearing my misery, he smiled and stood. We moved to the door together, his scent rising from the armload of limp clothes in my hands. Wet from the bath, he had almost no scent at all. I hesitated at the door and shifted my splat-gun-heavy shoulder bag up onto my shoulder. His arms went around me and I exhaled, letting my entire body meld into him, relaxing and just taking him in. Under the smell of soap was the hint of incense, and my eyes closed as I encircled him, holding him tightly. For a long moment we stood there, and I wouldn't let him go when he tried to rock back. His eyes met mine, and his brow rose at my naked fear for him.
"It's going to be okay,"
he said, seeing my doubt. "Kiston." And then he pulled me closer, angling his head to kiss me. I felt the hint of tears prickle as our lips met. My pulse jumped, not from lust but heartache. Kiston's grip on me tightened,
and my throat closed in misery. He was going to be okay. He had to be. But in his kiss I could feel his fear through his tense muscles pressing against mine and his hold on me, a shade too tight. He said it was going to be okay, but he didn't believe it. Though he said he wasn't afraid to die, I could tell he was terrified of being helpless. And he was. A faceless stranger was going to try to end his life, and there would be no pity, no caring, no gentleness. Any sense of belonging or family, however warped, was going to be absent. Kiston would be less than a dog to whoever was coming. It would turn what might be a rite of passage into an ugly act of self-serving murder. It was not the way Kiston should die, but it was how he lived. I couldn't take it anymore. I pulled from him, our lips parted, and I met his eyes heavy with unshed tears. He didn't believe. I was going to make him believe. I was going to prove him wrong. "I have to go," I whispered, and his hands fell from mine reluctantly. "Hurry back," he pleaded, and I dropped my head, unable to look at him. "I love you," he said as I opened the door. "Never forget that." Almost in tears, I blinked fast. "I can't. I won't. I love you too," I said, then fled, slipping through the door and into the hall before I changed my mind. I hardly remembered going down the cool stairs, dark from old paint and faded carpet. I looked up before I got into my car, seeing Kiston's shadowy silhouette hovering by the filmy curtains. A shiver went through me, rattling my keys when I didn't stifle it. I hadn't known that the depth of control the undead had on their underlings was so strong that they would willingly submit to planned murder, and I again thanked God that I had never let any vampires, even Ivy, bind me to them. Though he was seemingly independent and confident, Kiston's mental well-being hung upon the whim of someone who really didn't give a damn, and now he had nothing, except my trying to keep a faceless vampire from killing him for sport. Never, I thought. I loved Kiston, but never would I let a vampire bind me. I'd die first. Bind me. I'd die first. 32. The soothing scent of vampire and pixie sifted through the upper levels of my thoughts, skimming through the hazy dream state I was slowly pulling out of. I was warm and comfortable, and as my mind moved from sleep to awareness, I realized I was curled up in Ivy's chair in the sanctuary, with Jenks's black silk shirt draped over me. I didn't care to analyze my motives for falling asleep in Ivy's chair. Maybe I just needed some comfort, knowing she was going through hell and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. Wait a moment. I'm sleeping in Ivy's chair? That would mean I was— "Jenks!" I shouted, realizing what had happened and jerking upright. I'd come home to wash Kiston's clothes and had apparently fallen asleep. 8 hours of spelled unconsciousness finally running thin. "Damn it, Jenks! Why didn't you wake me up?" God help me, Kiston. I had left him alone, then fallen asleep. I jumped up to call Kiston on his cell, jolting to a surprised halt when my body protested at the sudden movement, aching from having slept in a chair. It was chilly, and I glanced at the mantel clock atop the TV in passing as I slipped my arms into the coolness of Jenks's shirt. My shoulders stretched painfully, hurting all the way to my lower back. I was fastening the first button as I entered the kitchen. It smelled like lilac in here, and candle wax, and the clock over the sink said the same thing. 5:30? How could I have just fallen asleep? I hadn't got much sleep yesterday, but zonking out for an entire night? I hadn't made any charms or anything. Damn it, I was going to kill somebody if Kiston wasn't all right. "Jenks!" I shouted again as I found the phone and hit it to dial. There was no answer, and I hung up before I was dumped into voicemail. A pang of fear shot through me, and I tried to collect myself before I went and did something stupid. Taking a deep breath, I turned to get my car keys, hesitating in confusion. Where did I leave my bag? "Jenks! Where in hell are you?" I shouted, rubbing my aching upper arm. My wrist, too, was sore, and I shook it as I darted into the living room to see if my bag was in there, cataloging a myriad of aches and pains from my stiff neck to my aching foot. Why am I limping? I'm not that old. Unease went through me at the silence,
and one hand was still holding my upper arm as I looked at the barren room in confusion. "Rachel," came Jenks's worried, muffled voice an instant before he zipped in through the chimney, a thin trail of silver marking his path. "You're awake." I stared at the vacant space, ticked, not because I had come in here searching for my bag and forgetting that the room was empty, but because he looked scared. He ought to be. "Why didn't you wake me up?" I exclaimed, tucking my shirt in as he spilled dust coated with chimney soot. "Kiston was alone all night, and he's not answering his phone." "Are you okay?" he asked, coming too close, and I pulled back, my neck protesting. "Apart from falling asleep in the middle of my bloody day and leaving Kiston alone, yeah," I said sarcastically, weight on one foot. "Why didn't you wake me?" Jenks's wings dropped in pitch and he landed on the mantel. "He called after you fell asleep, said he was moving underground to lessen the chance that anyone would hurt you to get to him. You needed to sleep," he said, sounding eerily relieved. "And besides, Piscary might not think the focus is worth you and Kiston both." His features tightened, and he couldn't seem to keep his wings from moving. My urge to race to Nick's apartment slid into a general worry, and I focused on Jenks standing nervously on the fireplace. Kiston went underground without telling me? "He called before sundown?" I asked. I didn't want to feel guilty that my not being there forced him out into the open. Jenks shrugged, and I muttered, "Why didn't you wake me up?" Jenks reached to clean the soot from his wings like a tiny cat. His distress clear, he said, "You needed the sleep. Kiston going underground was the best thing for everyone." "Yeah?" I shot back sourly. "If he's not careful, he's going to be permanently underground." Frowning, I headed back to the kitchen and some coffee. He went into hiding. In what? A towel and a smile? And what was it with this human time clock I was on anyway? Jenks took to the air to follow me. "Rach, Kiston was right. I wouldn't want you there whenever whoever Piscary gave Kiston to finds him." "Why? Because I might save his ass?" I exclaimed, frustrated as I stood in the sun and dumped out yesterday's coffee. It was a painful reminder that Ivy was gone. She'd never let the coffee sit like that. My arm hurt, and I held it as I ran the water to rinse out the pot. Damn it, Jenks. Letting a vampire drain someone to death as a thank you is twisted and sick, especially when the person being murdered thinks it's acceptable. Piscary is an animal. You think I like that he's the only one I can go to for protection? You think I like giving the focus to him? If I thought he'd do anything other than stick it into hiding, I'd give it to someone else. But I won't let Kiston die. Jenks's wings drooped as he landed beside Mr. Fish, the sun shining through them to make sparkles on my hands. Feeling like an ass for my outburst, I put cold water in the pot and wiped it dry with a hand towel. "Sorry," I said, knowing that this animal was my best long-term insurance to stay alive. How did I get here? Depressed, I pushed the coffee pot away, not feeling up to making coffee anymore. "Kiston must think I'm a boob for falling asleep," I muttered. "He knew you were tired." His brow was creased, and he sounded almost bitter. "Don't worry about him. Kiston probably has plans you don't even know about." Jenks lifted into the air and gave himself a shake to sift the last of the soot into the sink. "Besides, I got some news that's going to make you piss your pants." I didn't want to hear whatever gossip he had dug up, and I held my upper arm and tried to remember where I had left my shoulder bag. I had to talk to Kiston. Damn it, this wasn't fair. He was running away like an old cat to die in the woods. That was the terrifying part, that he accepted his murder willingly, like he deserved to be treated like a thing. "Listen to me," Jenks said, with a false eagerness as he got in front of me. "You're not going to believe who called this morning." I felt funny, standing in my sun-drenched kitchen with Jenks hovering close, too close, while I tried to remember where I had left my bag. My hand had crept up to my neck, and I forced it down. I was getting the oddest feeling, like I should have a string around my finger or something. Confused, I focused on Jenks. "Kiston isn't answering his phone. Where is he?" "Jenks titties, Rach!" he exclaimed, his wings clattering. "Get off it! Let the man be a man. Besides, if you call or go see him, they'll find him that much sooner." I slumped against the sink, stymied. There was that. My car was well known, and I wasn't about to take the bus and risk getting stranded somewhere. Giving up on finding my bag, I headed into the bathroom as a mildly pressing need grew worse. "Are you sure he's okay?" I asked, rubbing my arm through Jenks's shirt. "That was the last I was going to sleep in Ivy's chair. It was harder than it looked." "Trust me." Jenks followed me in with a soft, almost subliminal hum. "Going to see him won't help at all. Make everything worse. Let it go, Rach." It was excellent advice, though not any I wanted to take, and I sourly stared at Jenks, standing on the washer lid with his feet spread and his hands on his hips. I had to use the bathroom, but he looked immovable. "Do you mind?" I said, and he sat down, his wings stilling. I couldn't make him leave, and I wasn't going to use the can with him sitting there, so I grabbed my toothbrush. My mouth tasted like dead weeds, and I put an extra glop of minty toothpaste on the brush. "You know where he is, don't you?" I accused while I leaned over the sink to check out my perfect teeth, and when Jenks flushed, I continued, "He left without his clothes? He went to a girlfriend's house, didn't he? Someone who doesn't have any ties with Piscary." Jenks said nothing, avoiding my gaze and looking really, really guilty. I knew that Kiston had someone he was tapping for blood, and the fact that whoever it was might willingly defy Piscary if worse came to worst was a guilty relief. Besides, a vampire chick was probably tougher than me in a pitched fight, as long as she didn't hand him over. If she does, I'm going to freaking kill her. I thought in a pang of angst, then prayed I'd never have to make that decision. "How long till you can get yourself cleaned up?" Jenks said, and I made a telling face. "Oh, hooker, you aren't in here," I said around the foam, ticked off that Jenks knew where Kiston was and I didn't. If I really pressed him, Jenks would tell me, probably even come with me to keep my ass above the grass while the bad guys followed me to Kiston's hideout. Crap on toast, I don't like feeling this helpless. Jenks's wings blurred. "Glenn called," he said, as if it were a great honor. Whoop-de-freaking-do. I prompted around the toothbrush. My hair was down about my shoulders, and I frowned as I brushed my teeth. Jenks's kids' work usually had to be picked apart, but this braid was completely gone. I winced when my toothbrush hit my inner lip. Bending over the sink, I spit, eyes widening at the thread of pink in the paste. "What does Glenn want?" I asked as I leaned to the mirror and curled my lower lip down to see a red line. When did I do that? "More Tabasco sauce?" "He's got a warrant," Jenks said, hovering so close that I had to back up until there were twin images of a nervous pixie between me and my reflection. "Or he will soon." Okay, now I was interested. "For who?" I rinsed and spit, glad there was no more blood. Jenks grinned, looking relieved. "For Trent." My head jerked up. "What?" I shouted. "He did it? Glenn got a warrant. Why didn't you tell me?" Silver dust slipped from Jenks, and he returned to the washer. "He has the verbal okay, and he's on his way to the FIB headquarters in Detroit to get the original paperwork. That's why I let you sleep. He doesn't want you to do anything until he has the papers in his hand. Hours yet. You need any help in the kitchen?" "Holy crap!" I exclaimed, pulse quickening. I looked at what I was wearing, then at the shower, fingers undoing a button. I had to get cleaned up. This was just too cool. "It was you," Jenks said, his features glowing with pride. "Thanks to your tip that Trent confessed to the murders, Glenn got approval to take another crack at Brett's body. He lifted a print off Brett's toenail before they moved him back to a person and destroyed it. It matched one they got from Trent when you got him hauled in last year." "Hot damn," I whispered, too excited to be disgusted that I had more than Trent's admission that he had abducted, tortured, and killed another person in the name of whatever holy mission he thought he was on. "I've got to get dressed. I have to go to work." I put a hand to my snarled hair and hesitated. Glenn's going to let me bring him in, right?" "Yep." Jenks hovered an inch from the cool porcelain, wings faintly humming. "He said he's turning this over to you, seeing as you're—" "Just a minute. I want to get this right. He said you're not a detective person, but a smack-them-up-and-bring-them-in person. All he wants is for you to wait until he has the paperwork in his hands. That's why he's going up there to get it himself. He's afraid it will get lost in the fax machine or something." I didn't blame him. Not for one glorious moment. Ecstatic, I headed to the kitchen to see if I needed to make anything. "I've got a warrant for Trent for murder," I said, sliding the last yard or so in my socks to land in the threshold. "I'm going to tag him. I'm going to get him off my back for good, and I don't have to rescue a demon familiar to do it." Jenks was smiling at me. "You're so funny," he said. "It's like Christmas for you." "Okay," I said, feeling the blood thrum in me as I found the sun-bright kitchen. The window was open, but still the faint scent of you from the forget potion I'd been planning on making for Newt lingered. Let me think. You going to be around this afternoon, Jenks? I'm going to need your help. Like I would miss this? He was grinning, looking happy and relaxed. Beaming, I threw my charm cupboard open and ran my hands through my amulets. I had enough of everything except disguise amulets, but I wouldn't need them to bring in Cincy's favorite bad boy. I have to take a shower, I said, excited as I limped across the kitchen. Are you sure Kiston's okay? Jenks landed on the spigot, his fitfully moving wings sending flashes of morning light everywhere. I expect he's exactly the way he was when you left him. I had to trust that, and he'd be okay now until the sun went down. As Jenks had said, the IS was probably watching me and would relay my movements to whoever was looking for Kiston. Actually, that might make tagging Trent more difficult unless— "Get yourself cleaned up," I said to Jenks as I headed for the shower. "We have a wedding to go to." "What?" Jenks yelped as he followed. "You're going to arrest Trent at his wedding?" "Why not?" I halted in the threshold to the bathroom. My hand was on the doorframe, but I didn't want to shut the door on him. That's the only place I'll be able to tag him without him sicking Quen on me, not to mention the IS bothering me. I am invited. I felt my expression grow hard. And Piscary, probably. I'd rather talk to him there than on his own turf. This was going to work in so many ways. It was perfect. Jenks's sigh was loud. "Rachel, you're cruel." "Right," I said, eyebrows rising. "Like Trent really wants to marry Elsbeth." Shrugging, he darted out of the kitchen, shouting to Madalena if she knew where his good beau was. I got the shower going and stripped, my motions slowing as I found that my hip was sore from Ivy's chair. My foot? I prodded the swollen, tender tissue as I waited for the water to warm, thinking I was way too young to get sore from sleeping in a chair. But the water was hot, and when I got into it, it soothed all the aches away. Kist was in hiding, and I could barter for his safety, our safety, once dusk fell. But before that, I would get to pick up Trent at last. Damn, this was going to be a good day. 33. I put a hand out to brace myself against the seat ahead of me as the bus bounced forward through the heavy fog, gears slipping. Taking my car to Trent's wedding would have been easier, but this was safer when it came to getting pulled over by the IS and hauled in for driving with a suspended license. Then there was the little question of the ugly dent someone had put into my front fender, along with breaking the left turn light. It happened somewhere between yesterday and today, and it ticked me off that it might have been the IS trying to up the citations. I eyed my red nails peeping past the long lace sleeve, thinking the black weave looked nice against my pale skin. My shoulder bag sat beside me, and Jenks was swinging from a ceiling strap, the silver dust sifting from him, making a bright spot on the otherwise dim bus. It was crowded, but everyone was giving me loads of room. Smirking, I glanced at my butt-kicking boots, showing past the hem of the delicate silk dress, and wondered why. Okay, even I knew the boots didn't go with the dress, but I wasn't going to tag Trent in heels. No one would see them anyway. I didn't know which dress Elspeth had picked out, but I wasn't going to wear that ugly green thing. God, I'd be the laughingstock of the IS. Besides, my foot still hurt, and heels would have me in agony. Nervous, I squinted in the glare of the oncoming traffic. We were almost to the basilica, and my pulse was quickening. I had my splat gun in a thigh holster Keesley had given me, like I could really believe he was just a harmless old man now, and a spindle of line energy in my head. The present on my lap held the focus. I had gone out and picked it up as a general delivery at the post office this afternoon. Trent wasn't getting it, but it was better than trying to find a place for it in my bag, still full of the accumulated crap of the week. I thought it ironic that I had used the carefully preserved paper and bow from Siri's gift to wrap it. I looked up from the floor in anxiety. Siri had come over after hearing what I was going to do, and though she'd pursed her lips in disapproval, she did help the pixies braid my hair and work in the flowers. I looked gorgeous, except for my boots. She had asked if I needed backup. I told her that was Jenks's job. The reality was I didn't want to see her and Elsbeth in the same room. Some things you just don't do. I wasn't too worried about making this run with only Jenks as backup. I had the law on my side, And in a room full of witnesses, a publicity-conscious Trent was going to come quietly. After all, he was up for re-election soon, which was probably why he was getting married, the flop. If he was going to kill me, it would be a private affair. At least that's what I was telling myself. Brakes huffing, we turned a sharp corner. The old woman across from me was eyeing my present, and when her gaze dropped to my boots, I shifted my knees so my dress would cover them. Jenks snickered, and I frowned. We were almost there, and I shuffled through my bag for my cuffs, enduring the looks as I hiked up the dress and clipped them onto the thigh holster, carefully adjusting the slip and dress back over it. They'd jingle when I walked, but that was okay. I glanced at the cute guy 3 seats down, and he nodded, as if telling me they were hidden. I turned my phone to vibrate and went to tuck it in a pocket, frowning when I realized the dress didn't have one. Sighing, I tucked it in my meager cleavage, getting a thumbs up from Mr. 3 seats down. The plastic was cold, and I started when it slipped too far. I couldn't wait for Glenn to call me with the news he had the warrant in his hand. I talked to him a few hours ago, and he'd made me promise to do nothing until he did. Till then, I'd be the perfect bridesmaid in black lace. A smile curved up the edges of my lips. Yeah, this was going to be fun. Jenks dropped to the back seat ahead of me. "Better stand up," he said. "We're almost there." My focus sharpened. The blocky structure of the cathedral loomed ahead, the floodlights bathing it in a beautiful glow in the fog and almost full moonlight. Tension spiked. Hiking my bag onto my shoulder, I held my present close and stood. The driver's attention flicked to me and he pulled off. The entire bus went silent, and my skin crawled as I edged to the front, all eyes on me. "Thank you," I muttered as the driver opened the door, then jerked back when my dress caught on a screw poking out of the ceiling-to-floor bar. "Ma'am?" the driver said as I laboriously unhooked it. "Pardon my asking, but why are you taking a bus to a wedding?" "Because I'm going to arrest the groom and I didn't want the IS stopping me en route," I said flippantly, then flounced down the steps, Jenks's dust putting gold sparkles in my hair. The door sighed shut behind me, but the bus didn't move. I glanced through the door at the driver, and he motioned for me to cross in front of him. Either he was a gentleman or he wanted to see me walk into the church in my beautiful bridesmaid's dress and kick-ass boots. Jenks snickered. Pulling the damp air deeply into my lungs, I ignored the faces pressed against the window, hiked up my dress to keep it from getting dirty, and crossed the one-way street through the fog glowing from the bus's headlamps. An usher waited in a pool of humid light, the big burly guy taking a stance at the top of the stairs before the doors. "I'll get him," Jenks said. "You might mess up your hair." "Nah," I said, conscious of the bus behind me, now tilting since everyone was on the one side watching. "I'll do it." "That's my girl," he said. "Will you be okay for a second? I want to do a periphery." "Yep," I said, taking the steps with my dress hitched up high. Jenks zipped off, and when I reached the landing before the doors, I settled my dress and smiled at the guy. He was dark like Quen, and I wondered if he was one of the Withens' personal attendants. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said with a soft surfer boy accent. "The wedding has started. You'll have to wait and join the party at the reception." "You're not nearly as sorry as you're going to be if you don't get out of my way." I thought it a fair enough warning, but he saw the pretty dress and the present in my hands and assumed flake. Okay, I was a flake, but I was a flake in ass-kicking boots. I went to edge past him and he touched my shoulder. Oh, big mistake. Jenks came back right about then, whooping as I spun, gripping the guard's wrist and swinging my elbow into his nose without ever dropping the present. "Ooh, that had to hurt," the pixie cried as the man stumbled back, hand over his broken nose, eyes tearing and hunched in pain. "Sorry," I said. Shaking out my dress, I drew myself up and pulled on the door. From behind me came a harsh toot from the bus. Framed in the threshold, I turned and gave them all a bunny-eared kiss-kiss. Still, the man wasn't unconscious, and I ought to move before he remembered to do something. I strolled in, my dress getting me past the hangers-on between the front doors and the christening pool with no resistance save whispers. Adrenaline shivered through me as a wave of flower scents hit me. The church was dim with candlelight, and the soft intonations of the holy guy up front created a sensation of comfort. By the looks of it, they were just getting started. Good. I had to go along with this until I got Glenn's call, and I didn't know when that would be. Someone in the back row turned, starting a slow chain reaction. My pace bobbled, and I took a breath. Shit. The mayor was here. And Takata? Oh, God. I was going to arrest Trent in front of Takata. Talk about performance anxiety. As expected, Piscary was in the front row with Ivy and Skimmer, and I stifled a surge of anger at him for giving Kiston to someone to murder for some twisted pleasure and the clout he had with the IS to get away with it. But I needed his help, so as much as I hated it, I'd have to be damningly politically correct. I couldn't look at Ivy, not yet, but I recognized her stiff carriage from under a gray, wide-brimmed hat beside Piscary. Ivy's dad was here, too, and what had to be her mother beside him, looking like an ice queen from Asia next to his elegant, rugged fatigue. Mr. A and Mrs. Sarong made an unusual showing together, banding up since they lacked their usual packs. Al was standing up with Trent, and catching sight of me, he grinned, the pure Al expression looking odd on Lee's strongly Asian features. Gwen was beside him, his face blank. He mouthed something at Trent, and Elsbeth's grip on his arm tightened. The bride's side was entirely full of thin, tan people. They hadn't listened to me, and they all dressed alike to look as if they were extras from a Spielberg movie at a Hollywood commissary. I thought they ought to be more careful if they didn't want their little secret to get out. Geez, they all looked the same to me. The holy guy's spiel faltered when the usher stumbled in from outside. I glanced back in warning, seeing his hand still over his nose, a white handkerchief stained with blood. Piscary slowly turned, drawn by the scent of blood. He smiled delightedly at me, making my own blood burn. He knew I hated him, and he liked it. The usher went pale at Piscary's attention, and when Quen motioned for him to leave, he beat a hasty retreat, trying to hide the blood. "Sure about this, Rach?" Jenks said. "You could always retire and open a charm shop." I thought of Kiston, a spike of fear coming from nowhere. "I'm sure." Hiking up my shoulder bag, I tucked the focus under an arm and headed for the altar. Jenks took to the rafters, and whispers started in my wake. The eyes of Cincy's finest were on me, and as my boots smeared the flower petals, I prayed that I wouldn't slip on them and fall on my ass. The holy guy gave up trying to remember his place and fumbled in his Bible for his crib sheet, jowls shaking while he tried to act normal. That he was ignoring me spoke volumes. Quen inclined his head at me, and when the holy guy's voice faltered to a stop, Trent turned. Okay, I'll admit it. He was absolutely stunning in his white tux, his almost translucent fair hair perfect, the tips shifting in the slight draft. Elegant and polished, he made anger look damn good. From his black orchid boutonniere to his embroidered socks, he was the apex of elite power and grace, and he was really, really ticked by the choleric look in his green eyes. Elsbeth spun with him, her elaborate dress with the arranged train rustling all over creation. If Trent was stunning, she was stunning to the nth power, her icy beauty done up with perfect makeup and an exquisite gown. Her defined cheekbones were faintly blushing, and I marveled that the makeup artist had managed to hide her tan and give her a porcelain beauty. Her hair still looked like a cheap imitation of Trent's, though, especially in the candlelight. The maid of honor was in that ugly green dress, and I gave her an apologetic wince. Figures Elsbeth would have picked that one. "Sorry I'm late," I said cheerfully, my voice loud in the expectant silence. "I was held up on the bus. Traffic, you know." Setting the focus in its disguise of a wedding gift on the steps, I shuffled off my shoulder bag and settled in behind the maid of honor, clasping my hands demurely before me. "You're right." "Rachel," Trent started, his hand slipping from Elsbeth's. No, go on," I said, making shooing motions, though my insides were wound tighter than a pixie on brimstone. "I'm all set." Elsbeth's painted lips were pressed tight. A veil would have been nice, I thought, then mused disparagingly upon my own makeup, slapped on almost at the last minute. Green eyes vehement, she took Trent's arm and turned her back on me, shoulders trembling. The holy guy cleared his throat and started in where he had left off, talking about devotion, understanding, and forgiveness. I tuned him out. I had to get my pulse down. I might be here a while. The cathedral was beautiful, the scent of Queen Anne's lace faint in the closed air. Flowers decked every available flat surface and a few vertical ones, with little bouquets pinned to ribbons. There were exotic vines and lilies, but it was the simpler blooms I liked best. The world-renowned stained-glass windows were muted from the fog and moonlight, and the shadows of the nearby trees moved against them in the breeze like dragons circling. The candlelight flickered, and the smooth voice of the holy guy was like dust-given resonance. I blinked when I realized Al was making eyes at me from across the couple-to-be. Beside him, Quen was scowling. They were in marvelous black tuxes that looked like dress uniforms from a classic 80s space opera. Nervous, I adjusted my dress. I'd gotten a spot on it somewhere, and I wished I had a bouquet to hide it with, but that's what you get when you're late. I turned my attention to the audience to find Jenks's twinkle in the rafters. He was dusting heavily, and Takata sneezed in the artificial sunbeam he was making. "Bless you," I mouthed to him, and his bushy eyebrows rose. The middle-aged rock star looked worried, but the scarred werewoman beside him, Ripley, his drummer, was clearly amused. Thank God Takata was in a suit instead of the orange monstrosity he'd been wearing the one time I'd seen him. He even had his blonde tangle of curls in order, and I could see the charm about his neck that did it. Glancing over the congregation, he mouthed back, "What are you doing?" "Working," I said without a sound. I glanced at Mr. Ray and Mrs. Sarong behind him. They looked like little kids plotting. I wouldn't worry about it. It would be over soon. Finally, I grew brave and looked at Ivy. Fear slid through me. She was numb, blank and empty. I'd seen that look on her before, but never this deep. She had shut herself down. Beautiful in her elegant gray dress and a wide-brimmed hat, she looked remarkably like her mother, a pew behind her. She sat stiffly between Skimmer and Piscary. The blonde living vampire glared at me jealously, clearly part of Piscary's camarilla now, despite the little detail that the city had let Piscary out because of Al, not her skills in the courtroom. I had to believe Ivy would be all right. I couldn't rescue her. She had to save herself. Seeing my pain at Ivy's state, Piscary smiled at me, mocking and confident. My breath hissed in when my demon scar sent a surge of tingling sensation through me. Damn it, I hadn't counted on that. Ticked, I mouthed at him, "I want to talk to you." Piscary inclined his head, looking fabulous in some authentic outfit from Egypt. Apparently thinking I wanted to discuss Ivy, he lifted her slack hand and kissed the top of it. I stiffened, suddenly realizing that Trent was watching me out of the corner of his eye. Actually, the entire church was paying more attention to me and Piscary than the couple on the stage. If Elsbeth's clenched jaw was any indication, she was pissed. Grimacing, I tried to find a kick-ass posture while wearing a lace dress and flowers in my hair. "Not Ivy," I mouthed. "I want your protection, both me and Kiston. I'll make it worth your while." Piscary seemed confused at my request, but he nodded, deep in thought. Al's amused grin went sour, and behind Takata, Mr. Ray and Mrs. Sarong started talking in hushed voices that every Inderlander could probably catch. Skimmer's satisfaction turned to hatred, and Elsbeth was gripping Trent's arm hard enough to make her knuckles white. The tinkling sounds of someone's phone burst rudely out into the solemn cadence of the holy guy's speech, and my eyes widened. It was coming from me? Oh my God, I thought, mortified as I jammed my fingers down my cleavage, scrambling. It was my phone. Damn it, Jenks, I thought, glaring at the ceiling as "Nice Day for a White Wedding" played out. I had put it on vibrate. Damn it, I had put it on vibrate. Face flaming, I finally fished the thing out. Jenks was laughing from the upper windows, and Takata had his head in his hands, clearly trying not to laugh. A nervous titter went through the church, and I looked at the incoming number. Glenn. Adrenaline hit me. "Excuse me," I said, really excited. "I am so sorry. I had it on vibrate. Really?" Takata laughed outright, and I reddened upon remembering where I'd fished it out from. I have to take this," I said. Elsbeth was furious, and when the holy guy gestured sourly for me to go ahead, I flipped it open and turned my back on everyone. "Hi," I said softly, and my voice echoed. "I'm at the Kalamak wedding. Everyone's listening. What you got?" Crap, could this get any more awkward? There was a crackle of static telling me Glenn was still on the road, and he said, "You're at his wedding? Rachel, you are one crazy-ass witch." I halfway turned and shrugged at the holy guy. "Sorry," I mouthed, but inside I was running full out. At least Glenn had gotten my unspoken reference to people being able to hear him and would word his responses carefully.
"I've got the paperwork," Glenn said, and my tension spiked. "You can go to work."
I shifted my weight to feel the comforting bump of my splat gun, hoping I wouldn't need it. "Hey, Jenks never said how much you're going to give me for this."
"Aw, for Christ's sake, Rachel, I'm on the interstate. Can we discuss this later?"
"Later gets me nothing," I said, and the congregation started to stir. Trent cleared his throat, the anger of 1,000 desert sunrises in it, and I shot him a look. Behind him, Quen was starting to look suspicious. I wasn't going to get my fee out of them after pulling this little stunt, and I wanted something to show apart from my satisfaction of tagging Trent. "I want your department to get my church re-sanctified," I said, and a ripple of surprise shifted through the people. Nothing like waving your dirty laundry in front of Cincinnati's finest. Piscari especially looked interested. This had better work, or I was dead tomorrow.
"Rachel?"
Glenn started. "Oh, never mind," I said nastily. "I'll do this pro bono like I always do for the FIB. Like everyone didn't know who I was talking to by now. My back was to the pews, but Jenks was watching, and I felt reasonably safe.
"I'm calling you some backup," Glenn said, and I put a hand to my forehead.
"Good," I said around an exhale. "I don't want to haul my tag in on the bus." I heard Glenn take a breath to say something, and catching Trent shifting from the corner of my eye, I blurted, "Thanks, Glenn. Hey, if this doesn't work out—"
"You want red roses on your grave, right?"
That wasn't it, but he had hung up. Closing the phone, I hesitated, then dropped it back down my front as I turned. Trent was not happy.
"That was a fascinating look into your life, Ms. Morgan. Do you do children's parties, too?"
Nervousness rose in me, quickly followed by a spike of adrenaline. It lit through me, almost as good as sex. My thoughts zinged back to Ivy, telling me I lived my life making decisions that would put me in dangerous situations just to feel the rush. An adrenaline junkie, but at least I was making money at it, usually. Ivy. She was staring at me, a glimmer of fear marring her deep blankness. "Jenks," I said loudly, and when he chirped his wings, Quen tensed. The congregation gasped when I leaned to pull aside my dress to show my calf-high boots. Fumbling with the silk slip, I grabbed my cuffs. "Under temporary jurisdiction of the FIB, I'm authorized to arrest you, Trent Calamack, for suspicion of the murder of Brent Markson." A unified gasp rose like a wave from the audience. "That's it!" Elsbeth shouted, and the holy guy snapped his book shut and took a step back. "Trent and I put up with your little tart of a witch in my bathtub. I put up with your insisting she be in my wedding, but her arresting you just to stop our marriage is intolerable." She was royally pissed, and I yanked a pliant Trent from his groomsman. Quen moved, then leapt backward, a flash of dragonfly wings between us. Al was laughing in big, booming guffaws, but I didn't see anything funny, except maybe the witch in his bathtub comment.
"Rachel!"
Trent's words cut off, and his beautiful face went indignant at the twin clicks of metal ratcheting about his wrist. Quen tried to outflank Jenks, his pockmarked face dark with anger when Jenks stopped him, an arrow pointed at his eye. "Try me, Quen," the pixie said, and the congregation went silent. Trent stood with his cuffed hands before him. I mocked, picking up my shoulder bag and getting ready to bug on out of here. "Trent, remind Quen what happens if he interferes with me. I've got a warrant." "Oh, yeah." Turning to Trent, I said, "You have the right to remain silent, but I doubt you will. You have the right to an attorney, which I imagine Quen will be calling soon. If you can't afford one, hell is frozen over and I'm the Princess of Oz. But in that case, one will be appointed to you. You understand your rights that the entire congregation of Cincinnati's finest has heard me recite?" Green eyes angry, he nodded. Satisfied, I tugged his shoulder and started him toward the steps. Trent's mix of anger, shock, and disbelief gave way to anger.
"Call the appropriate lawyer," he was saying to Quen as I dragged him. "Elsbeth, this won't take long."
"Yeah, call your lawyer," I echoed, scooping up the focus. Al's laughter echoed up into the rafters. I hesitated, waiting for the windows to break or something. There was an evil delight to it, and it seemed to free the seated people from their shock. They burst into a sudden noise of conversation, startling me. Ivy's face remained blank. Beside her, Piscary, too, was wide-eyed, trying to wrap his thoughts around this. Takata was worried, and Mr. Ray and Mrs. Sarong were arguing vehemently. "Jenks!" I shouted, not wanting to walk down that aisle alone, and suddenly he was with me. "Got your back, Rach," he said, wings snapping with excitement, flying backward with his arrow still aimed at Quen. "Let's go." Bag on one shoulder and focus under an arm, I guided Trent down the stairs, holding his elbows so he wouldn't trip and sue me for unnecessary roughness. "Dun-dun-dun-dum, I got the bastard now," echoed in my thoughts in a mockery of the wedding march. Someone's phone snapped a picture and I grinned, imagining tonight's front page. I could hear sirens in the background, and I hoped they were the FIB, come to hustle me off the street, and not the IS to arrest me. I didn't actually have the warrant, but my contact did. Forgotten by the altar, Elsbeth made a frustrated sound of anger. "Trent!" she cried, and I almost felt sorry for the woman. "This is outrageous! How can you let her do this? I thought you owned this city!" Trent halfway turned, and I steadied him on the steps with a hand on his shoulder. "I don't own Ms. Morgan, dear. I need a few hours to sort this out. I'll join you at the reception." God, I hoped not. As we passed Piscary, I slowed. "Could you meet me at the FIB?" I said, pulse pounding and breathless. "I have something for you." The undead vampire kissed the underside of Ivy's wrist, making her shudder. "You are utterly inhuman, Rachel. Almost as cold as you are audaciously contemptible. It's a side to you that is delightfully unexpected. I'm most interested in what you have to say." Not knowing what to make of that, I nodded and pushed Trent back into motion. He was indignant, apparently figuring out that I was going to give the vampire the focus. Hell, Piscary insured 4/5 of the city, and David's company picked up the rest. It wasn't hard to figure out I wanted to be added to the list. Seeing Trent's understanding, I smiled. Bastard. "Trent!" Elsbeth shrieked. "You walk out of this church and I'm gone. I'm on the plane and I'm home. I agreed to marry you, not this circus you call life." "I don't have much choice, dear," he said over his shoulder. "Will you curb your hysterics and tend to our guests? This is a minor glitch." Minor glitch. I was walking sideways, nearly missing it when she threw her bouquet at the holy guy, screaming, "Quen, do something! That's what you're paid for!" My eyebrows rose. I was almost to the door, and no one had tried to stop me. Shock was a wonderful tool when used correctly. Quen looked up from his phone. "I am, Ms. Withen. I've already established that Morgan is acting within the law, and I'm calling Trenton's trial lawyer." Al was laughing, tears streaming down his face. His hand was against the altar for balance, and the flowers on it were turning black. Being in Lee's body let him touch it with impunity, but he was still a demon, and clearly his presence was being noted. When we reached the entryway, it hit Trent that I was really tagging him. "This is ridiculous, Rachel," he said as I bitch-kicked the door open. Moonlight spilled in through the fog shining on the cement steps. "This is my wedding day. You are way out of line." "Hauling your ass in is justice," I said, squinting from the flashing FIB lights. "Killing Brett was out of line. He didn't know anything. All he wanted was someone to look to." I shoved Trent through the door before the heavy wood could arc closed, then pulled the damp, cool night air smelling of garbage and exhaust deep into me, relieved to see those FIB cruisers. Officers were all over the place, securing the area before anyone could follow me out. "Hey, hi!" I called while I waved, wanting to be sure they knew I was the good guy. "I got him. He's all yours. Just tell me where to put him." I headed toward the nearest cruiser, pushing Trent before me. "Trust me, Trent," I said when we found the pavement. "You'll thank me for this someday." "I didn't think you cared about my happiness, Ms. Morgan," he said, as an excited officer touched his cap and opened the door for him. "I don't," I said shortly. "Watch yourself." I put my hand on the back of his head, feeling a jolt of ever after try to surge to him, checking it just in time. Shaken from my lack of control, I shoved him into the car and slammed the door shut. It was noisy, and I blinked when I realized the bus was still there. I waved, and everyone waved back, the driver tooting the horn. Satisfied, I stood a little taller and slicked my hair back out of my eyes. Damn, when I was bad, I was good. 34. The hem of my lacy bridesmaid dress whispered over the cracked gray tile in Eden's office. Sitting hunched in the chair before his desk, I nervously bobbed my foot. The FIB captain had taken possession of my elbow the moment I crossed the Federal Interland Bureau seal inlaid in the floor of the lobby, dragging me into his office and telling his aide Rose to keep me here before stomping out in search of coffee, his son Glenn, and a first impression that didn't come from me. That had been 10 minutes ago. Unless he was grinding the beans himself or waiting for Glenn to get back from Detroit, I figured he'd come in knowing more than I did. The jitters had started. It was growing noisy in the lobby, voices raised in protest and demand. By the sound of it, the entire wedding party was out there. I glanced at Jenks, perched on Eden's pencil cup. He looked unusually nervous, having opted to stay with me instead of hanging with Eden, as was his habit when we were at the FIB. Leaving the present on the floor, I stood to shake out my dress and went to peek past the blinds. I was getting the distinct idea that Eden hadn't known I was going after Trent Calamack this evening. "Maybe we should have gone to the IS?" Jenks said, his wings making a distracting hum. "The IS?" I said, turning to gape at him. "Are you crazy?" It sounded as if Mr. Ray was close to losing it, and wincing I reached for the blinds, jerking my hand back when the door scraped open. Eden stomped in, the muscular, almost squat man so close to my height that it didn't matter. He was in his usual khakis and white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, but the outfit had lost its just-pressed look sometime between dragging me in here and getting the 2 waxed paper cups of capped coffee he had sandwiched between a hairy arm and chest. Feeling guilty, I let the blinds slip from my fingers. The lacy dress made me feel stupid, and I tucked a wayward strand that had escaped my elaborate braid behind an ear and stood with my hands clasped before me like fig leaves. I felt about as vulnerable as if I'd been naked, too. Eden had been instrumental in helping me save my butt when I'd quit the IS, but he had his own bosses to please, and he didn't look happy. Of all the humans I'd met, only his son, Glenn, and my old boyfriend, Nick, were more comfortable with my being not human. His round face creased. He set both coffees on the desk and dropped into his chair on the exhale. Captain Eden was not tall, and the first hints of a soft widening of waist added to his comfortable late-50s look. His military background showed in his quick mannerisms and slow decisions, only accentuated by the black hair cropped close to his skull. Lacing his stubby fingers across his middle, he stared at me in annoyance. His mustache was showing more gray than it had last time, and I couldn't help but cringe at the accusing look in his brown eyes. Jenks clattered his wings as if in apology, and the captain glanced at him as if he ought to have known better before turning his disapproving attention back to me. "Would you be more comfortable running my department from my chair, Rachel?" he said, and I shifted forward to take a coffee just to have something between him and me. "What did you think you were doing arresting Calamack at his own wedding?" he added, and I sat down, the focus between my feet. As if this were good news, Jenks brightened, flying up to land closer to the FIB captain to look satisfied and relieved. I thought it totally unfair that though Jenks and I were partners, I'd be the only one to suffer for any trouble we got into. Pixies were never held accountable for their actions, but then they usually didn't involve themselves this deep in big people affairs. "If I arrested him anywhere else, he would have buried me," I said, singeing my finger and spilling some coffee when I removed the lid. Disgusted with myself, I sopped up the rivulet with my worn shoulder bag before it could drip to my dress. Jeez, I felt like one of those wackos haunting Fountain Square, with my ratty bag, my wrapped gift holding the focus, and wearing a gown that cost more than a semester of tuition. "You being dead would make my life easier." Eden's face was tight when he leaned to get his coffee. "Listen to that," he exclaimed, gesturing at the unseen lobby. "My people don't know how to handle this. That's why the IS exists. And you bring them all here, to me?" "I thought you knew what I was doing," I said. "Glenn—" My words cut off when Eden lifted a hand. His anger slid away, replaced with a rueful pride for his adopted son. "No," he muttered, his eyes dropping to the desk. "He slipped the paperwork in with the requisitions for the company picnic. You're invited, by the way." "Thanks," I said, wondering if I'd lived that long. Depressed, I took a sip of coffee, glad the FIB had their priorities in order and bought the good stuff. Eden frowned, his pride at Glenn's bucking the system to further justice now fading back to anger.
Calamek left the species box blank on his statement, he said. You know what that means?
I took a breath to answer, but he had rushed ahead with,
It means he's not saying if he's Interland or human and is accepting FIB jurisdiction. I have to deal with this. Me. And you want me to pay you for dumping this crap on me?
My jaw clenched. He broke the law, I said hotly. The unusually enlightened human sighed, his entire body moving.
Yes, he did.
For a moment there was silence. Then Eden took the lid off his coffee.
Piscary is in my lobby, he said tightly. He says you want to talk to him. How am I supposed to keep you alive through your testimony when Piscary comes to my department to kill you?
I glanced at Jenks, who was starting to shed a faint trail of glittering dust in agitation. Piscary didn't come here to kill me, I said, hiding my jitters behind a sip of coffee. I asked him here. I want to arrange some protection from him, for me and Kiston. Eden went markedly still as I guiltily swallowed more coffee and set the cup down. The acidic drink hit my stomach, where it sat to make me feel ill. Piscary was a sick wacko, and the only one who could protect me and rescind Kiston's blood gift.
You're buying protection from Piscary?
Eden shook his head, his few wrinkles deepening.
He wants you dead. You put him in jail. He's not going to forget that just because he's out. And the word is he made a blood gift out of your boyfriend.
His gaze fell from mine in shame.
Rachel, I'm sorry. I can't do anything about that.
A hot feeling of betrayal rose through me, of innocence lost. I knew that nothing could stop Piscary from getting away with treating Kiston like a box of Godiva, but damn it, these were the people who were supposed to keep us safe from the big bad uglies. I hated this, but what I hated more was that I had to work in such a depraved system to stay alive. Like I have much choice?
I'm sorry,
Eden said again, and I glanced at him ruefully so he would know that I understood his position. Hell, I was standing right next to him. Jenks's wings clattered, and I shifted the split in my dress to show the present sitting between my feet. My butt-kicking boots looked really odd down there, but I was glad I'd worn them. I've got something he wants more than revenge, I said, praying I hadn't overestimated its worth. Though it grated on every fiber of my being, this had to work. It had to. Eden bent forward to see the blue-foiled package, then leaned back.
I don't want to know what's in there. I really don't want to know.
I let my hem cover it. I thought this was the safest place to hammer out an agreement with Piscary. I said meekly.
My office?
He barked. Well, I hedged. Maybe a conference room? Eden's brown eyes went wide in disbelief, and I started to get a little upset. Eden, I cajoled, I don't have anywhere else to go. Calamek is responsible for the deaths of those wares. I'm trying to save my own butt here. All I have to do is swim through the crap to get to it. Now, are you going to throw me a preserver, or do I have to dog paddle the whole way by myself? He tilted his head to see the clock on the wall above and behind him. I could almost read his thoughts. Why couldn't I have waited a few hours when he would have been off shift?
I wish you would include me in your thought processes,
he said dryly. Just pretend you're still in the military, I said, hearing our conversation ending.
Yeah,
he said with a rueful chuckle as he stood.
I'd be safer on the front line than working with you.
He took up his coffee and gestured to the door.
After you. The sooner we're done with this, the sooner I can go home.
Jenks's wings buzzed to life, and I stood, taking a moment to gather my present, my bag, and my composure. The butterflies had turned to fireflies, cramping my stomach. Eden opened the door, and when the noise hit me, I balked, thinking about how I needed the rush of danger to remind myself I was alive. Adrenaline junkie. I was embarrassed to admit that Jenks was probably right. It explained way too many things for me to simply dismiss because it was a stupid way to live. I couldn't help but wonder if I hadn't misjudged the risk this time, and if it was going to turn around and bite me. But some of this wasn't my fault. Landing upon my shoulder, Jenks said, "A little charm shop is looking mighty good right about now, eh, Rach?" "Shut up, Jenks," I muttered, but I let him stay where he was, needing him. Eden came to a halt beside Rose's desk and gazed over the maelstrom of officers trying to deal with upset Interlanders. They looked as if they were doing okay. Maybe the essays Eden had asked me to write up for their handbook were helping. Piscary was standing off a little by himself, his inquiring eyes on me and his grip possessively on Ivy, as Skimmer spoke lawyer to a nervous woman with a clipboard. They were all sitting down, and my heart clenched at Ivy's blank stare. It was like she wasn't there. The news crews were visible through the black windows, lights glaring in the fog as they clustered outside the doors like wannabes trying to get into a club.
"I meant to tell you that's a pretty dress,"
the captain said, not looking at me as he rocked from heel to toe with his hands behind his back.
"The boots are a nice touch."
I looked at them and sighed. My foot hurts. It helps. My foot, my arm, my back, they all ached like crazy. I felt like I'd been in a fight, not sleeping in Ivy's chair. God, I hope she's okay. Eden chuckled at my dry sarcasm.
"I thought you simply liked stomping around in them."
Turning away, he gestured for a thin officer who looked less harried than the rest.
"I hope you can work something out for your boyfriend."
Jenks's wings fanned faster. "Thanks," I said, carefully tucking away a strand of hair.
"Why don't you find a nice witch?"
Eden said, shifting back a step to make room for the approaching officer.
"Take the opportunity to get some space between you and Mr. Phelps. I care what happens to you, and I hate to see you getting involved in vampire politics. People die when they do that."
I couldn't help my smile. "Gee, thanks, Dad. Can I have my driving privileges back?" His eyes glinted.
"You're grounded until you clean up your room, and you know it."
From my shoulder came a tiny snort, but Jenks was too close to see. Clean my room? I suppose that was a suitable metaphor. I had certainly put the city in a mess. The officer that Eden had pulled from the melee stopped expectantly before us, and Eden drew him close.
"Where's Calamac? Ms. Morgan needs a room, and I don't want her anywhere near him."
I huffed an insult, and the man gave an apologetic glance.
"He's in 5, but 3 is available," he said.
"No way," I said tightly. "I am not getting in a little interview room with Piscary. I want a conference room, big enough so that I can have a few witnesses, and kick some vampire ass if I need to." Eden crossed his arms over his chest to turn immovable.
"Witnesses?"
"Witnesses." I gripped the focus tighter. This wouldn't work unless everyone knew I didn't have it anymore. "I want Mr. Ray and Mrs. Sarong." I turned to look over the open offices, each one occupied with a belligerent Interlander and 1 or 2 nervous but doggedly determined FIB officers. "Quen," I said, finding him standing alone and on the phone as if none of this was touching him. "And Al," I finished, finding the demon flirting with the receptionist, now glowing from the attention of someone she thought was a wealthy, eligible bachelor in a tux. Elsbeth's dad was behind him, the upright man looking like he was ready to whip out his checkbook right here if it would help get his daughter married.
"Al?"
Eden said, following my gaze to his receptionist, handing her phone number to the smiling man.
"That's Mr. Saladin. Piscary said he exorcised the demon from him. My people have seen him in the sun."
I shook my head, feeling Al's gaze on me. Piscary's lying. That's still Al. The FIB officer with the clipboard paled.
"That's a demon?"
he squeaked. Eden's brow furrowed. Putting a thick hand on each of our shoulders, he turned our backs to the room, all the while scanning the surrounding people to decide if they had heard him.
"Rachel,"
he said, voice hushed but intent.
"I am not set up to deal with this situation."
His hand was warm through the lace on my shoulder, and I shivered. Neither am I, but here I am. I can do this, Eden. I just need a quiet room. Your people don't have to do anything. No one's going to get hurt. But I couldn't promise it. He was silent in thought, deep concern in his gaze. He looked at the package in my hands, then turned to the officer with us.
"How messy is Camelot?"
"Camelot?" I mused, and the man in question fidgeted. I could smell his fear on him, and Piscary was watching him.
"It's full of mailings," the officer said. "June's newsletters still have to go out."
Eden's frown deepened.
"It's the only room with a 2-way that will hold all of them."
"2-way?" I scoffed. "I want a room, not an FIB audience."
"I'm not going to let you go into a room alone with these people," Eden said. "You put me here, Morgan, and you're going to do it my way."
Jenks stifled a snicker, and I cocked my hip, copying an attitude in black lace and butt-kicking boots. "Whatever," I said, knowing I was at his mercy. Satisfied, Eden drew the FB officer even closer.
"Grab a couple of guys and get the table cleared off. Have someone get Ms. Morgan's wish list in there.
My neck grew cold as Jenks took flight. I'll get them, he offered, and the FIB officer looked relieved. Eden started to protest, but upon seeing Jenks already fronting the two wares, he hesitated. Piscary was next, falling into step behind them. From his corner, Quen closed his phone and rocked forward before Jenks reached him, giving the pixie a nod. Al noticed the mass exodus and joined them, kissing the receptionist's hand in farewell.
Damn,
Eden swore softly, taking my elbow and angling us to the top of the hallway ahead of them.
I need to get me a pixie on the payroll.
I couldn't help my smile. They're expensive, I warned him. The comforting blank walls took us in, and the noise behind us dulled.
I thought they worked for sugar, water, and nectar,
Eden said, and I slowed as I noticed we were passing interrogation rooms. I meant in terms of loyalty, I clarified, pulling him to a stop when I found Trent's room. A soft murmur came from behind the door, and when he saw my expression, Eden's face went hard. There was one more person I wanted to be present. Quen wasn't enough. I wanted Trent.
No,
Eden said, clearly knowing why I'd stopped, then pressed back against the walls as the wares, Al, Quen, and Piscary all passed before us in silent expectation. Mrs. Sarong's heels clicked smartly, and Al gave me an amused grin over his smoked glasses. Quen was silent, his shoulders tense under the expensive fabric of his tux. Jenks was with them, and I gave him a nod as he went along to serve as my ears. Skimmer and Ivy were with Piscary, and my heart clenched as Ivy did nothing when I tried to catch her eyes. She looked pale and empty, her perfect face still blank and beautiful, graceful in her sophisticated gray dress. It hurt to see her like that, and the memory of her voice rang in my head, the broken sound when she had begged me to keep the sun away from her after Piscary had raped her body and her blood and she thought she was dead. Pulling back, I forced myself to keep from reaching out to give her a shake. Piscary smiled in smug satisfaction at my pain, his hand upon the small of her back as he guided her forward. I watched until they turned the corner. How could I do nothing? How could I stand here and watch her go by without doing something? She was my friend. Hell, she was more, and with that thought, I felt my face go cold. Kiston and Ivy offered me the same chance at finding blood ecstasy. Kiston's offer packaged in a way my upbringing would have no problem dealing with. Yet I'd said no to him, continually. All the while I was courting disaster, trying to battle both my preconceived notions of myself and the risk of death to find the same thing with Ivy. Why? And I closed my eyes, shutting out the world as I hammered the thought home. I wanted something lasting with Ivy. Yes, this spring I had come to grips with the idea that I'd probably moved into the church unconsciously hoping she'd bite me. True, I had beaten her off a few times before in fear, but I couldn't bring myself to do it anymore if the van incident this spring was any indication. I made no apology for wanting to try to find a blood balance with her, but only now did I realize what that meant. I was talking about a life commitment. Just because it might not involve sex didn't make it any less important or lasting.
No way, Rachel,
Eden said, and I stared in panic until I realized he was talking about my wanting Trent with us, not the possibility of Ivy and me together, bound by blood and friendship. That didn't necessarily preempt a secondary, more traditional relationship with a man, with Kist, only added to the scary factor. Eden's head tilted in confusion at my deer-in-the-headlights expression, and I dropped my gaze, feeling dizzy. Crap, why do they always pick the best times to figure things out? I need Trent there, I said, pressing the focus to my middle. If he doesn't see me give this thing to Piscary, then it doesn't do me any good. Eden grimaced, making his mustache stick out.
Quen can tell him.
The door to Trent's interrogation room opened, cutting our argument short. The FIB officer stopped, but it was too late. Trent had followed him out, accompanied by a second man in a suit. His lawyer, probably. Trent looked totally unlike himself, yet nothing significant had changed. He was still dressed in his wedding finery. He still walked with grace, but there was an eerie wariness that had been absent before. His gaze fastened on mine with the usual intensity, but the edge of icy hatred was new. Disturbingly controlled, he drew himself upright,
hiding the fatigue born of his efforts to lie his way out of his heinous crimes. "Trent needs to be there," I blurted, trying to muddle things more. "He's a council member until proven guilty, and he needs to be present. This involves the city's security. You want to wait around for someone else to show up? You're pretty good if you think you can put a master vampire in a room with 2 alpha-wares, a demon, and, whatever Quen is," I said, remembering to keep his elven heritage a secret. "Rachel," Eden warned, but I had given Trent all he needed. "If there's a city security issue, I have a right to be present," he said, regaining a modicum of his usual crisp presence. Trent didn't know what I was doing, but clearly I was trying to include him in it, and despite his probably wanting to put out a contract on me for tagging him, he'd go along with it. All things in their own time, apparently. The officer in the suit flanking him had a hushed conversation, and when the FIB guy shrugged, Eden sighed. "Damn it, Rachel," he muttered, squeezing my elbow. "This is not how I do things." Tired, I said nothing as I waited for his decision. My thoughts went to Ivy, then kissed. The squat ex-military man rubbed a hand over his chin and took a firmer stance. "I'm in there with 2 other men." "Just you, and you can cuff him to a chair." I came back. Trent's frown deepened until it showed on his forehead. We all had to press back against the walls as 3 harried-looking officers carrying boxes of blue paper and envelopes passed. Apparently the room was cleaned up, and I started getting nervous again. "All right," Eden said sourly. "Mr. Calamack, would you please accompany me? Ms. Morgan seems to want to have a town meeting. We'll get you back to your processing as soon as possible so you can make bail." "Bail?" I thought, not having imagined they would even offer it. Trent saw my startled expression, and he allowed a hint of smugness to show. "Thank you, Captain. I would appreciate that." Jenks flitted into the hallway to hover by the door. "Okay, Rach, they're all yours." "Mine," I thought, as I steadied myself and followed Eden and Trent. But what by Tink's little red shoes was I supposed to do with them now that I had them? 35. Eden escorted Trent into the room ahead of me. Hesitating in the hall, I tugged the lacy collar of my dress straight, tucked a stray curl behind an ear, hiked my shoulder bag up, took a tighter grip on the wrapped present, and wished I could run to the bathroom. "Charm shop," Jenks taunted from my shoulder, and I made a rude noise. There was a mild stir as everyone reacted to Trent's appearance. It wasn't going to get any easier. Knowing that Ivy was already in there, I squared my shoulders and walked in. I scanned the room and saw where the Camelot remark had come from. A round table with its attendant half-circle of chairs took up the right side of the large rectangular room. Between it and the 2-way mirror to my left was a wide space that gave me the impression of a stage. At the far right was a coffee-stained counter with a sink, covered in anything anyone could possibly use to put together a presentation, tatty binder clips, scratched report covers, 3 whole paper punches, and a massive paper cutter that looked like it could chop wood for a campfire. Piscary and Ivy sat at the back near the counter, Skimmer's thin Grace standing submissively behind them in her strict black business suit. A flash of nervousness went through me, shortly followed by self-disgust. I was going to buy protection from the same man who had abused Ivy and given Kiston's death to someone as a thank-you gift. But what choice did I have? Someone powerful had to hold the focus. It didn't matter whether I liked him or not, if he could keep me and Kiston alive and prevent a worldwide Inderland power struggle. The 2 wares sat near the middle of the table across from the door. Upon seeing me enter, Mrs. Sarong yanked Mr. Ray back into his seat before he could make an ass of himself. Trent was sitting beside the door, with Eden looming behind him. The elf wasn't in cuffs. Across from them, Quen stood with his arms over his chest, looking good in his tux uniform. My attention went to Al. He was a vision of upright elegance in his black tux, standing with his back to me before the 2-way mirror. The demon was breathing heavily on the glass to mist it up, using a gloved finger to scribe ley line symbols I couldn't understand. I didn't want to imagine the fear of the men and women watching behind the glass. Al turned, beaming over his round, smoked glasses. "Rachel Mariana Morgan," he drawled, his accent proving that despite looking like Lee, he was all Aljalea-rept.
Watching you cuff Trenton was extremely entertaining. What will you do for your next trick?"
Glowering beside Mrs. Sarong, Mr. Ray grumbled,
"Pull a flaming bunny out of her ass, maybe."
Quen stifled a smirk, and I came forward, boots clunking and dress furling. Jenks left me for the overhead lights in a soft hum. Only Quen and Al watched him go, the rest clueless as to how much of a threat he was up there. The gown made me feel stupid, but everyone was overdressed. I tried to get Ivy's attention as I stood at the table a few chairs down, with Trent between me and Al. She never looked up, her gaze fixed on the nothing and her face peacefully blank. Skimmer let her hatred show, and I ignored the sophisticated, pretty blonde vamp. I set the package and my shoulder bag on the table, pushing them together as I gathered my thoughts. "Thanks for meeting me here, Piscary," I said, forcing my hand off my aching upper arm. "You are the foulest thing I've ever seen, but I hope we can come to some agreement." God, I'm such a hypocrite. Piscary smiled while petting Ivy's hand, and when Al took a breath to say something, I turned. "Shut up," I demanded, and he huffed, though I could tell he thought it all a big joke. "You're here as witnesses, all of you. That's it." There was a nervous shifting of position from everyone but Quen, and satisfied, I touched my stuff on the table and tried not to think about my full bladder. "Okay," I said, and Trent smiled mockingly at my nervousness. "As you all probably figured out, I still have the focus." Mr. Ray stiffened, and Mrs. Sarong's grip on his wrist tightened. "I've got the focus," I continued when he settled back, "and all of you want it." I sent my gaze to my right. "Trent, I imagine you want it for a power play, seeing as you offered me an insane amount of money for it, and killed 3 wares, but why bring that up?" "We double his offer," Mrs. Sarong said crisply, and Trent laughed outright, bitter and mocking. It was a new side to him, and it wasn't attractive. The woman turned scarlet, and Mr. Ray hunched over, looking uncomfortable. "It's not for sale," I said, before anyone else could interrupt, then turned to Piscary. "Piscary, you want me dead for obvious reasons," I added, "and so does Trent, probably by now."
"Don't forget me, love,"
Al said, turning his back on the mirror.
"I just want you for an hour. 1 hour, and this would all go away."
Jenks clattered his wings in warning, and I steadied myself. "No," I said, though my stomach was starting to hurt. An hour with him would become an eternity. Mr. Ray himself tugged out from under Mrs. Sarong's grip.
"Give it to me, or I'll hunt you down like an animal and take it."
Then the man jumped, and Mrs. Sarong's smile made me speculate about what she had done to him under the table. Gold pixie dust sifted down to put the ware in a temporary sunbeam, and Mr. Ray looked up in surprise, clearly having forgotten about Jenks. Wondering if he had just been pixed, I stifled a smirk. "Yes," I said dryly. "I know, which is why I'm talking to Piscary, not you." There was a heartbeat of silence, and Mr. Ray surged to his feet. "No!" he bellowed, his round face flashing red. "You sorry little whippet! You can't give it to that undead bast—" His words cut off when Quen put a hand on his shoulder and shoved him down.
"Close your mouth,"
Quen said.
"Listen before you draw your battle lines, lest you alienate your allies."
Oh, that sounds just peachy damn keen. But at least it was quiet. Shifting my weight to my other foot, I glanced at Al, who was starting to match Mrs. Sarong in terms of pissed-offness, to Trent, who was clearly thinking furiously, and finally to Piscary. The undead vamp was smiling like the benevolent god he believed he was. A honey-hued hand sat atop the pale god he believed he was. A honey-hued hand sat atop the pale purity of Ivy's, and I imagined he thought I was going to barter the focus for her and Kiston. I wanted to, but Keesley was right. She had to escape him on her own, or she would never be free of him. "I'll give it to Piscary," I said as sweat trickled down my spine. "But I want something." All eyes were on me. Piscary's smile widened. He slipped an arm behind Ivy and pulled her gently close. There was barely a flicker behind her brown eyes.
"Ivy is mine,"
he said. My breath shook as I exhaled. Ivy belongs to herself. I want you to rescind the blood gift you made of Kiston. Take him back into your Camarilla and give me protection from yourself and those yahoos, I said as I tossed my head to indicate everyone else in the room. I also want my church back, and the freedom to pursue my business interests without interference. Trent stiffened. Quen uncrossed his arms and took a more balanced stance. Al turned completely around from where he'd been scribing more ley lines on the two-way mirror. Piscary blinked in surprise.
Kiston? He murmured in question. You want Kiston?
Yes, I want Kiston back under your protection, I said belligerently. Will you rescind his blood gift or not? Piscary made a small sound of surprised consideration. Then, as if shifting his thoughts, he said,
You would have to restrain from persecuting me, of course. That's not fair, Al protested indignantly. I'm trying to get Cincinnati's gambling and protection, and that gives you an unfair advantage. I want a witch on my payroll, too. I gritted my teeth. I will not put myself on Piscary's payroll. I will not. I can work on that, I said to Piscary. It depends on how much you tick me off. The small man in his traditional Egyptian robes steepled his fingers in consideration. You want me to rescind my gift of Kiston, take him back into my graces, grant you protection from all of them, he said with an elegant gesture, and have me subject to your unique sense of moral outrage.
Al's shoes clicked smartly, and everyone tensed as he came to the table.
I'll say it again, Rachel Mariana Morgan. You're not shy about asking for things.
I wished he'd stop using all my names. Look, I said, seeing Eden relax now that the demon was sitting. I know what the focus is, what it does, and that it works. I've got it, and I won't give it away for nothing. My gaze slid to Trent's, and money doesn't keep me alive.
I can keep you alive,
he said, his gray voice confident, though Eden stood behind him to cart him off to a cell if he couldn't make bail.
You underestimate me if you think I can't.
I grimaced as I remembered him offering me an island to get me out of the city and under his thumb. I still didn't know why. Maybe because he'd known that my blood could kindle demon magic, but he was afraid of black magic. It didn't add up. Thanks, but no, I said tightly. I'd rather deal with the undead. Mrs. Sarong was looking at my shoulder bag as if she might snatch it, and I pulled it closer. The focus will cause more turmoil than the turn. I can't destroy it without twisting demon magic, and despite what you all think, I avoid it when I can. I took a deep breath, turning to Piscary. I'm assuming you will keep it hidden, and on this side of the line so the wares don't overthrow vampire superiority? I asked, and he nodded, the light glistening on his shaven scalp.
They are not superior to us,
Mr. Ray bellowed, and Mrs. Sarong edged her chair away in a show of distancing herself from him, clearly tired of his lack of grace. And that's why you want it so bad? I said sharply. Without the focus, you're second, maybe third on the food chain. Deal with it. Everyone else does. Tension had pulled all my muscles tight. I was losing control. Eden had a weapon, but there were 2 predators and 1 elven warrior in here, all deadly on their own. Piscary alone looked confident.
You're afraid,
he breathed, the rim of brown about his eyes starting to disappear.
You smell so good.
Adrenaline dove through me, followed by the memory of him pinning me to the floor of his apartment, licking the blood from my elbow on his way to my neck. And you stink like 3-day-old carrion under your pheromones and witch charms. Do we have a deal or not?
Perhaps,
he said shortly.
But you ask for too much. I'm going to have my hands full trying to keep that fluffy ball of damnation under control, he said, glancing at Al, as his smile grew to show his fangs. That's why they let me out. I must do my civic duty.
Behind him, Skimmer shifted uneasily, and I glanced nervously at her. "You mean Al?" I questioned when the demon leaned back and put his shiny dress shoes on the table in satisfaction. "No problem. I'll have him back in the ever after as soon as I make an interdimensional phone call." I wasn't a demon practitioner. I wasn't. "You little canicula!" Al swore, his feet hitting the tile as he stood. His glasses slipped and he fumbled for them. "You can't. You don't know anyone's summoning name but mine." Eden moved, drawing his weapon. The safety clicked off, and Al stumbled to a halt, remembering he had a body now that couldn't go misty. Quen was tense, and Trent was stiff in his chair. I was the nearest to him, but he knew I wouldn't protect his lame elf ass. Besides, he was looking at me as if I had sprouted black wings with matching tail and horns. Piscary, though, was as cool and calm as ever. Skimmer, behind him, looked scared at last, and Ivy blinking, the faintest worry lines showing upon her forehead. Compared to Piscary, Al was weak now, trapped in a witch's body and capable of doing only what Lee could.
"You can't banish him," the undead vampire said coolly. "Not with him possessing another."
I lifted one shoulder, a nervous shrug. "Someone in the ever after owes me a favor. Al's over here hiding from trouble. If I blow the whistle, someone will pick him up."
"You bitch!"
Al howled, jerking when Eden aimed his weapon.
"You don't know anyone but Newt, and Newt doesn't have a summoning name. Who gave you their name?" "He's back in the ever after,"
Piscary said, smiling again to show his fangs. "And out of your territory." My fingers trembled, and I glanced at Trent, bothered by his look of horror. "Territories," I added, to make it plural, not liking that Trent thought I dealt in demons. "I'll do that for you for free, Trent." Trent shook his head, his fair hair floating in the breeze of the building's air.
"You can sort with demons,"
he whispered, then turned to Quen, looking betrayed. Everyone he thought was untainted was not. Seemed like Trent had his own problems. "I don't," I said, unclenching my teeth before I gave myself a headache. "Someone in the ever after owes me. You have a problem with my calling in a favor to get rid of Al?" His confidence shaken, Trent asked,
"What did you give a demon for a favor owed?"
Stomach cramping, I turned to Piscary. "Do we have a deal or not?" The vampire smiled to make me shudder.
"Very much so."
Al growled, and as Eden held him at gunpoint, I shoved the package down the entire length of the table. "Mazel tov," I said, depressed, anxious, and jittery.
"It was the gift?" Trent stammered. "You brought it to the wedding?"
"Yep," I said with a false brightness. I felt sick. Buying Kiston's and my safety from Piscary was so wrong. But it was either that or deal with a demon, and I'd rather keep my soul clean and let my morals get dingy, I guess. But I felt filthy. This wasn't who I wanted to be.
"Son of a bitch,"
Al said, as Piscary's long fingers stretched forward to take it. "Rachel!" Jenks shouted from the ceiling. "Get down!" My breath hissed. Not looking, I dropped. The flat of my arms hit the tile, and I saw Al's feet move toward me. I rolled under the table to Quen, but Quen was gone.
"Get down!"
Eden's voice bellowed, strong and demanding. I was on my hands and knees under the table, and I tensed for a gunshot. It never came. A guttural snarl erupted from the back of the room, and I gasped when Al fell into my sight on the floor. Piscary was atop him. The undead vampire had launched himself across the room. He was protecting me. I had paid him to keep me alive, and that's what he was doing. Shocked, I scrambled up. Quen and I had exchanged places. The warrior elf had Trent backed into a corner by the door. Eden was standing before them, gun trained on Al. The wares were by the back counter, wide-eyed. Ivy was blinking where she sat, looking at her reflection in the distant two-way mirror, oblivious to Skimmer's attempts to tug her upright and to the back of the room. The pretty vampire's eyes were black in fear, and her mouth was open in horror. I could smell burnt amber, and I patted at my clothes, looking for damage. But then I saw it. The doorknob had been melted.
We weren't getting out of here any time soon. Oh, God, I wanted to live. The lights were on in the room behind the mirror, and someone was trying to break the glass with a chair. Heart-pounding, I backed up to the wall, my gaze on Piscary and Al. "Jenks, get back!" I shouted when I saw the sparkle of pixie dust. Snarling, fangs bared, Piscary grappled with Al. The demon was at a severe disadvantage in his witch body, and I went cold when I realized that Piscary had him. Hand covering my neck, I stood in shock as the vampire sank his teeth. Al howled, managing to get an arm between them, then a knee. With a pained grunt, he tried to shove Piscary away, failing. Tears of remembered fear filled my eyes as the demon went limp with a moan, the vampire saliva starting to work. My hand clutched my sore upper arm, and I looked away. My gaze found Trent behind Quen. He too appeared shocked. I don't think he knew until this moment the horror Quen and I had endured when we were attacked by an undead. They didn't care. They existed to feed. The walking and talking simply made it easier for them. Eden was ashen-faced, but his pointed weapon stayed steady, waiting. The pounding on the mirror had shifted to a pounding on the door. With a sodden thump, Piscary let Al drop, wiping his mouth on the back of his hand, then delicately cleaning even that from himself with a black handkerchief. Piscary rose. His eyes were black. He had just fed, but we were trapped in here with him. Al's hand lifted, then fell. The room tensed, and Jenks landed on my shoulder. He was pale, as shocked as the rest of us. "It's not over, Rach," he said, his voice frightened. "Get yourself in a circle." I drew myself up to tap a line and set an informal circle, but a hint of burnt amber brought my attention to the front of the room. Shit. A mist was forming over Al. Al wasn't dead. He was leaving Lee's body now that it wasn't useful anymore. Piscary didn't know it, standing satisfied and full of himself, smiling benevolently. Any circle I was going to make had to have a real beginning to stand against a demon. My bag and its stick of magnetic chalk was on the other side of the table. Hiking up my dress, I crawled up onto the table to jerk my bag to me, backing into a corner as Piscary advanced. I scrabbled in my bag, fingers fumbling. "Rach, hurry up!" Jenks shrilled. Heart-pounding, I found it, yanking it out. It slipped, and I cried out in frustration as it rolled under the table. I dove for it, but Quen got there first, and both our hands landed on it. "The demon isn't dead," the elf said, and I nodded. "I need this," he said, jerking the chalk from my fingers. "Damn it, Quen!" I shouted, then screamed when a set of fingers fastened about my ankle and dragged me out from under the table. I twisted, and flat on my back stared up at Piscary. His bared fangs, and my heart gave a thud. From my neck came a pulse of feeling, but I was too scared for it to feel good. Piscary's eyes closed in twisted bliss, soaking it in like sunshine. Behind him a sheet of ever after swirled and condensed into a vision of the Egyptian god of the underworld, his smooth chest bare, bells jingling from his scarlet and gold loincloth. I never thought I'd be so glad to see Al-Jalil erect. Too bad he was likely going to kill me after he finished staking Piscary. "Piscary," I said breathlessly, as the demon's goat-slitted eyes glinted red and a long canine tongue slipped out to catch a drop of hanging saliva. "You might want to turn around." "Pathetic," the undead vampire mocked, and I stifled a gasp as he yanked me up. "You only killed Lee, you stupid ass," Jenks said from above me. "Not Al!" The vampire took a breath, scenting the air. I shrieked when he shoved me away. I flew backward, hitting the cupboards. Struggling to breathe, I put a hand to my back. "Rachel!" Jenks shrilled. "Are you okay? Can you move?" "Yeah," I rasped, almost cross-eyed as I looked at him inches away from me. I scanned the room for Ivy, not seeing her. Someone screamed. It wasn't me this time, and I staggered up. "Oh my God," I whispered as Jenks hovered beside me. Al had Piscary. It was a vision from the depths of history as a jackal-headed god grappled with an Egyptian prince in royal robes who had set himself even with the underworld. The demon had his hands around Piscary's neck, his fingers pressing into the vampire's flesh as if it were dough, and he was trying to pinch his head right off. Piscary was fighting him, but now that Al was in demon form and pissed to the ends of the turn, the undead vampire hadn't a chance.
Piscary couldn't die. It would ruin everything. "Quen, give me the chalk!" I wheezed, hand over my bruised throat. I had to save Piscary. Damn it. I had to save his worthless, stinking, perverted life. From his corner, Quen hesitated. "Who do you think Al will go after when he's done with Piscary?" I exclaimed, frustrated, and the elf threw it at me. My heart leapt. Crap. Why did people always throw stuff at me? I was a lousy catch. But I put my hand up, and the chalk hit it with a satisfying thump, keeping one eye on the jackal-headed god and the dying vampire. I hunched over, tripping on my dress as I drew a circle around them, making it as big as I could to stay out of their way. Jenks went before me, and I followed the path he was dusting to get it circular. "Ivy!" I gasped when I found her, standing blank-faced before the mirror, watching her faint reflection, oblivious to everything. "Go to Quen. Get over by Quen. I can't help you." She didn't move, and when Jenks shrilled at me to hurry, I lurched past her, praying she would be okay and cursing my helplessness. I had to crawl under the table to finish the circle, and as I came out, the end of my silver line met the beginning. "Rhombus," I breathed, tapping a line. The gold of my aura flowed upward, the black of demon smut following to coat it a breath behind. "No!" Al howled, his eyes red with fury as he dropped Piscary an instant too late. The vampire hit the floor. Still conscious, Piscary grabbed the demon about the calves and pulled him down. Piscary was on him in an instant, fangs tearing ribbons of flesh like a wolf's. I scrambled up, shocked, as he gulped them down to make room for more, trying to savage the demon into non-existence. The sound was absolutely horrifying. "Let them kill themselves," Trent said from beside the door, pale and shaking. "Demon!" I shouted, unable to risk calling Al by his summoning name. "I have bound you. You are mine. Leave here and go directly to the ever-after." The Egyptian god howled, saliva dripping red from his muzzle and his neck reduced to ribbons of exposed flesh. He had returned to his demon form, and he was vulnerable. "Leave now!" I demanded, and with his anger ringing within the room, Al vanished. Piscary fell through the space where Al had been, his arm hitting the floor to catch himself. Hand against his crushed neck, he found his feet. The room was silent but for Skimmer's gasping breaths, sounding almost like sobs. The wares were in one corner and the elves in another. Eden was passed out on the floor beside the door. Just as well. He would have tried to shoot someone, and that would have only given him more paperwork. I turned to Quen, the chalk still in my grip. "Thanks," I whispered, and he nodded. Slowly, Piscary collected himself, turning from a savage monster to a ruthless businessman, albeit one covered in blood. His eyes were utterly black, and a shudder rippled over me. Taking a step forward, he stopped at the edge of my bubble. He tugged down the sleeves of his elegant traditional dress robes and wiped the last of the demon flesh from his mouth, clearly waiting. My pulse slowed, and praying I was safe, I slid a foot forward and broke the circle. Hell, I had saved his undead life. Surely that meant something to him. "You could have let him kill me," Piscary said, scanning the room until he found Ivy, her back to him as she touched her reflection. "Uh-huh," I panted, scooping up my bag and tucking the chalk away. "But you're my ticket to normalcy, right? And the only way to get Kisten's blood gift reversed." Piscary raised one eyebrow. "I can't rescind my gift of Kisten's last blood. I wouldn't even if I could. Kisten needed to be reminded of his reason for existence, and besides, that would have been rude." "Would have been?" I thought, going cold. As in past tense? "Kisten—" I stammered, suddenly feeling trapped. My hand clutched at my sore arm, and I felt sick. Jenks's wings rose to a pitch that made my eyes ache. "Kisten, what did you do?" I took a frantic breath. "What did you do to him?" The vampire dabbed at the black blood leaking from him. It smelled like incense, potent and heady. "Kisten is dead," he said flat out, and I reached for the table, dizzy. "Not only dead, but truly dead. Twice. He didn't have it in him to stay the course. Piscary pressed his lips and cocked his head in a mockery of interest.
I'm not surprised.
You're lying, I said, hearing my voice tremble. My chest clenched, and I couldn't get enough air. Kiston couldn't be dead. I would know. I would have felt it. Something would have been different. Everything. And nothing was. Jenks had said he'd called. He couldn't be dead. He went underground, I exclaimed, frantically looking at everyone, wanting someone, anyone, to tell me I was right. But no one met my eyes. Piscary smiled to show a glint of fang. He was getting too much joy from my despair for it not to be true.
You don't think I know when one of my own passes into undead existence, he said. I felt him die, and then I felt him die again.
Face showing a twisted pleasure, he leaned toward me and whispered loudly.
It was a shock to him. He didn't expect it, and I licked up his despair and failure, reveling in it. His entire life was worth just that one exquisite moment of failed perfection. Pity his living bloodline ended with him, but he was always so careful. It was as if he didn't want anyone to follow him.
Vertigo hit me, and I clutched at the edge of the table. This cannot be happening. Who? I rasped, and Piscary smiled like a benevolent, savage god. Who killed him?
How pathetic, he said, then cocked his head. Or do you really not remember? He said in speculation, dropping his blood-stained handkerchief and focusing intently on me. I tried to speak, but nothing came out. Horror that he might be speaking the truth numbed me. I couldn't think. My arm throbbed under my fingers, and when he leaned closer, I did nothing, too shaken to respond. You were there, he said distantly, reaching out to take my jaw in his hand and tilt my head so the light hit my eyes. You saw. I can smell Kiston's final death all over you. You breathe it out. It lifts from your skin like perfume. I was sleeping in the church, I thought in denial, then felt my world shift with a nauseating spin as things added up. I had woken sore and hurt. I had a cut on my lip. The kitchen had smelled of candles and lilac, the materials for a forget potion. My damned foot was so swollen that I couldn't wear anything but my boots. What had I seen? What had I done? I stumbled back when Piscary took a step forward. I didn't believe this. I had given him the focus for what? Kiston was dead. Tears prickled. Oh my God, Kiston is dead. And I was there. Piscary reached for me, and I flung my hand up to block, only to have him capture my wrist. Fear spiked to my middle, and I froze. The room seemed to waver as the people in it drew their breath, and Piscary breathed deep, scenting me, relishing my fear. You're stronger than Ivy let on, he said softly, almost introspective. I understand why she's fixated on you. Perhaps there's a use for you, if you can walk unscathed from a room where one undead vampire met his end, and another barely escaped to see another night. I jerked away, my frantic gaze going to Eden. Tension crept along my spine as I backed up. There had been another. I didn't remember it, but I had to believe him. What have I done to myself? Why? Or, maybe, you're too dangerous to be allowed free range anymore. Time to break you to the bit, perhaps. Disoriented, I did nothing when Piscary put a golden-skinned hand around my throat. No! I shouted, but it was too late. My word escaped with a gurgle. Adrenaline flamed through me, and I struggled as Piscary backhanded Jenks with a slow nonchalance. The pixie shot across the room, hitting the wall and falling to the floor. God help me, Jenks. I gave you the focus, I rasped, toes brushing the tile when he lifted me. You said you'd leave me alone. Piscary pulled me closer. You put me in jail, he said, his breath smelling of blood and burnt amber. I said I'd keep you alive, but I owe you some serious pain. You'll only wish you were dead."
He put up a warning hand when Quen moved, and the elf stopped. Horror trickled through me. This isn't possible. "I saved your life," I rasped when his fingers let up so he could hear me beg. "I could have let Al kill you."
"Your mistake."
He smiled at me with sin-black eyes.
"Say goodbye, Rachel. Time to start your new life."
"No!" I screamed, then tapped a line. I pushed at him, willing the energy to flow, but it was too late. Crushing me to his chest, Piscary savagely sank his teeth into me. My shriek of terror filled my ears. My heart hammered as if trying to find a way out of my chest, but my muscles had gone slack. Pain flowed and I couldn't move. It was agony. I heard my breath come in gasps, pushing my blood into Piscary all the faster. A dark shadow approached us like fast water, and Piscary backhanded Quen without breaking from me. I heard a thump and a pained grunt. Just kill us, I thought, wanting Quen to blast us both to hell with a ball of ever after. How could it end like this? It wasn't supposed to end like this. It couldn't end like this. "Piscary," Ivy pleaded, and my heart leapt at the emotion in her voice. "Let her go," she cried, and I saw her slim hand take his shoulder, gripping with fierce intensity. You promised if I came to you that you'd leave her alone." I groaned as he pulled from me, his teeth ripping tears in my neck. I couldn't move.
"It's too late,"
Piscary said, and I hung in his grip, unresisting.
"This has to be done."
"You said you wouldn't hurt her." Ivy's voice was heavy, as gray as morning fog. Piscary held me upright, one arm crushing me to him.
"You've been careless,"
he said flatly.
"This is the last time I'm going to pick up after you. You should have bound her to you when I told you to. By rights, I have to kill her. An unpredictable animal needs to be culled."
"Rachel would never hurt me," Ivy whispered, and I tried to speak, feeling my heart break. I took a breath, seeing my sight graying at the edges. I was slipping. I couldn't stop.
"No, Ivy girl."
Piscary's face was gentled in concern as he leaned over me and touched her face with false love, leaving my blood on her jawline. I could hear Skimmer crying in the corner, adding to the travesty.
"That's both their lure and their downfall. I'm going to kill her for you. If I don't, I'll only use her to torture you, and I've tortured you enough. A gift to you, Ivy. She won't feel a thing, I promise."
Ivy stared at him, her face lost in terror as Piscary bent to me again, making a small sound of pleasure when he licked the blood leaking from my neck, wallowing in it. She stood beside him, struggling to overcome a lifetime of conditioning. Her eyes filled, spilling over. My vision blurred, and she touched Piscary's shoulder lightly. "Stop," she said before his teeth could find me again, but it was a whisper. "Stop," she said louder, and hope struck through me. Piscary hesitated, his grip tightening. "I said no," Ivy shouted. "I won't let you kill her." Backing up a step, she swung her foot in a roundhouse to hit Piscary's head. It never landed. Piscary hissed, dropping me to collapse between their feet. I took a raspy breath, and my fingers searched my neck. I was dizzy, weak. He'd bitten me. How bad? How bad was it?
"Ivy girl?"
the undead vampire questioned from somewhere above me. "No," Ivy said. Her shaking voice was determined, but even I could hear her fear. "No," Piscary said lightly, and I tried to push away, to get out from between them.
"You aren't strong enough to best me."
My heart pounded, and I managed to find the wall, fingers scrabbling weakly as I turned to sit with my back to it. Lee's body was gone from under the mirror, and I found that Trent had dragged it to the door, his tux's coat covering him like a blanket. Lee is alive? In the space between the table and mirror, Ivy dropped into a fighting stance. "Then I'll die trying and kill you myself."
She's my friend. I won't let you hurt her." A smile of satisfaction blossomed over the older vampire's face. "Ivy," he crooned. "My sweet Ivy. You defy me at last. Come here, little fish. It's time you leave the weeds and swim as the predator you are." "No," I thought in horror, seeing that everything, the terror, the pain, the agony, had all been meant to manipulate Ivy into standing up to him, completing his vision of finding an equal in her. "It will hurt like the sun," Piscary warned, arms open to embrace her as she backed away, face white. "Your last blood will be sweet in me." Hedden, again conscious, scrabbled to me, and I slapped weakly at him as he tried to look at my neck. "Shoot him," I breathed, almost vomiting when I reached up and found my neck ripped open. "He's going to kill her," I whispered, but Eden didn't seem to care. Ivy had defied Piscary. He was going to kill her so they could live an undead existence together. "Ivy, no," I said louder since Eden wasn't listening. "You don't want this." Piscary raised one eyebrow. "Patience, witch," he said, then reached for Ivy. Terror overcame training, and Ivy backpedaled. She screamed, high and shrill, and the sound struck through me. He had her against the mirror, his mouth on her neck as he dug deep to end it fast. She didn't resist him. She wanted to die. It was the only way she could fight him and hope to save me. She was letting him kill her to save me. "No!" I sobbed, trying to rise, but Eden had my arm. He wasn't letting go. "No!" A blonde shadow darted to them. Grunting, Skimmer swung the arm of the paper cutter like an axe against the back of Piscary's neck. It hit his flesh with a meaty thump. Piscary jerked. He drew away from Ivy, showing her neck bloodied and torn. Blood flowed from her. He had bitten deep, a death bite. Crying in fear and her fury, Skimmer swung again. My stomach churned at the thunk as it met the front of Piscary's neck this time. His hand slipped from Ivy, and Skimmer swung yet again, screaming in blind frustration as she angled to hit him in exactly the same spot. The blade went through the third time, and Skimmer stumbled and fell sobbing to her knees as Piscary collapsed. The bloodied blade still in her hand rang as it hit the floor. "Sweet Mother of God," Eden swore, his grip falling away. Slumped against the mirror, Ivy stared at Piscary in disbelief. His severed head looked up at her, his eyes blinking once before the pupils turned silver-black and empty. He was dead. Skimmer had killed him. Thin streams of red pooled by the ruin of his neck, slowing to nothing. "Piscary?" Ivy whispered like a forgotten child, then collapsed. "No!" Skimmer shrieked. Crying, she crawled to Ivy. Her hands went red as she tried to stop the blood from flowing from Ivy's neck. "God, please, no!" The door crashed open, the sound of the drill they used to open the door fading away as people rushed in. Two fell on Skimmer. She fought them, but her movements were blind and easy to overcome. 3 more descended upon Ivy, and I heard the rhythmic chants as they started CPR. Oh, God. She was dead. Ivy was dead. I crawled under the table, forgotten as feet rushed about to pull Trent from his corner and escort Mr. Ray and Mrs. Sarong out. A sheet was draped over Piscary, both parts of him. Ivy was dead. Kiston was dead. Jenks— "No," I whispered, eyes filling as I slumped. "Jenks," I thought in despair, throat heavy with an immovable lump. "Where's Jenks?" Piscary had hit him. The pain was easing, the heartache wasn't. Jenks. Where was Jenks? My neck was cold, and I wouldn't touch it. My breath escaped me in a sob. Oh, God, I hurt. From under the table, I saw shiny dress shoes and 3 people kneeling before Ivy. Her hand lay outstretched as if looking for her salvation, as if looking for me. She was dying, and nothing could stop that. But Jenks was somewhere, and someone might step on him. I crawled to the back of the room looking for him. The focus lay forgotten on the floor in an open box amid the nest of black tissue paper. I shoved it out of the way to find the shimmer of fallen gold beside my bag. My heart seemed to cease,
I felt nothing but pain. It was all I was. "Jenks," I croaked. "Please, no," I thought, tears blinding me as I hunched over him. My hands, sticky with blood, trembled as I picked him up. He wasn't moving, his face pale and one of his wings bent. "Jenks," I sobbed, the release shaking me as I felt him light in my hand. Jenks was dead. Kiston was dead. Ivy was dying. My would-be protector had tried to kill me, only to be killed in turn. I had nothing. I had absolutely nothing. There were no more choices, no more options, no more clever ways out of a tough situation. And the rush, I realized in a brutal wash of despair, is a false god I've chased my entire life, one that cost me everything in the blind search for sensation. My entire existence amounted to nothing, running from one thrill to the next with no regard to what really was important. What in hell is left for me? Everyone I had cared for was gone. It had taken me too long to find them, and I knew deep into my soul that their like would never come again. I had come too far from my beginnings, and no one else would understand who I really was, or more important, who I wanted to be, under all the crap my life had become. I was now something no one could trust, not even me. I openly consorted with demons. My blood kindled their curses. My soul was coated with the stink of their magic. Every time I tried to do good, I hurt myself and those who loved me. And those I loved, I thought, the tears blurring my vision. Well, the hell with that, I thought, as I fumbled for the open box with the focus in it. There was one final way to find an end to this, and now I had no reason not to. A profound feeling of apathy took me, hollow and bitter, and my fingers shook as I wiped my face and pulled the hair from my eyes. Past the edge of the table, feet moved and voices were raised in urgency, but I was forgotten. Alone and apart, I pulled the focus out of its open box, knowing what I was going to do and not caring. It was going to hurt, probably kill me. There was nothing left in me except pain, and anything was better than that, even oblivion. Watching my hands as if they belonged to someone else, I scribed a circle encompassing most of the tile under the table with my metallic chalk. My heart felt like ash, unstirred by the power of the ley line as I touched it to make a shimmering black sheet bisect the table above me. "Where's Morgan?" Trent said suddenly, his voice cutting through the excited babble. I could hear the CPR chant, but I'd seen Ivy's neck. She would die, if she wasn't dead already. She had wanted me to save her soul, and I had failed. It was gone, as if she had never been, never smiled, never taken joy in the day. Eden's work shoes moved restlessly. "Someone check the bathroom." Cold despite the warmth of the line running through me, I clenched the focus to me and scribed 3 more circles, intersecting them to form 4 spaces. I was crying, but it didn't matter. I was inside the circle. I was inside the circles. "Morgan," Trent accused in a tired voice, and he bent at the waist, finding me. "It's over. You can come out of your bubble now." I ignored him. My fingers hummed with force, and from my bag I pulled the candles I had bought for my birthday. Why, God, what in hell did I ever do to you? Trent's face went pale, and he sat down when the Latin spilled from me as I lit and placed them. First the white one, then the black, and lastly the yellow one that would represent my aura. There was no gray, so I put a second black one in the middle, confident that because my soul was the color of sin, the magic would work. This one I left unlit. It would burn when the curse was twisted, and my fate was immutable. Quen tried to pull Trent up, and failing, he bent to look himself. "Bacchus, save us," he whispered, knowing what I was doing. The focus no longer had a protector. Everyone knew I had it. I couldn't give it to Piscari, the bastard was dead. I had to get rid of it another way. Just because I had screwed up, that was no reason to send what was left of the world into war. The blackness on my soul would have no meaning if there was no love, no understanding, no one to share my life with. I just wanted it all to go away, to stop. And because I didn't think I was going to survive this, it was all to the better. Eden bent at the waist, swearing when he reached out to find that the shimmering black shadow between us was real. From the hallway came Mrs. Sarong's complaining voice, going faint as she was led away.
"What is she doing?" Eden said. "Rachel, what are you doing?"
Killing myself. Numb, I set the focus in its spot, and myself in the other. The third space where my ring of hair would go was empty. I was in the circle. I didn't need a symbol of connection. My chest clenched, and I drew my will together. Jenks's body lay outside my circle. Ivy's was beneath the mirror. Kiston was dead. I had no reason not to do this. I had no reason at all. Piscary had ripped everything from me in less than 24 hours since his release. Not bad. Maybe he was a little more pissed than I'd thought.
"Rachel?"
Eden said, louder over the chants of the EMTs who had arrived to push the FIB officers away.
"What are you doing?"
"She's getting rid of the focus," Quen said tightly.
"Why didn't she just do that in the first place?"
Eden said, his expression annoyed.
"Rachel, come out of there!"
Quen's voice was empty.
"Because it will take a demon curse to do it."
Eden was silent for a moment, and I jumped when I felt his fist hit my bubble.
"Rachel!"
he exclaimed, then swore as his knuckles met my bubble again.
"Get out! Now!"
But I couldn't stop, and I didn't want to. Almost having forgotten, I touched my finger to my oozing neck, and using the blood, I scribed a figure on the unlit black candle. I still didn't know what the figure stood for, and now I never would. Silence ached through me when the EMTs knelt before Ivy, their heads bowed as they slowly put their things away. Tears spilled, and I started to get angry. I touched the interlaced circles, willing energy to fill them. I didn't even need to use my trigger word. It happened just as I willed it. Eden swore again as the tainted bubbles rose about me, and I wondered if he knew that the arcs of gold where the circles intersected were what my aura was supposed to look like.
"Will it kill her?"
Trent whispered. "Let's find out," I thought bitterly, not believing I could hold the power of a demon curse. And when they killed me, which they would for working demon magic inside a public building in front of credible witnesses, the power of the curse would die with me. Problem solved. Except a small part of me really wanted to live. Damn it, hope is a cruel god. Fingers still shaking, I knelt in my tiny space and clasped my hands, willing the trigger words back into my memory. They came. Exhaling, I said harshly, "Animum recipere." Quen's breath hissed, and he pulled Trent back. The power of the curse flowed into me, warm like sunshine. I stiffened as the scent of burnt amber coated me, tasting bittersweet, like dark chocolate. It felt good. It tasted sweet. My thoughts wailed in despair. What in hell have I become? Jaw clenched, I knelt under the table, my unseeing gaze lifting upward and my breath held against the sensations. It felt good, and that was wrong. The power of creation coursed out of the focus and into me, familiar and welcoming. It sang, it lured, it whispered behind my eyes of the lust of the chase, the joy of the capture, the satisfaction of the kill. Within me stirred the need to dominate. I remembered the feel of the earth beneath my paws and the scent of time in my nose, filling my memories, making me want more. And this time, instead of denying it, I accepted it. "Non sum qualis eram," I said bitterly, angry tears spilling from under my closed lids. I would take the curse into me, and I would keep it. It would end everything. There was no reason not to. I felt the white candle go out, and I opened my eyes to see a thin trail of smoke showing me the lost path to eternity. I had set the taper with the word for protection, but I was beyond its reach. Nothing could protect me. The focus was empty, and the curse was inside me, beating like a second heart, crawling through my aura and clouding my sight. I could feel it, alive like a twin awareness beside my own, but I wasn't done yet. I still had to seal the magic. A wild impulse to flee filled me, born of the curse. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself to stay still, chaining the second awareness with my will, but it fought me, slipping deeper when I struggled to keep it separate. Eyes fixed on the black candle, I willed it to go out. With a soft puff, the light was gone. The curse's need to run grew stronger. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. My bowed head swung to the gold candle. It would seal the curse into me so it couldn't unravel. It flickered in a wind only I felt. And then, as soft and surprising as a butterfly wing upon one's cheek, it went out. The last black candle burst into light. The curse was twisted anew. A groan slipped from me, and I felt lightheaded. It was done. I was a demonic curse. I could feel it within me, poison seeping from my soul to my mind. Now all that remained was to see if it would kill me. Lips parted in the shock at what I had done. I lifted my head to find Trent sitting under the table in his white tux shirt without a coat. He was watching me. Quen behind him, ready to drag him away. I blinked, my chest burning. There was just enough time for me to take a breath, and then the reality imbalance from twisting the curse hit me. I jerked, my head hitting the bottom of the table and my elbows breaking the circles. Gasping, I convulsed as a wave of black coated me. I couldn't breathe. My cheek hit the cool tile, and I clenched in pain. The curse saw my will weaken, and its need to run redoubled, twining into mine until they were the same. I had to run. I had to flee, but I couldn't. My damned arms. "Will she be okay?" Trent asked, worry and bewilderment in his voice.
"She's taking on the payment for the curse,"
Quen said quietly.
"I don't know."
Someone touched me. I screamed, hearing only a guttural groan. The curse dove deep into my psyche, melding with me. There was no way out for it anymore, and it flowed into every facet of my memory and thought, becoming me. I was dying from the inside out, and through it all the smut of imbalance burned, threatening to stop my heart. "Take it," I panted, and the hurt ebbed. "Take it," I sobbed, clenching into a ball. It was mine. The curse was all I had left. A frightening need to run was filling me. It was the demon curse, but we were the same. Its need was mine. Why am I fighting this? I thought suddenly, the agony of the demon smut burning my blood. And with that last bitter feeling, I let my will die. My fear vanished in a ping of singular thought. The heartache left in a blink of bewilderment that I cared. And the turmoil of mental anguish evaporated in the sudden realization that everything had changed. My eyes opened. Peace filled me. It was as if I was reborn. There was no anger, no heartache, no sorrow. My breath filled my lungs in a smooth, unhurried motion. I stared at the world in a pause of time, my cheek resting on the cool tile, and I wondered what had happened. My body hurt as if I had fought and won, but there was no torn-apart corpse lying before me. And then I saw my prison beside me, knocked askew from where I had placed it behind the trappings of demon magic. Oh, that. Eyes narrowing, I reached for it. It would never hold me again. "Celero inanio," I snarled, not caring it was a demon curse, not caring I didn't know how I knew it. The bone shattered where I touched it, superheated to flake into fragments. I jerked my hands back and sat up. The pain surprising, but nothing against my satisfaction. That prison would never hold me again, and I welcomed the imbalance for breaking the laws of physics as it flowed into me, coating me in a comforting layer of warmth, protecting me. On to other things. Above me I felt the flat smoothness of wood, and above that a crisscross of metal, plaster, carpet, and space. I was in a building, but I didn't have to stay here. Someone was watching me. Actually, a lot of people were. But one was looking at me like a predator at its prey. My eyes searched the silent, questioning faces until they found the vivid green eyes of an elf, framed by dark hair. Quen, I thought, giving him a name, and then I saw the open door behind him. "Watch out!" someone yelled. I leapt for it, tripping on my dress. Someone fell on me to pin me to the floor. I fought silently, lashing out with my fists. A man was yelling at me to be still. The memory of the clatter of pixie wings was like a knife through my soul, and I felt the last of myself, of Rachel Morgan, vanish, hiding from the heartache. There was a grunt as my fist found a tender spot, and in the slight release I clawed for the door. Someone grabbed my wrists, and I cried out when they were wrenched behind my back. Snarling, I fought to be free, then went still as I lay on the floor, a crafty smile curving over my face. I didn't have to fight with my body. I could fight with my mind. "Someone strap her!" shrilled a pixie from above. "She's tapping a line!" "Rachel, stop!" a woman cried, and I whipped my head at the familiar voice. "Ivy?" I warbled. My breath hesitated at seeing her sitting slumped against the wall, a hand pressed to her neck and pale from blood loss. Reason tried to force its way through my brain, but a heady feeling of power shoved it out. Men stood between me and the door. The woman on the floor wasn't enough to best the curse's demands. Shivering, I twisted to sit upright. Latin spilled from me, the words coming from somewhere in my past, my future, from everywhere.
"I'm sorry, Rachel,"
a gravelly voice said behind me.
"We don't have ley line bands."
I turned, savage in my need to hurt someone. A fist swung at me, stars exploded, lighting my conscious thought, dying away to leave only the blackness of sweet oblivion. But as my breath left me in a gentle sigh and I fell, I could swear that the drops of warmth upon my face were those of tears, that the shivering arms holding me from the cruel coldness of the tile had the luscious scent of vampire, and someone was singing about blood and daisies. 36. I was moving. It was warm, and I was wrapped in a blanket that reeked of cigarettes. Something was on my sore wrist, and since there wasn't an urge of ever after in me, it seemed someone had found a zip strip, probably the one I had in my bag. The thrum of a big engine was soothing, but the sudden shifts of motion made me sick. "She's awake," Jenks said, his voice holding an incredible amount of worry. "How can you tell?" came Ivy's voice from the front, and I cracked my eyes. I was in the back of an FIB cruiser, wrapped in a blue FIB blanket, and slumped across the back seat. "Her aura brightened," Jenks snarled. "She's awake." My breathing quickened. The fog was lifting, making me even more confused. I was thinking everything twice, almost as if trying to filter the world through an interpreter. A wave of fear took me when I realized it was the curse. I wasn't just holding it. It was part of me. The damn thing was alive. "Rachel," Ivy said, and I winced. Pain iced through me as a wave of panic I didn't understand rose. I could move, but I couldn't, wrapped up tight. Where are we going?" I managed, then opened my eyes wide when we turned a corner and I almost rolled off the seat. Ivy was up front, and Eden was driving, his neck red and his motions quick. "The church," Ivy said. A barrier of plastic separated us. "Why?" I had to get out of here. Everything would be better if I could just run. I knew it. Her eyes were black in fear. "Because when vampires are afraid, they go home." The curse inside me was gaining strength, and I wiggled. "I have to get out," I breathed, knowing it was the curse but unable to stop myself. Jenks squeezed between the ceiling and the divider, and I blinked when he stopped inches from my nose. "Rachel," he coaxed. "Look at me. Look at me." My darting eyes, following the passing building, returned to him. "You're okay," he soothed, but his voice was making me nervous. "The EMTs gave you something to relax you. That's why you can't move. It will wear off in about an hour." It was wearing off now. "I have to get out," I said, and Jenks darted back when I threw off the blanket and sat up. "Whoa," Eden said from behind the wheel. "Rachel, take it easy. We'll be there in 5 minutes, and then you can get out." I wiggled the door latch to no avail. It was a cop car, for God's sake. "Stop the car," I demanded, looking for a way out and not finding it. Panic was setting in. I knew I was safe. I knew I should ease back in the seat and sit, but I couldn't. The curse inside me was stronger than my will. It hurt, and when I moved, the confusion was less. "Let me out!" I shouted, smacking a fist into the plastic. Eden swore when Ivy turned in her seat, and with one motion broke the plastic with a sharp back fist. "Tamwood, what the hell are you doing?" he shouted, the car swerving as he tried to watch the road and Ivy both. "She's going to hurt herself," she said, clearing the shards and wiggling over the seat. I pressed into the corner of the car, scared of her. "Stay away from me," I exclaimed, trying to get control of myself, but I couldn't. "Rachel, relax," she said, but her hand was reaching for me. My breathing hissing in, I moved to block it. Ivy moved blindingly fast. She twisted her hand, catching my wrist, yanking me forward. She wrapped her body around me, hauling me onto her lap. "Let go!" I shrieked, but she had me firmly. "Eden," Ivy panted, her lips next to my ear. "Pull over. You have to give her another shot or she's going to hurt herself." "Keep driving," Jenks said. "I'll do it." Pulse beating wildly, I struggled. Ivy grunted when my head smacked into her face, but she wouldn't let go.
Can't you hold her still for a bleedin' minute? Jenks said from in front of me, and I twisted wildly. He wanted to drug me. The little bug wanted to drug me so I couldn't move. I wanted to move. I had to run. It was why I existed, and I couldn't let them take it from me. Let me go, I grunted. Eden flipped on the lights and pulled over. Traffic passed as we stopped right on the bridge. The thick-set man wedged himself half over the front seat, grabbing my arm at the wrist and elbow. He held it steady. No! I howled, struggling, but he had that one part of me unmoving, and I shrieked at the tiny prick of a needle. Hold still, Rach, Jenks said as I gasped for air. You'll feel better in a minute. You son of a fairy whore, I seethed. I'm going to step on you. I'm going to pluck your wings off and eat them like chips. Looking forward to it, the pixie said, hovering at my eye level and peering at me. How you feel now? I'm going to stuff your stump with poison ivy, I said, blinking as Eden let my arm go, and buy a terrier to dig you out, and then I'm going to... God, this stuff works fast. But I couldn't remember anymore, and I felt my muscles go limp. The curse went somnolent, and I had a brief instant of clarity before the drug took complete control. Golden sparkles blotted my vision, turning black as I shut my eyes. I thought you were dead, Jenks, I said, starting to cry. Are you okay, Ivy? My voice shook and I couldn't open my eyes anymore. Are you dead? I'm sorry. I messed everything up. It's okay, Rach, Jenks said. You're going to be okay. I wanted to cry, but I was falling asleep. Kirsten, I slurred. I'd go see Kirsten. He's a nix. And then my lips quit working. Ivy's arms were around me, keeping me from rolling to the floor as Eden twisted back into the front seat. The siren wailed a short bleep and pulled back onto the road. I heard Ivy whispering softly in my ear, Please be okay, Rachel. Please. The gentle sound of her words became the shushing of my blood in my head, and I listened, hovering on the edge of consciousness, bathed in the oblivion of whatever drug they had given me. It was a relief not to have to fight the curse. I'd made a mistake. I'd made a horrible, immense, irrevocable mistake, and I didn't think there was a way out of it. It was a shock when I realized my cheek was cold. I wasn't moving anymore, and the echo of voices came from everywhere, confusing me as I tried to give them meaning where there was none. The warm arms around me slipped away, and I felt dead. I think I was in the church. Yeah, I was lying on the floor like a sacrificial lamb. That was about right. I don't know if I can, a soft voice said. It was Siri, and I tried to move. I really did, but the drug wouldn't let me. The confusion was starting up again. It seemed as if the more awake I was, the more the curse could exert itself. I was beginning to feel anxious and jittery. I had to get up. I had to move. I can help, came Keesley's gravelly voice, and an unexpected fear joined my bewilderment. Keesley was my friend, but I couldn't let him touch me. He was a witch. A witch could put me back in prison. A witch had done it before. I wouldn't let it happen. I had finally gotten free, and I wouldn't go back. I could feel the drug slipping away, but I couldn't move yet, so I pretended to be dead. I could be still as well as run. I'd been still for millennia. And then, when the time was right, I would run. It's not that I can't do the curse, Siri said, and I felt someone brush the hair from my eyes. But her psyche is mixed with it. I don't know if I can lift the curse away without taking a chunk of her. I'm calling Mineas. He owes her a favor. Panic slid through me. Not a demon. He would see. He would put me back. I couldn't go back. Not now. Not when I had tasted freedom. I had to get up. I winced at the brush of air and the clatter of wings. She is waking up again, that damned tiny voice shrilled. A present smelling of aftershave and shoe polish came close, making the floorboards creak. She's had enough to put down a horse, said a man, and I tried to pull back when my arm was lifted. I don't want to give her any more. Just do it, Ivy said, and I tried to slow my breathing. We have to get that thing out of her, and we can't do it if she's fighting us. Again the prick of the needle, and I fought it. Blackness swirled, and I was running, my pulse strong and my feet moving like water. But it was a dream like all the other times, and I cursed the pain it left behind when a new voice, soft and demanding, lifted through me and stirred me to life. It was a were's voice. Low, strong, independent.
I wanted it so badly I almost choked on my desire to be free. I tried to get his attention. He would take me. He had to take me. He knew how to run. This witch didn't, not even in her dreams. I can legally make life-and-death decisions for her, the wearer said, and I heard the rattle of paper. See, it's right here, and I make the decision that she will exchange the favor you owe her for your helping Ciri. You will make sure Rachel is herself before it's called done, and you will not harm anyone in this room until it is finished, and you're gone. I cracked an eyelid, rejoicing in it. With sight came a confusion of double thought. The witch in my thoughts tried to stop me, but I piled pain and confusion on her, and she ceased thinking. This was my body, and I wanted it to move as I said. A pair of purple slippers shifted on a hardwood floor about a yard from me. A shimmering band of black was between us, but I knew the terrible stink of demons, 100-fold worse than the green reek of elves. "This mark is between Rachel and me," the demon said, and my hope died. It would put me back in a little box of bone, but I wanted to run. I would be free. The wearer came closer, and I sang to him, but he didn't hear me. "I'm her alpha," he exclaimed. "Look at this paper. Look at it, you damned demon. I can make this decision for her. It's the law." I stiffened at the clatter of wings, hating them. It was that pixie again. Damn it. Why wouldn't he leave me alone? "Eyes?" the pest said, hovering at my nose and peering into my eyes. "She needs a little more of that happy juice." The slippered feet padded closer, and someone turned me. I stared up at the demon, feeling my hatred grow. His kind had created me, bound me, and then trapped me in a little box made of bone that couldn't move. A sliver of satisfaction lifted through me when the demon's eyes widened and he backed away. "Bless me back to the turn. She really does have it in her," he whispered, still retracting. "I'll do it," he said, and I struggled to move. He was going to put me back into my cell. I would kill him first. I would kill them all. "Sleep," the demon commanded, and I shuddered as a blanket of black imbalance shifted over me, and I slept. I had no choice. The demon had willed it, and they had made me. 37. The room was dim, and I was hot. I could smell my conglomeration of perfumes over an unfamiliar throat-catching incense, but the heavy weight atop me had the familiar feel of my Afghan. The sound of birds coming in my open, dusky window was soothing, and the warm spot beside me said Rex had been here. My curtains were closed, but pre-dawn light filtered in as they moved in the breeze to tell me, along with my clock, that it was just before sunrise. I took a slow breath, feeling the air slip in with barely a twinge of pain, just my muscle aches. A chanting heavy with ceremony came from the sanctuary, and the ting of a bell. The scent of incense wasn't vampiric, but herbs and minerals. To be quite honest, it stank. I managed to sit up. My heart quickened, and I put my back to the headboard. Wincing, I touched my neck and the bandage there. It felt okay, and my hand moved to my middle when it rumbled. My face lost all expression as I realized that the confusion was gone. I sat on my bed, worriedly remembering Ciri and David. A pulse of fear shot through me. Manias had been here, and I had literally been out of my mind. Where was the curse? Ciri was going to take it out. Oh, God. Ivy. She had been savaged by Piscari. But I remembered her in the car. She had been alive, hadn't she? I flung the covers off, ready to find out who was here and demand some answers. But when the cooler air hit me, I realized I had a more pressing problem. I have to go to the bathroom," I murmured, swinging my feet to the floor, not nearly as fast as I wanted to. A myriad of aches and pains hit me. I was shaky, too. Carefully, I stood with my hand atop the bedpost for balance. Last time I checked, I had been in that gorgeous bridesmaid dress. Now I was in a pair of panties and a long T-shirt. Atop my dresser among my perfumes and sitting on Nick's file were my hairbrush, a tube of antibiotic ointment, and some bandages. I shuddered when something passed through my aura with a tinkling of silver bells to leave me with the sensation of wintergreen. I'd never felt the like, but it hadn't hurt. More like the pristine pricks of snow on your upturned face.
Uneasy, I pulled up my shirt to see the bruises and scrapes in my bedroom mirror. I wasn't dead. Hell wouldn't have me in a Takata staff shirt, and heaven would smell better. I heard the front door shut, then silence. Moving slowly, I headed to the door, feeling every muscle protest. I had to use the bathroom in the worst way. But as my hand reached for the knob, I froze. My nose was tickling. I was going to sneeze. A thread of alarm unrolled as I took a deep breath, trying to stop it. My head went to my bandaged neck to hold me in place as a sneeze shook me. Hunched, I sneezed again, then again. Crap, it's Maneas. Where's my scrying mirror? I whispered, panicking as I looked over my dark room. Lurching to my closet, I flung the door open. I'd put it in here, hadn't I? Pain jolted me as I dropped to my knees, flinging aside boots and magazines as I searched. I sneezed again, grimacing at the throb in my neck. I couldn't see in the darkness of my closet, but a cry of relief passed my lips as my fingers found the cool glass. Staggering to my feet, I backed out and into the room. My hair swung into my eyes, and I plopped onto my bed. I put my hand on the glass and froze, trying to remember the word, but it was too late. I spun where I sat at the soft pop of displaced air, springing to my feet with the mirror in hand. Maneas stood in the shadowed darkness between me and the closed door, his funny hat atop his brown curls, that exotic purple robe draped over his wide shoulders, and the glint of bare toes catching the faint light. "No!" I exclaimed, terrified, and Maneas raised his hand. I didn't wait to see what he was going to say. Hefting my scrying mirror, I swung it at his head. It connected, pain reverberating up my arm. Maneas yelped, and the mirror shattered into 3 heavy pieces. Wide-eyed, I fell back, shaking my stinging hand and tapping a line. Ugly words I didn't understand fell from the demon, and continuing to backpedal, I made a circle. But it wasn't set from a drawn line. I knew it wouldn't stand. Striding forward, Maneas jabbed one finger into my circle, and it fell. I retreated to kick him, but he caught my foot before it reached him. Fear iced through me when he didn't let go, hopping me backward and pushing me onto the bed. "You a stupid witch," he said in disdain, then slapped me. Stars exploded, and I think I passed out, because the next thing I knew, Maneas was bending over me. Gasping, I thrust my palm, jamming his nose. The demon fell back, swearing at me. "Get out!" I exclaimed. "I'd love to. You asin ein Witchanderthal," the demon said, voice muffled by the hand holding his nose. "Will you relax? I'm not going to hurt you unless you keep hitting me." My gaze darted to the closed door, and he brought his hand from his nose, glancing at it to see if he was bleeding. He murmured a word of Latin, and a glow from my dresser mirror lightened the pre-dawn gloom. My mouth was dry, and I scooted to the headboard. "Why should I believe you?" My throat hurt as if I'd been yelling, and I held a hand to it. "You shouldn't." Maneas looked at his fingers in the new light, then let the hand drop. "You're the most backward person I know. I'm trying to finish up this arrangement so I can return to my quiet life, and you want to play demon summoner and demon." Pulse easing, I flicked my gaze to the door and back to him again. Someone had gone outside, and I hadn't heard a car start. It had to be Ivy. If she'd been in the church, she would have heard us and come. "I'm safe," I said softly so my throat wouldn't hurt, wondering if I could trust him. "We're in the middle of a deal." Maneas took a firmer step. I could trust him. "We're in the middle of a deal." Maneas took a firmer stance, his head canted in exasperation and his hands clasped before him. "I'm trying to finish it up. The way your were worded it, I'm not done until I'm sure the curse is out of you and you're back to your usual backward self. And until it is, everyone that was in the room is under a measure of protection. So yes, we are in the middle of a deal." His gaze went to mine, and I shivered. "But you are not safe." I curled my feet up under me, not liking this at all. "I'm not paying for you to come over here," I babbled. "I was trying to answer. You didn't give me enough time to answer." "Good Lord!" Maneas exclaimed, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning back against my dresser. Bottles spilled, and he jerked forward. "It's only a little imbalance," he said, fingers fumbling to stand a bottle upright before he turned to ignore the rest, making me think that for a demon he didn't have much experience in dealing with people. "You make your dates pay for everything, don't you?" he added. "No wonder you can't keep a boyfriend." "Shut up!" I yelled, hurting my throat. Oh, God. Kiston. Piscary had been lying. He had to have been. Otherwise, I was going to have to decide if I was above revenge or not, and I wasn't good at telling myself I couldn't have something when I wanted it. Meneas's eyes ran over the lines of my room as I sat on my bed in my underwear and a shirt and tried not to shake. "You have such interesting thoughts," he said lightly. "No wonder witches are ephemeral. You drive yourselves crazy. You should simply do what you want without the soul-searching." His goat-slitted eyes fixed on me, and I felt my stomach drop. "It will be easier in the long run, Rachel Mariana Morgan." My pulse had slowed, and I was starting to believe I was going to survive this. "Rachel is fine," I said, not liking him saying my middle name. A single eyebrow rose. "You seem to be all right. Any urges to run under the moon?" Refusing to shrink away, I let him get close enough that the scent of burnt amber settled deep in me. "No. Where's the focus?" "Feel the need to tear out people's throats?" he asked. "Just yours. Where's the focus? You took it out. Where is it?" He straightened, and I realized again how tall he was. "Seri took it out, not me. And if there had been a way to help her do it wrong, I would have." "Just tell me who has the damned focus!" I exclaimed, and he snickered. "You're Alpha," he said, and my stomach nodded. "David? We're back to square one." "It settled in him as if it wanted to go," the demon added, and my heart seemed to stop. David didn't possess the focus. It possessed him, like it had been inside of me. "Where is he?" I said, springing off my bed, but there was nowhere to go. "How should I know?" Meneas lifted a bottle and sniffed the top, recoiling. "He's handling it better than you are. It was made for a were, not a witch. Taking it in you was stupid, like dropping a chunk of sodium metal into a bucket of water." The bottle hit the dresser with a clink. I shifted uneasily, not knowing if I should believe him. "He's okay?" "Better than," Meneas drawled, his fingers still toying with my perfumes. "Giving the focus to the wares is going to turn around and bite you, but it did accomplish what you wanted." His goat-slitted eyes focused on mine, and my tension rose. "The wares are happy, and the vampires think it's destroyed, right?" "Right." "I'm fine," I said tartly, my fear coming out as cheek. "You can go now." "The elf did it," he said, shaking his head. "Al has more drive and talent to teach than I gave him credit for. He taught her extremely well to be able to untwist a curse like that and leave you relatively unscathed. No wonder he kept her for 1,000 years." Face scrunched up, he smelled another bottle and set it down. "Al is furious," he said casually, and even my false bravado vanished. "They caught him seconds after you threw him back to our side of the lines. He is in his own personal hell, and you still owe him a favor." Sniffing a third perfume, he looked at me from under a lowered brow. "I wonder what it will be." "I'm fine. Get out," I repeated. "May I have this?" he asked, holding the bottle upright. "If you leave, you can have them all." The bottle vanished from the cradle of his fingertips. "One last thing," he said, an odd glint in his eyes. "The focus?" I stiffened, a trickle of fear growing in the pit of my being. "Yeah?" "It wasn't what Newt was looking for when she tore your church apart." He began to vanish, and I stepped forward, frightened. What was she looking for? "I haven't the slightest idea," echoed in my thoughts. "Wait!" I shouted. "Does she remember me? Meneas! Does she remember me?" I searched the night for sound and my mind for thoughts, but he was gone. Another instant, and the light he had set glowing in my mirror faded to nothing. Crap. What had she been looking for if it hadn't been the focus? The thump of the front door closing,
echoed through the brightening air, and I looked to the front of the church. A car started, and tension brought me straight when I recognized Ivy's soft footsteps in the hall. "Ivy?" I said, then put a hand to my throat when it hurt. I jumped when my bedroom door was flung open and a gray shaft of light spilled in. "Rachel," Ivy said, her features lost in shadow. "Last time I checked," I said, deciding that mentioning Maneas wouldn't help anyone. "You're okay," she whispered, coming in and gripping my arm. "It's you, right? Just you." Her eyes were wide from the shadow, and there was a bandage on her neck. Seeing my blank stare, she took me in a surprising hug. "Thank you, God." My tension, born of surprise, vanished, and I relaxed, my face next to hers as I took in her scent as if it were water. I didn't care if it was chock full of pheromones meant to relax me, to make it easier for her to bite me. That's not why she was holding me. She had been worried, and she was alive. A dead vampire wouldn't have cared if I was myself or not. Ivy was alive. Maybe Kiston is too. Please let Piscary have lied to me. "It's me," I said, remembering Ivy and Eden grappling with me in the back of a car when I'd been lost to the curse. I have to go to the bathroom." Ivy stepped back. "You scared me," she said. "I scared myself," I said, catching myself against the bedpost as I scuffed forward. "Jenks!" Ivy yelled when my bare feet edged into the hallway. "She's okay. She's up." "What is that stench?" I said, sniffing the distastefully harsh scent of bad incense. "We got the church unblasphemed," she said, following me out. "The guy just left. I think you embarrassed him, so he did some research. All he had to do was find and replace the original scrap of holy cloth that the sanctity was focused on. Jenks's kids found it, and the rest was easy." I nodded, thinking that odd sensation I'd felt when waking must have been the blasphemy falling away. Then I wondered what the guy was going to do with the fouled cloth. Put it in the ever after, maybe. That's what I'd do. I wobbled 3 more steps to the bathroom, then turned. "You're alive, right?" I asked, remembering the EMTs stopping their efforts. From my doorway, Ivy laughed. I must have really scared her. I'd never seen her show so much emotion. Clearly happy, she smiled. "I'm alive," she said, looking beautiful with her eyes wet. "Piscary didn't." She took a breath. "I passed out when Piscary gave me enough vamp saliva to stop my heart. But the FIB guys kept me alive and the EMTs gave me an antitoxin. I never died," she said happily. "I still have my soul." Good, I thought. Something had gone right for a change. I was afraid to ask her about Kiston. "I have to go to the bathroom," I murmured, the situation turning critical. "Oh," she said, suddenly embarrassed. "Sure, I'll. Her thought was cut short when Jenks blew in from the back rooms. "Rach!" he shrilled, shedding gold sparkles. "You okay? Tinks bordello, you're one wild woman. I've never seen anyone do the things you did. Who taught you to swear in Latin?" He was flitting madly between Ivy and me, and I put a hand to the wall so I didn't lose my balance trying to watch him. "It was the curse, not me," I said. "How's your knees?" he said, dropping down to look at them, and my head snapped up when he darted to the ceiling. "You hit them pretty hard when Siri took you down." "I don't remember that either," I said, crossing my legs and praying. "Could you get out of my way? I have to go to the bathroom." "Holy crap," Jenks said, rising up to follow Ivy and me. "I thought you were going to kill Eden. He's the one who gave you the black eye." So that's why my face feels puffy, I thought, shuffling down the hallway. "What day is it?" I asked, wondering how long it had been since I ate. "Monday?" Ivy was hovering tight to my heels. "Wait, it's Tuesday now." "Oh, the spirits did it all in one night," I said, squinting as I flicked on my bathroom light. My eyes hurt. I turned to find them staring at me as if I'd said something scary. "What?" I protested, and Jenks landed on Ivy's shoulder. "You sure you're okay?" "Yes, but if I don't get into this bathroom, I'm going to make a puddle." Jenks took flight, and Ivy took 3 steps back. "You want something to eat?" she said, and I hesitated in my motion to shut the door. "Anything but brimstone," I said, and her face flushed guiltily. The door closed between us, and I put both hands on the washer, leaning over it and shaking. It wasn't blood loss, and I wasn't beaten up that badly. I was fatigued. Something, maybe someone, had fought a battle in me, and I didn't remember any of it. The focus was gone, so it had lost. I was the one picking myself up off the battlefield and hobbling to the next fight. I hoped it would be easier than this one. Pushing myself upright, I went to the mirror. My hand moved to peek behind the bandage on my neck, then dropped. I didn't want to know, just yet. Turning my head, I looked myself over, deciding it wasn't bad. A complexion amulet would take care of the black circle under my eye, and the fat lip made me look pouty. There was a bruise on my shin, and another on my hip just below where the t-shirt ended. My back hurt when I bent over to check my knees, but nothing would need more than a day or two to return to normal. It was almost a disappointment. Having been a demon curse, however brief, should leave some kind of mark, a streak of silver hair or bewitching eyes. Maybe crows on one's roof or a hound from hell at your heel. But what do I get? Blowing out my breath, I stood and squinted at my reflection. A black eye. Swell. Ivy's voice murmured as she talked on the phone, and after taking care of my most urgent need, I decided a shower could wait until after I got a few questions answered and my stomach filled. The dryer contained a pair of jeans instead of Kisten's clothes, so with a new depression, I tucked my staff shirt in, invoked a complexion charm, ran a toothbrush over my teeth, and called it good. The smell of coffee sifting in under the door made me feel ill, but I was so hungry. Movement slow from the expectation of bad news, I headed out. The bright light of a new day spilled into the hallway from the kitchen. This was the third morning I'd gotten up at dawn instead of going to bed, and I was just tired of it. "Rachel just woke up," came Ivy's voice before I'd gone 2 steps, and I slowed. She wasn't on the phone. We had someone in our kitchen. "She's not talking to anyone until she gets a chance to eat and catch her breath, and she's not talking to your shrink, so you can just get back into your cruiser and the hell back to the FIB where you belong." My eyebrows rose, and I hastened forward. What's Glenn doing here? Shit. Kisten, I thought miserably, answering my own question. "He's dead." "Phelps wasn't at Sparagamo's apartment," I heard Eden say, and my reality shifted. Not only was Kisten's death still uncertain, but this wasn't Glenn. It was his dad. I didn't know if that was better or worse. "We need to find him, and Rachel might be able to help," he finished. "Give the woman some peace," Jenks said. "If Gary said he was dead, find him on your own. The IS is going to help you. They don't care." I pushed into motion, ready to try anything if it would lead to Kisten still being alive. "But if he's alive, he might be hurt," I said as I entered, and Eden turned from his position at the back of the kitchen. There was someone else with him, looking spare next to Eden's squat bulk, and my bare feet squeaked to a stop. Eden had brought the FIB's shrink out with him? Eden glanced at the young man beside him, ignoring the threat of Ivy standing before the sink with her arms crossed. Eden came forward, his brow pinched in worry. He was in his usual khaki slacks and white shirt, and the gun in his shoulder holster said he was working. "Rachel," he said, glad to see me. "You look better." "Thanks." I blinked in surprise when he gave me a hug. The scent of Old Spice puffed up, and I couldn't help my smile when he awkwardly dropped back. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" He smiled and rubbed his elbow. "Don't worry about it. It wasn't you." I exhaled in relief, though still feeling guilty, and I looked over the kitchen for anything to eat. Nothing was cooking, but the coffee maker was gurgling its last. The cake had been frosted, and it sat on the counter as a sad testament of how things were supposed to be. Depressed, I sank down at my spot at the table. "Kisten wasn't at the apartment?" I asked, desperate hope almost painful as it settled in around my heart, and I glanced at the other guy, now shifting awkwardly. "Jenks said he called to say he was going underground, and Piscari has lied before. If Kisten might be alive, I'll do anything." Eden's friend went to speak, changing his mind when Ivy pushed away from the sink and slunk to her chair before her computer, her safe spot. Jenks stayed at the window,
standing on the sill where he could keep an eye on his kids. I hadn't realized how noisy they were at sunrise.
Eden thinks human psychology can bring back your memory, Ivy said, scowling. Human science can't best a witch charm. It's only going to tear you up, Rachel.
Ignoring her, Eden turned to the man, and he came forward with a hesitant confidence.
Dr. Miller, this is Rachel Morgan. Rachel, I want you to meet Dr. Miller, our psychiatrist.
I leaned forward in my chair and shook his hand. The hope that Kiston might be alive was desperate and painful, and the color of the amulet Dr. Miller was wearing shifted from a deep purple to white.
Nice to meet you,
I said, indicating he should sit down, and he and Eden took 2 chairs to my right. The young man had a nice grip, which wasn't surprising if he was the FIB's shrink. What did surprise me was the slight lifting of Ever After that had tried to pull through me when we touched. He was human. I didn't sense any redwood coming off him at all, and he worked for the FIB, but he could do ley line magic, and his amulet was metallic, clearly a ley line charm. He was taller than me, and his brown shoes made an odd statement against his gray slacks and gray pinstriped white shirt. His black hair was cut to an easy style, his frame was spare, and he was wearing wire-rimmed glasses before his brown eyes. Glasses, I mused. No one wears glasses unless... My suspicion was borne out when Dr. Miller tucked them away with a grimace. Crap. They were for seeing auras without tapping into one's second sight, which humans generally couldn't do unaided without a lot of practice. Great. Nothing like a good first impression. The amulet he wore shifted to a reddish-gray, and the FIB's psychiatrist gave me an apologetic smile as he scooted his chair in.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Morgan," he said from between Eden and me. "Call me Ford."
Jenks's wings clattered, and he flew to land on the table, standing with his hands on his hips so the hilt of his garden sword showed. "That thing reads emotions, doesn't it?" he said belligerently. "Is that how you do your job? You use that to know if people are telling the truth or not? Rachel isn't lying. If she says she doesn't remember, she doesn't remember. She'd want to find Kiston if she could." Ford glanced down at it again, taking it off from around his neck and setting it on the table.
"The amulet isn't reacting to her, it's reacting to me. Sort of. And I'm not here to find out if Ms. Morgan is lying. I'm here to help reconstruct what I can of her artificially muted memory with the intent to find Mr. Phelps."
I felt a stab of guilt, and his ley line amulet flashed a brief gray-blue once more.
"If she allows it," he added, fingering the metallic disc. "The longer we wait, the less she will remember. We are under a time constraint, especially if Mr. Phelps is in trouble."
Ivy's eyes were closed as she struggled to hide her emotions.
"Rachel, he's dead," she whispered. "For the FIB to play on your hope to make their job of finding him easier is wrong."
"You don't know he's dead," Eden protested, and a chill took me when she opened her eyes. They were black with pain.
"I'm not going to listen to this,"
she said. I stiffened when she rose and walked out. Jenks hovered uncertainly, then buzzed out after her. The smell of the coffee pulled at me, and I went to pour myself a mug, filling 2 more for Ford and Eden. The first gulp hit me like a bomb, doing as much as the soft breeze coming in the window to soothe me. Maybe there was something to this up-at-dawn stuff. "What do I do?" I said as I put the coffee before the 2 men and sat. Ford's smile was brief but sincere.
"If you would put this on."
The amulet settled into my hand, and I felt the hum of Ever After running through it, tugging on me as if trying to pull it from my fingertips.
"What does it do?"
He hadn't let go of the charm yet, and feeling his fingers slide against mine, I looked up in almost shocked surprise. His lips quirked in a smile when the amulet in my hand turned to a delicate lavender. I was starting to see a pattern here.
"Your friend was correct. It's a visual show of your emotions,"
he said, and I cringed. I could guess what lavender meant, and I forced my thoughts to remain Puritan pure as I looped it over my head. Unlike an earth charm amulet, this one only had to be within my aura to work, not touching skin. "But you said it was responding to you, not me." A brief look of pain passed over his features.
"It is."
My eyes widened. "You mean you can feel other people's emotions? Naturally?"
I've never heard of that before. What are you? You don't smell like a witch." Chuckling, Eden took his coffee and retreated to the corner of the kitchen, pretending to watch Jenks's kids in order to give us some privacy. Ford shrugged. "Human, I guess. My mother was the same way. She died from it. I've never heard of anyone else like me. I'm trying to find a way to make it work for me instead of against me. The amulet is for you, not me, so you know exactly what I'm feeling from you. The intensity of emotion is shown by brightness and the type of emotion by color." I started to get a sick feeling. "But you can feel my emotions whether I'm wearing the amulet or not?" I asked, and when he nodded, I added, "Then why am I wearing it?" Eden shifted nervously at the window. I knew he wanted us to get on with it. "So that when we're done and you take it off, you have the illusion that I'm not listening anymore." Jenks came in right about then, changing his mind about landing on my shoulder at the last moment to park it on Eden's shoulder when he saw my look. It made sense, even if it was a lie. "That's got to be hell," I said. "Someone ought to make a muffler for you." Ford's expression blanked. "Do you think you can?" I shrugged. "I don't know." His brown eyes were distant, and the amulet around my neck went pearl gray. Taking a deep breath, he brought his attention back. I couldn't help but wonder at the misery of sensing everyone's emotions all the time. Poor guy, I thought. And the amulet burst into blue. His lips parting, Ford blinked at me, clearly feeling my pity for him. The amulet shifted to red, and my face flamed to match it. Embarrassed, I reached to take the amulet off. "This isn't going to work," I said. Ford's hands enveloped mine, stopping me. "Please, Ms. Morgan," he said earnestly, and I swear I could feel the amulet warming in our hands. "This is a tool. The reality is that people are far more adept at reading facial expressions than this amulet can indicate. It's simply a way to make a data point of something as nebulous as emotions." I sighed, my entire body easing, and the amulet peeping between our fingers went a neutral gray. "Call me Rachel." He smiled. "Rachel." His hands left mine to show that the disc was a silvery purple, not the purple of anger as when I thought of the IS, but lavender. Ford liked me, and when I smiled, he went red in embarrassment. Jenks snickered, and Eden harumphed. "Can we get on with this?" the FIB captain complained. Letting the amulet drop to where I couldn't see it, I straightened, suddenly nervous. "Do you really think Kiston is still alive?" His brow knitting, Eden crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back. "I don't know, but the faster we find him, the better." Nodding, I settled into the chair and glanced at Ford for direction. I'd been to family counseling with my mom when my dad died, but this was different. Ford angled the chair so that his legs ran perpendicular to the table, rather than under it. "Tell me what you remember," he said simply, hands folded. Jenks's wings increased in pitch, then went silent. I took a sip of coffee, closing my eyes as the liquid slipped down. It was easier if I didn't look at the amulet, or Ford's eyes. I didn't like the idea that I couldn't hide my emotions from him. "I left him at Nick's apartment to wash his clothes," I said, feeling a pang of heartache. It was a few hours until sunset, and I had to move the car before it was recognized. I was going to go back. My eyes opened. If Piscari was right, I did go back. "And you don't remember anything after?" I shook my head. "Not until I woke up in Ivy's chair. I was sore, my foot hurt, my inner lip was cut." Ford's eyes went to my hand clutching my upper right arm, and I forced my hand down. Even I was starting to realize it was my subconscious trying to tell me something. "Don't try to remember then," he said, and I felt some tension leave me. "Think about your foot. You hurt yourself, and that's hard to wash away completely. Who did you kick?" My breath exhaled slowly. I closed my eyes, and my foot seemed to throb. Not who, but what, I thought suddenly. My hair had been in my mouth, and it blocked my vision, making me smack into the archway to the door instead of the handle. The damn door was so freaking narrow it hadn't been my fault. The floor had moved, throwing me off balance. I felt my face go blank, and I opened my eyes. Ford had leaned forward, knowing that I had remembered something, and his eyes seemed to demand an answer. The amulet between us glowed a slurry of purple, black, and gray, anger and fear. I didn't remember the night, but there was only one place Kiston would go with narrow doors where the floor would move. "Kiston's boat," I said, standing up. "Eden, you're driving." 38. We sped down the paved road, hitting the potholes caused by last year's frost and snowplows. The back roads outside the Hallows didn't get much attention as the cities grew larger and the country grew wilder. Eden had called in support, and we quickly found out that Kiston's boat wasn't at Piscari's, but an FIB officer on patrol remembered seeing a boat matching its description downriver at an old warehouse dock. That's where we were headed, lights on and sirens off, speeding through the outskirts of the Hallows and beyond, until we were at the edges of where even I wouldn't go after dark. It wasn't that the neighborhood was bad, it was that there was no neighborhood at all, not after 40 years of abandonment. Entire neighborhoods had been bulldozed under, and left to go fallow when the survivors of the turn fled to the cities. Cincy had been no exception. Trees arched overhead, and I could tell that the river was close by the winding road and the occasional glimpses of silver water. I was up front with Eden, and Ivy was in the back seat with Ford. That she wanted to come had surprised me, until I realized her earlier words had been meant to quash her hope that Kiston might still be alive, or undead, or something. Jenks was with her, working hard to keep her distracted and calm. It wasn't working, if her black eyes and Ford's growing nervousness were any indication. Putting them together might not have been a good idea, but I didn't want to sit next to him either. "There," I exclaimed, pointing to the outline of an abandoned brick building peeking from behind huge ancient trees. It had to be the place. We hadn't seen anything but empty lots framed by large trees for half a mile. I tried to quell my nervousness, even as I searched my feelings for having been here before. Nothing looked familiar. The hot morning sun glinted on the leaves and the river as we slowed and pulled into the weed-choked gravel drive. My heart gave a painful thud when I saw Kiston's boat. "That's it," I said, fumbling for the door even before the car stopped. "That's the Solaris." Jenks left Ivy, hovering as I undid my belt. "Rachel, wait!" It was Eden, and I scowled when he hit the button and the lock engaged. The Crown Victoria rocked to a halt, and he put it in park. Ivy tried her door, but it was a cop car and wouldn't open from the inside even if Eden hadn't locked it. "I'm in it," he said, as a stuffy silence filled the car, broken by the agitated hum of Jenks's wings. "You're going to stay in the car until backup gets here. There could be anyone in that building." Jenks snickered and darted under the dash to flip Eden off from the other side of the windshield. I glanced at the two-way radio and the chatter coming from it. It sounded as if the nearest person was 5 minutes away. "If it's undead vampires you're worried about, they won't be coming out for a suntan," I said, as I manually unlocked the door and lurched out. "And if it's anyone else, I'm going to kick their ass." Ivy scooted into Ford's space, and while the man sat wide-eyed and scrunched in the corner, she kicked the door. The lock snapped, and she slid out, unruffled and moving with the eerie grace of those that belong to the night. Jenks was gone, and we followed him to the boat with a grim determination. We were halfway there when Eden caught up. "Rachel, stop!" Ivy's expression was awful, and after a single glance that showed the depth of her fear, she continued without me. "Get your hand off me!" I exclaimed, voice loud with misplaced anger as I yanked away from his grip. "I'm a professional, not some distraught girlfriend." Well, I was that too, but I knew how to act at a crime scene. "You never would have found him if not for me. You might need my help, or are you admitting you manipulated me, knowing he was dead already?" Eden's face creased up in the bright light, and it made him look old. Behind him, Ford sat leaning against the front of the car. I wondered what his range for reading emotions was. I hoped it was less than the 20 feet that separated us now. "If he's dead," Eden said. "I can handle myself," I shouted, the fear that he was right making me reckless. "I'm going in there. It's not a crime scene until we know there's a crime, so get a grip." Ivy had reached the boat and swung up the 4-foot height to the deck in an enviable motion. I jogged to catch up, my swollen eye hurting from under the complexion charm and my foot throbbing. "Kiston!" I shouted, hoping for his voice. Kiston! You here? From the corner of my sight, Ford remained leaning against the car, his head bowed. Feeling awkward, I levered myself up onto the deck. Different muscles protested, and I got from my knees to my feet, tossing my hair out of my eyes. Ivy was already below the deck. Jenks still hadn't shown, and I didn't know if that was good or bad. I shivered at the dampness of the dew-wet deck, trying to remember being here. Nothing at all. The boat hardly moved with my weight, and I half slid to the cockpit door, grasping for handholds. "Ivy?" I called as I went below decks, fear winding between my soul and reason when she didn't answer. The silence ate away my hope like bitter acid, drop by drop, breath by breath. If Kiston was conscious, he would have answered. If he was undead, he would be dead from the sun, unless he had made it to the warehouse. Either option was bad. It was quiet as I passed through the kitchen, only the sounds of my heartbeat and a plane high overhead. Ivy would have said something if she'd found him. The smear of blood on the high window looking out over the far shore shook me. A handprint. "Kiston," I whispered, but I knew it wasn't his, and it wasn't mine. It was his killer's. The tears pricked. I couldn't remember anything. Why in hell had I done this to myself? The sight of the splintered door between the kitchen and the living room brought me to a breathless halt. My foot started to throb, and my heart raced. I couldn't look away. I knew. My breath came back in a gasp when Eden's bulk landed outside the window, jarring me. The boat scarcely moved under his weight either. As if in a dream, I stepped to the door, reaching to touch it to make sure it was real. Sharp, smooth slivers brushed my fingertips, and I felt dizzy. The light was eclipsed, and I didn't turn when I felt Eden and Ford fill the doorway. "I did this," I whispered, my hand falling. I didn't remember it, but my body did, my foot throbbing and my pulse fast. I stared at the shattered frame. My foot had broken the door frame. Gaze unfocused, I leaned against the cupboard for balance as remembered panic took me. I remembered crying. I remembered my hair in my mouth and trying to escape. My arm had hurt so badly I couldn't manage the door, so I'd kicked it open. My eyes closed, and I felt it all over again. Scattered images were all that was left. I'd kicked the door in, and then the back of my head had met a wall. I touched the back of my head as it began to hurt. There had been someone else here, and at the faint hint of unfamiliar vampiric incense that still lingered, I knew it had to have been Kiston's killer. It had happened here, and I had been a part of it. "I did this," I said, turning to the two men. "I remember doing this." Eden's face was tight, and he held a drawn pistol pointed at the ceiling. Ford was behind him, looking like the professional psychiatrist he was, out of place and gathering information I wouldn't want his opinion on. The sound of dragonfly wings brought my tear-streaked face around to see Jenks, his wings sparkling in the light coming in the low windows. "Rach, you better come in here." Oh, God. "Ivy?" I called out, and Eden shoved his way into the cramped space. "Get behind me," he said, face grim, and I pushed through the broken frame before him, desperate to find her. Either Kiston was dead and no threat, or he was undead and destroyed from the sun, or his killer was still here, or Ivy had found Kiston and she needed me. The living room was clean and empty, smelling of water and sunshine through the open windows. Pulse fast, I followed Jenks into the hall, past the bathroom, and to the back bedroom. The rasp of Ivy's ragged breath sent a chill through me, and I jerked from Eden's grasp only to stop dead just inside the door. Ivy stood alone with her back to the dresser, arms over her middle, and her head bowed. Before her, on the floor slumped upright against the bed, was Kiston. My eyes closed, and a lump filled my throat. Grief slammed into me, and I staggered to stand against the doorframe. He was dead, and it hadn't been easy. Eden's soft curse behind me cut through my awareness, and I took a gasping breath. "You son of a bitch," I whispered to no one. "You son of a bitch bastard." I was far too late.
Kiston's barefoot body was dressed in a clean pair of jeans and a shirt I'd never seen. His neck and body had been savaged, and his arms and torso were torn as if he'd tried to defend himself. Silvered blue eyes told me he had died undead, but the blood pooled in his legs and heels said that he hadn't been drained, simply killed twice. Dark blood matted his once bright hair, and his smile was gone. I took another breath, trying to keep upright, though the room was starting to waver.
"I'm sorry, Rachel,"
Eden said softly, his hand landing on my shoulder in a show of comfort.
"I know he meant a lot to you. This wasn't your fault."
At that, the tears started to dribble out, one by one.
"Kiston,"
I warbled, not wanting to believe he was gone. I had been here. I had tried to keep him alive, I must have. But I hadn't been able to, and the guilt must have been why I'd tried to forget. I took a helpless step closer, wanting to fall on my knees and pull him to me.
"I'm sorry, Kiston."
I started to cry in earnest.
"I must have tried. I must have."
From behind me in the hall, Ford said,
"You did."
Both Ivy and I turned. He looked ragged as both of our personal hells resonated in him.
"It's in your thoughts,"
he said, and I just about lost it. Giving up, I sank to my knees before Kiston, the tears flowing unchecked as I tried to arrange his shirt collar to hide his ravaged skin.
"I don't remember," I gushed. "I don't remember any of it. Tell me what happened."
Ford's voice was strained.
"I don't know, but you're feeling guilt and remorse. There's hatred, but not at him. Someone made you forget."
I looked up, wanting to believe. Everything was blurry, unreal.
"You didn't forget because you couldn't handle it,"
he said, guilt in his voice for having labeled me weak.
"Someone made you forget, against your will. It's all there in your emotions."
Blinking fast, I tried to clear my sight. The pain in my chest wouldn't go away and let me think. Someone had been here besides me. Someone else knew what had happened. Someone had forced me to forget. Why? A new fear pulled my attention to Ivy, still standing apart and miserable as Kiston lay cold and dead between us. She hadn't wanted Ford to help me to remember. Had she killed him because he'd bitten me?
"I don't remember,"
Ivy whispered, as if knowing my thoughts, her head bowed and arms wrapped around herself to keep from falling apart.
"I could have. I don't remember."
Eden put his weapon back in the holster, snapping it shut. Arms crossed aggressively, he took a firm stance. I stood, torn between anger at him and fear for Ivy. "She wouldn't do it," I said, frightened, and I went to give her a shake. "You wouldn't do that, Ivy! Look at me! You loved him!" She shook her head, her black hair hiding her face.
"She was Piscari's scion," Eden said. "She would if he told her to."
"She loved Kiston!" I exclaimed, appalled and scared. "She wouldn't do it!"
Eden took a harder line. "Word on the street is she'd kill him if he touched your blood. Did he?"
Guilt seemed to stop my heart, and I looked frantically for a way out. Jenks stood on the dresser, miserable. We were in the same room where I'd bitten Kiston in a blood passion I scarcely knew how to comprehend. He hadn't bitten me, but it didn't seem to matter now. Ivy brought her head up at my silence. Her beautiful face was twisted, in pain.
"I might have done it," she whispered. "I don't remember. Everything up to Piscari attacking you is a jumbled nightmare. I think someone told you he tasted Kiston. I can't remember if someone told me or if I made it up."
Tear-wet eyes rose to mine, framed by black hair iced in gold. A terrible fear lay in her gaze.
I might have done it, Rachel."
My stomach was in knots, but the terror was gone, and in a sudden surge I understood. She hadn't wanted to come here, afraid she might find she'd killed him. Someone had killed Kiston, but I knew to the bottom of my soul that it hadn't been Ivy. Those centuries of evolution and conditioning made her want to. "You didn't kill him," I said, putting my arms around her to help her believe. Her muscles tensed, and she started to silently tremble.
"You didn't."
"I know it, Ivy. You wouldn't."
"I don't remember," she sobbed, admitting her fear. "I don't remember anything but being angry and confused and out of control." She moved, and I let go so she could pull her head up. "Did you bite him?" she whispered, her eyes begging me to say no. I was glad I wasn't wearing that amulet, so at least I could pretend Ford wasn't watching the drama play out. If I said yes, she would assume she had killed Kiston, but to lie was not possible. "I bit him," I said, the guilty words coming quick so I could get it out before she decided she'd killed him to end the pain inside her. "He gave me a pair of caps for my birthday. He knew you'd made a pass at me. Looking back on it, I'm sure I did it to convince him that I wasn't going to leave him, that he was important to me." Ivy moaned and pulled away. "Damn it, Ivy!" I exclaimed, wiping at the slowly leaking tears. "You wouldn't kill him for that. You loved him. Piscary never touched that part of you. He couldn't. You were never his. He only thought you were. Kiston said Piscary never asked you to kill me, but Piscary did, didn't he?" I said, watching her. I could hardly breathe, and her misery hesitated as she tried to remember. "He told you to kill me, and you said no. You wouldn't kill me for Piscary, and you wouldn't kill Kiston for him either. I know it, Ivy. That's why you shut yourself off. You didn't kill him. You didn't." For 6 heartbeats she simply stared, thoughts sifting through her. Behind her I saw Ford drop his head into his hand, trying not to eavesdrop, but hell, that was his job. She took a deep breath, and all her muscles went limp. "Kiston," she finally breathed, falling to her knees to touch him, and I knew she believed. Her hands went to his hair, and she started to cry. The first heavy cry was her undoing, and proud, stoic Ivy finally let go. Huge, racking sobs shook her shoulders. Tears for his death, yes, but for herself as well, and I felt my own eyes fill and spill over as I dropped down to hold her beside his cold stillness. Kiston was the only person who had known the depth of depravity to which Piscary had sunken them, the heights of ecstasy, the breath-stealing power he had granted them, and the terrible price he extracted for it. The only one who had forgiven her for what she was, who understood who she wanted to be. He was gone, and there'd be no one else who could possibly understand, not even me. "I'm sorry," I whispered, rocking her while her ragged sobs broke the silence as we sat on the floor of the tiny bedroom in a backwater tributary of the Ohio River. "I know what he was to you. We'll find out who did this. We'll find out, and then we'll track them down." And still she wept, as if her grief would never end. And then grief came for me as well, cold and hard. Grief defined by bright blue eyes and the smile I loved so much and would never see again. As my hand found his, bitter salt tears spilled from my eyes, in sorrow and pain and regret that I had so utterly failed him. 39. 2 weeks later. I jiggled the handle of the canvas bag to the crook of my arm so I could open the door to the church, squinting up at the vampiric charm sign glowing wetly. Ivy wanted ice cream, and since she didn't want it enough to go out in the rain for it, I had been suckered into it. I'd do just about anything to see her smile again. It had been a rough 2 weeks. Of course we needed cat food, too, and dish soap, and we were out of coffee. It was scary how fast my quick run to the store had turned into a 3-bag trip. The door to the church creaked open, and I slid inside, leaning against the closed door for balance. I wedged my shoes off. It was dark, seeing as the moon wasn't up and the clouds were thick. I paused just inside the sanctuary, flicking the light switch with my elbow. Nothing. "Crap on toast," I muttered, smacking it a few more times just for fun. "Jenks!" I shouted. The fuse in the sanctuary blew again. I didn't really expect an answer, but where was Ivy? She had to have noticed. Shifting the bags awkwardly, I headed for the kitchen. 3 steps in, I froze. I could smell unfamiliar vampires, lots of them, and old smoke, and beer. "Shit," I whispered, adrenaline whipping through me. "Now!" someone yelled, and the lights flashed on. Panicked, I dropped the bags and fell into a fighting stance, blinded by the sudden glare. "Surprise!" came a chorus of voices from the front of the church, and I spun, heart pounding. "Happy birthday!" I stared, my mouth hanging open and my hands in fists as the pint of Choco Chunk rolled to Ivy's feet. She was actually smiling,
and I slowly stood straight. My heart was still hammering away, and Jenks was making darting loops from me to her, shedding a brilliant gold. "We got her!" he was shouting, and what looked like all his kids took up the refrain, filling the air with color and sound. "We got her good, Ivy! Look at her, not a clue!" Shocked, I fumbled for the bags. David, Keesley, and Siri were at the couch, and Ivy was standing by the far light switch. Everyone was smiling, but then, as Jenks had said, they'd gotten me good. There were no vampires here other than Ivy, and the only drink I could see were the 3 2-liters of soda on the coffee table. The smell of vampires, cigarettes, and old beer was coming from the battered pool table, now set up to one side of the sanctuary. It hadn't been there when I had left. Seeing it, I felt my throat close up. It had been Kisten's. "But my birthday was last month," I said, still confused. Siri came forward. There was a cone hat on her head, but she somehow made it look more dignified than one had any right to expect. "We didn't forget," she said, giving me a quick hug. "We were distracted. Happy birthday, Rachel." I honestly didn't know what to say. Keesley had on a hat, too, and when he saw me look at him, he took it off. The pixies, though, kept theirs on, darting about like mad. My gaze went to the pool table, and tears pricked at my eyes. From there I looked to the surrounding faces. Under their smiles they were pleading, almost desperate for me to pretend everything was normal, that life was getting back to what it should be, that I wasn't missing a huge piece of myself, that there was one person that should be here who wasn't, and never would be again. So I smiled. "Wow," I said, coming to take the ice cream Ivy had picked up off the floor. "This is great, and yeah, I'm surprised." I let the bag of groceries slip to the couch and took off my coat. "I really don't believe this. Thanks, guys." Siri gave my upper arm a squeeze in support, and then her expression blanked. "I forgot the cake," she exclaimed, green eyes going wide. "I left it on my table." "There's cake?" I said, wincing when Jenks flicked on the stereo and Marilyn Manson's Personal Jesus blared out before he turned it down. Siri must have made it, because we'd thrown the old one out. I hadn't been able to eat it while Kisten lay in the morgue, and now that he was cremated and in Ivy's room, I felt no different. But tonight other people's feelings were involved, and I realized I was going to have to eat Siri's cake, or risk hurting her feelings. Jenks flitted back to me, shooing his kids away from the soda. "Hell yes, there's cake," he said, loud to cover Siri's distress. "Can't have a birthday without cake. I'll help you, Siri." The pretty elf shook her head. "You stay," she said halfway to the door. "No need for you to leave. I'll go get it. I'll be right back." She jerked to a stop and retraced her steps, smiling and bright. "Here," she said, taking her hat off and putting it on me. "Wear this." Ivy snickered, and I reached up to touch it. "Thanks," I said, cursing my outright fear of hurting her feelings. Great. I was going to be eating cake in a silly hat. Damn it, no one had better have a camera. Keesley's brown, arthritic hands gathered up the handles of the canvas grocery sacks. "I'll take those. You entertain," he said, pulling them from the couch. Hesitating, he turned, bending his once-tall height to give me a fatherly kiss on the cheek. "Happy birthday, Rachel. You're quite the young woman. Your father would be proud of you." If they were trying to cheer me up, they were doing a lousy job of it. "Thanks," I said, feeling my throat start to take on a lump. I turned, looking for something to do. Ivy was supervising Jenks handing out soda to his kids in little cups made from the plastic plugs they put in pressboard furniture to hide the holes. David caught my eye and started over. His worn brown boots showed from under his blue jeans, and he scuffed to an uncertain halt. I hadn't seen him since the night I'd been lying on the floor, drugged as he told Mineas that he had a legal right to make decisions for me. David had saved my life as much as Siri. "Happy birthday," he said, clearly wanting to say something more. Hell, a handshake wasn't going to do it, and as a wash of gratitude warmed me, I reached out and brought him close, taking him in a hug. His arms were solid and real, comforting. The complicated scent of ware filled my senses, and I closed my eyes, feeling my chest heavy when I noticed the differences between being held by him and Kisten. I'd never hold Kisten again. I clenched my jaw and refused to cry. I didn't want to talk about Kisten. I wanted to pretend we were all normal. But I had to say something. I couldn't let David think I wasn't grateful for what he'd done. "Thank you," I said into his shirt. "Thank you for saving my life."
"It was an honor."
His voice rumbled from him to me through his chest, and his hold on me grew more certain now that he knew that the depth of my emotion was coming from gratitude. "I'm sorry about Brett," I said miserably, and his grip tightened.
"Me too,"
he said, and I heard the pain in his voice, the loss of more than a fellow wear, but a possible friend.
"I want to make him a member of our pack, posthumously."
"I'd like that," I said, throat closing. Giving my arms a squeeze, he let go and backed up. I met his eyes, surprised at the flash of fear. It was the curse. It was afraid of me, and it was only David's alpha confidence that held it in check. Anyone else might have misunderstood the fleeting, deep-seated terror, but I'd had that thing in my thoughts. I knew what it was, and it was dangerous. "David?"
"Don't,"
he said, his dark eyes fixing on me to stop my words.
"I did the right thing. I turned 5 women and it killed 3 of them. If I have the curse in me, I can help Serena and Callie."
His anger left him as he got lost in a memory.
"And it's not that bad,"
he finished, gesturing helplessly.
"I feel good. Whole. Like this is the way I was supposed to be."
"Yeah, but David—" He confidently shook his head.
"I have this under control. The curse is like the devil itself. I feel it in me, and I have to weigh my thoughts to decide if it's me or the curse. But it's happy to be able to run again, and I have that as a threat. It knows if it makes me angry, I'll come to you and you'll take it out and put it in a prison of bone."
"It's right," I said, remembering the fear in his eyes from just my touch. "David, this is so dangerous. Let me take it out. Everyone thinks the focus is destroyed. We can hide it." He held up a hand and I stopped.
"With the curse in me, Serena and Callie can shift without pain. Do you really want to take that from them? And it's okay. I didn't want to pack, but sometimes our choices are made for us. The curse belongs to the wares. Leave it where it is,"
he said firmly, as if the conversation were done. Slumping against the back of the couch, I gave up. David ducked his head and relaxed. He had won, and he knew it. Ivy glanced at me from where she was handing out soda when Jenks whispered something in her ear, and her questioning gaze turned into a smile. Taking 2 plastic cups, she moved to sit against the pool table where she could watch everyone.
"Do you want something to drink, Rachel?"
David asked, and Ivy raised one to say she'd already poured me something. "Ivy's got it," I said, and he touched my arm before going to see what Keesley wanted. I wasn't thirsty, but I went over to Ivy, leaning against the table beside her. Her thin eyebrows were high, and she silently handed me my drink. My gaze strayed to her neck. Piscary had bitten her so cleanly that the bites had healed with almost no scar. My neck still was a nasty mess, and it would likely stay that way. I didn't care. My soul was black, and the outward scarring seemed to fit. Piscary had been dead for 2 weeks, and the minor Camarillas were chomping at one another's heels to find out who would be Cincinnati's next master vampire. The mourning period was nearly over, and all of Cincy was gearing up for the squabbles and power plays. Ivy's mom had a good shot at it, which didn't fill me with any confidence. Though Ivy would be exempt from being a blood source, she'd probably have more backroom responsibility. All of Piscary's vampires had banded together under her. If a different Camarilla came out on top, their lives wouldn't be worth the grape leaves Piscary had used to wrap around his lamb sandwiches. Ivy said she wasn't worried, but it had to be preying on her. Now she cleared her throat in warning, and I forced my hand down from my own neck before I accidentally set the scar resonating to her pheromones. The scent of the pool table rose around me, the combined scent of vampires, cigarette smoke, and beer bringing back memories of me knocking around the balls as I waited in a peaceful, empty dance club for Kiston to finish locking up and our evening to begin. Again my throat closed and I set my drink down. "Nice pool table," I said miserably. "I'm glad you like it." At my shoulder, Ivy blinked fast, but didn't look at me. "It's your birthday present from Jenks and me." Jenks started up with a clatter of wings. "Happy birthday, Rachel," he said with a forced brightness. "I was going to give you some color-changing nail polish, but Ivy thought you'd like this better." Unshed tears made my vision swim, but I wasn't going to cry, damn it. I stretched out my hand and ran my fingers over the rough felt. It had stitches, just like me. "Thanks," I said. "Damn it, Ivy," Jenks said as he darted erratically from me to her. "I told you it was a bad idea. Look, she's crying." I sniffed loudly, glancing up to see that only Keesley had noticed. "No," I said, my voice a shade too tight. "I love it. Thank you." Ivy took a drink, maintaining a silent, companionable misery. I didn't need to say a word. I couldn't. Every time I had tried to comfort her the last 2 weeks, she'd fled. I'd learned it was better just to meet her eyes and look away with my mouth shut. The pixie landed on her shoulder in silent support, and I saw her tension ease. The pool table might be mine in name, but I think it meant more to Ivy. It was the only thing besides Kiston's ashes that she had taken, and the fact that she had given it to me was an affirmation that she understood that he'd been important to both of us, that my pain was as important as hers. God, I miss him. The ice in my drink shifted to smack my nose when I took a sip. I wasn't going to cry, not again. Eden wanted me to come in and talk to Ford about my memory. "For your own peace of mind, not the case," he had said, but I wasn't going to. I might have had my memory loss forced upon me, but it was gone, it could stay gone. It would only cause more pain. The FIB were bucking the system and trying to find out who had killed Kiston by way of who had made the deal between Piscary and Al to get him out, but that was a dead end. The ringing of the doorbell cut through my mournful musings, and I started. "I'll get it," I said, pushing from the pool table and heading for the door. I had to do something or I was going to make myself cry. "It's probably Siri," Jenks said from my shoulder. "You'd better hurry. Cake and rain don't go together very well." I couldn't help my smile, but it froze and broke to nothing when I yanked open the door and found Quen standing there, his beamer running at the curb. Anger rose at the reminder of the murdered Wares. I knew too many people in the morgue. I didn't want to live my life like that. Trent was a slimy, murdering bastard. Quen should be ashamed to work for him. "Hi, Quen," I said, putting an arm up to block his entrance. "Who invited you?" Quen took a step back, clearly shocked at seeing me. His gaze went behind me to the party, and returned. He cleared his throat, tapping the legal-size envelope he had against his hand. The rain seemed to glisten on his shoulders, but he was completely unaffected by it. "I didn't know you were having a get-together. If I can talk to Jenks a moment, I'll go," he said. His gaze lingered on my head, and when he smiled, I snatched Siri's hat off. "What, not going to hang around for cake?" I snapped, snatching the envelope. I'd take his money, then buy a lawyer to put him in jail with Trent, currently out on bail. Quen jerked the envelope out of my reach, his face creasing in bother. "This isn't yours." Pixie kids were starting to gather around the doorframe, and Jenks made an ear-piercing chirp. "Hi, Quen, is that mine?" he said as his kids scattered, laughing. The elf nodded, and I cocked my hip, not believing this. "You're going to stiff me again?" I exclaimed. "Mr. Calamack isn't paying you for arresting him," Quen said stiffly. I kept him breathing, didn't I? At that, Quen lost his ire, chuckling as he touched his chin and rocked back on his heels. "You have a lot of nerve, Morgan." "It's what keeps me alive," I said sourly, starting when I found Rex at the foot of the belfry stairway, staring at me. God, creepy little cat. "Do tell." He hesitated, looking past me before he brought his attention back. "Jenks, I've got your paperwork." He went to hand the envelope to him, then hesitated again. I could see why. The envelope was 3 times Jenks's weight if it was an ounce. "Just give it to Rach," Jenks said, landing on my shoulder, and I smugly held out my hand for it. "Ivy's got a safe we can put it into." Quen sourly handed it over, and curious, I opened it up. It wasn't money. It was a deed. It had our address on it, and Jenks's name. "You bought our church?" I stammered, and the pixie darted off my shoulder, literally glowing. "Jenks, you bought the church." Jenks grinned, the dust slipping from him a clear silver. "Yep," he said proudly. "After Piscary tried to evict us, I couldn't risk you 2 lunkers losing it in a poker game or something." I stared at the paper. Jenks owned the church? Where did you get the money? In a flash of vampire incense, Ivy was beside me. She pulled the paper from my slack fingers, eyes wide. Quen shifted his weight, his shoes gently scuffing. "Good evening, Jenks," he said,
his voice carrying a new respect. "Working with you was enlightening." "Whoa, wait up," I demanded. "Where did you get the money for this?" Jenks grinned. "Rent is due on the first, Rach, not the second or the third or the first Friday of the month. I expect you to pay to get it re-sanctified." Gwen slipped down the steps with hardly a sound. Siri was coming up the walk, and the two passed with wary, cautious words. She had a covered plate in her hands, the cake, presumably. She glanced back once as she rose up the stairs, and I moved so she could come in. Ivy, though, was too struck to move. "You outbid me!" Ivy shouted, and Siri slipped between us and into the sanctuary, Rex twining around her feet. "That was you I was bidding against? I thought it was my mother." The click of Gwen's car door opening was lost in the hush of rain, and Jenks still hadn't answered. Gwen glanced at me across the top of his car before he got in and drove away. "Damn it, Pixie!" I shouted. "You'd better start talking. Where'd you get the money?" "I pulled a job with Gwen," he said hesitantly. The masculine murmur of Keesley and David rose, and I shut the door against the damp night. Jenks had said job, not run. There was a difference. "What kind of job?" I asked warily. If a pixie could hover guiltily, Jenks was. "Nothing much," he said, darting past Ivy and me into the sanctuary. "Nothing that wouldn't have happened anyway." My eyes narrowed. I followed him back to the party, setting Siri's hat on the piano in passing. Ivy was right behind me. "What did you do, Jenks?" "Nothing that wouldn't have happened on its own," he whined, shedding green sparkles onto the pool table. "I like where I live," he said, landing behind the side pocket in his best Peter Pan pose. "You two women are too flaky to put my family into your hands. Just ask anyone here. They'd agree with me." Ivy huffed and turned her back on him, muttering under her breath, but I could tell she was relieved her new landlord wasn't her mom. "What did you do, Jenks?" I demanded. Ivy's eyes narrowed in a sudden thought. Faster than I would have believed possible, she snatched up a pool cue and slammed it down inches from Jenks. The pixie shot up into the air, almost hitting the ceiling. "You little bug!" she exclaimed, and Siri grabbed Keesley and the cake and headed toward the kitchen. "The paper says Trent's been released." "What?" Appalled, I gazed at Jenks up near the ceiling. Keesley jerked to a brief halt in the hallway, then continued on. David had dropped his head into his hands, but I think he was trying not to laugh. "Fingerprint they lifted from Brett and the paperwork was lost," Ivy said, smacking a beam with the cue to make Jenks dart to the next one over. "They dropped the charges, you stupid pixie. He murdered Brett. She had him, and you helped Gwen get him off." "What?" he griped, moving to my shoulder for protection. "I had to do something to save your pretty little ass, Rach. Trent was this close to taking you out." His voice went high in exaggeration. "Arresting him at his own wedding was stupid, and you know it." My anger evaporated as I remembered Trent's expression when the cuffs ratcheted shut. God, that had felt good. "Okay, I'll give you that," I said, trying to see him on my shoulder. "But it was fun. Did you see the look on Elspeth's face?" Jenks laughed, doubling up. "You should have seen her dad's," he said. "Ooh, doggies, that man was more upset than a pixie papa with 8 sets of girls." Ivy set the pool cue on the table and relaxed. "I don't remember it," she said softly. Her lack of memory was disturbing, and trying to ignore that I was missing chunks of my week, too, I looked up as Siri and Keesley came back in, the cake almost on fire from all the candles they'd stuck into it. I couldn't very well stay mad when they started singing Happy Birthday, and I felt the tears prick again that I had people in my life who cared enough to go through the misery of trying to pretend everything was normal when it wasn't. Siri settled the cake on the coffee table, and I hesitated only briefly at my wish. It had been the same every year since my father had died. My eyes closed against the smoke as I blew the candles out. They smarted, and I wiped them with no one saying anything as they clapped, teasing to find out what the wish was. Taking up the big knife, I started slicing the cake, layering perfectly triangular pieces on paper plates decorated with spring flowers. The chatter became overly loud and forced, and with Jenks's kids everywhere, it was a madhouse. Ivy wouldn't look at me as she took her plate, and seeing as she was the last, I settled myself across from her. David followed Siri and the cat to the piano, where she started playing some complicated tune that was probably older than the Constitution. Keesley was trying to keep the pixies occupied and out of the frosting,
entertaining them with the way his wrinkles disappeared when he puffed his cheeks out, and I was sitting with a plate of cake on my lap, absolutely miserable, and having no cause for it, or not really. The awful feeling of loss I had felt in the FIB conference room rose from nowhere, pulled into existence by the reminder of Kisten's death. I'd thought Ivy and Jenks were dead. I'd thought everyone I cared about had been severed from me, and that I had given up and accepted the damage of a demon curse when I thought I'd nothing left to lose had opened my eyes really fast. Either I was an emotional wimp and had to learn to handle the potential loss of everyone I loved without caving, or, and this is what scared me the most, I had to come to grips and accept that my black-and-white outlook on demon curses wasn't so black and white anymore. I had a sick feeling that it was the latter. I was going bad. The lure of demon magic and power was too much to best. But damn it, when she's fighting demons and nasty elves with the strength of the world's economics on their side, a girl has to get a little dirty. I looked at my chocolate cake and forced my jaw to unclench. I wasn't going to agonize over the smut on my soul. I couldn't and still live with myself. Siri was coated with it, and she was a good person. Hell, the woman had almost cried over forgetting my birthday cake. I was going to have to handle demon magic the same way I did earth and ley line magic. If the stuff that went into a spell or curse didn't hurt anyone, and the working of the spell curse didn't hurt anyone, and the result of the spell curse didn't harm anyone but me, then I was going to twist the stupid curse and call myself a good person. I didn't give a damn what anyone else thought. Jenks would tell me if I was straying, wouldn't he? Fork in hand, I cut a bite, then put it back on the plate untasted. I met Ivy's miserable expression, seeing the tears in her eyes. Kisten was dead. To sit here and eat my cake seemed so hypocritical and trite, but I wanted something normal. I needed something to tell myself that I was going to live past this, that I had good friends, and since I didn't drown my sorrows in beer, I'd do it in chocolate. "You going to eat that or cry over it?" Jenks said, flitting in from the piano. "Shut up, Jenks," I said tiredly, and he smirked, sending a glitter of sparkles to puddle on the table before the breeze from the upper transom window blew them into infinity. "You shut up," he said, spooning up a wad of my frosting with a pair of chopsticks. "Eat your cake. We made it for your damned birthday." Eyes warming from unshed tears, I jammed the fork into my mouth just so I wouldn't have to say anything else. The sweet chocolate tasted like ashes on my tongue, and I forced it down, reaching for another bite like it was a chore. Across from me, Ivy was doing the same thing. It was my birthday cake, and we were going to eat it. In the rafters, pixies played, safe in their garden and church until the two worlds collided. Kisten's death would darken my coming months until I found a new pattern to my life. But there were good things to balance against the heartache. David seemed to be handling the curse. He seemed to like it, actually. And since he had a real pack, his boss would stop gunning for me. Al was tucked away in an ever-after prison, most likely. The wares were off my case. Piscary was not only no longer my landlord, but was dead. Really dead. Lee would step into the gambling and protection vacuum he'd left behind. And seeing as I had some part in freeing him, he probably would give up on his urge to knock me off. Having Lee back would pacify Trent, too, though it rankled me back to the turn that he was out of jail. God, the man was like Teflon. And Ivy? Ivy wasn't going anywhere. We would figure this out eventually, and no one would die trying. No longer tied to Piscary, she was her own person. Together with Jenks, we three could do anything. Right? This concludes For a Few Demons More.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.